Hey everybody, I think we're live. No, I didn't forget. It was more a matter of some technical difficulties. Sorry about that. Sorry for the technical difficulties. That was the delay. So yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Also, as long as I'm doing this, I might as well broadcast to Facebook, because why not? So yeah. So we should be live on YouTube. We should also be live on Facebook now, because why not? So, hey, awesome squad. This is Roberto Blake helping you create something awesome today. So today we're going to be doing a live Q&A, and we're going to be doing a deep dive on my YouTube analytics. I'm going to share that with you. You're going to get a fully transparent deep dive on my YouTube analytics, and you get to ask me basically anything you want about YouTube. I think this is the right screen. Yeah, this is the right screen. Let's make that wider. Can I make that wider? Or does that look better differently? And I think that's about as big as I can get it for you guys. I hope you guys can see that okay. Also, StreamYard is amazing, if you guys didn't know. And I think I can actually bump up my definition there. So that's going to be a little bit better for you guys. So I've made some massive improvements to the live streaming setup lately. I don't know if you guys know that, but I hope you appreciate it. So you're going to get a full look at my YouTube analytics. I wanted to go ahead and put that out and tease that. So I've got new lighting so that it's going to be like really fresh. I've got the perfect audio setup. I've got the mixing station here. I've got the Rodecaster Pro, the Shure SMB7. I think I've linked to everything in the description that I actually use for my live streams. So if you want to check that out, you can also go to kit.co/Roberto Blake, and you get to see my full live stream setup. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link here for you guys. kit.co/Roberto Blake. And yeah, you can see everything that I use for my live streams, and that does actually help out the channel when you use those links. But yeah, really appreciate you guys joining me on a Sunday. I'm going to answer basically all your questions about YouTube analytics. I started late because I had some technical stream difficulties. I had to get StreamYard all set up. I had to get my water, stay hydrated with my hydro flask here, so I had to do that. Also, because I'm going to cheat today, I had to get some root beer, get me some A&W. So I've got that rocking over here. But yeah. Really excited for you guys. I went through a lot of effort to get the studio perfectly set up for doing live streams now and hanging out with you guys a little bit more. So yeah, thank you for that. And also thank you to all the new subscribers. We actually got a ton of new subscribers here. So I'm really excited. I want you guys to throw in your questions. I'm going to pop some of your questions up here on the stream so that we can answer them. But I'm going to show you my YouTube analytics. I'm just going to refresh those analytics, and we're going to look hard at the month of July. We can even look at what's going on lately and on my current videos if you guys want. But I'm really excited to do this full deep dive with you. So yeah, let's go ahead and pop that up on the screen here. You guys can see that okay, right? Or do you want me to go, well, actually going full screen doesn't really do anything much here. It doesn't actually make it any bigger. This is the biggest it gets. So we'll go ahead and we'll put me back on screen. Okay, let's walk through this piece by piece, and let me look at some of your questions. 1,000 views in 2020, how much does it pay in YouTube? I actually have addressed this, and we're going to look at that. It's different for everybody. How much you make per 1,000 views is different for everybody. You guys might notice that I did about 450,000 views by uploading more in July, because we have my July numbers. This is the entire month of July with YouTube tabulating everything. And I made almost $4,000 on that. My revenue and my CPM rates and RPM rates are much higher than the average YouTubers. I can actually get higher CPM rates than this, but this is playback-based CPM. In terms of monetized playbacks, RPM averages this out, and it combines all the different monetization metrics. And so it combines your share of views even that weren't monetized. So it's going to be lower than CPM based on playbacks. So I hope that makes some sense to people. I'll try to explain this, but basically this is RPM is closer to what I actually get per 1,000 views, even if those views weren't monetized. Playback CPM is based on what the total revenue from ads were divided by the estimated number of monetized playbacks. So that's very high. And I have individual videos that I can show you the CPM rates of if you want, if you care about that. But this shows you the ad revenue. I know a lot of you care about like seeing people's YouTube paychecks and how much they make, but it really, in some ways, it's actually the least useful information in some ways, because your channel will be different even if you're in the same niche. If your audience has a different age, a different geography, what somebody makes, even if they're in the same niche as you, will not always be the same as how much you make. So knowing people's YouTube paycheck is literally like the most popular video someone can make on YouTube is, oh, revealing my YouTube paycheck, and then getting it sent as a check so they have the Google AdSense envelope in the thumbnail. It's a great hack for young YouTubers to get views, and it's really popular with teenagers. But it's also some of the least useful practical information in the world. And I want to be transparent with you about that, because what I make on YouTube has nothing to do with how much money you will make on YouTube. I know big YouTubers that have $4 CPM rates, and that's a lot for their niche, and that's a lot for them. I know people who get 1 million views and they make $500 on 1 million views, compared to me making almost 4,000 on 400,000 views. Like, I know people, but it's the niche that they're in, and it's the ads for the industry that they're in. So like, that's the truth, you guys. Like, it's very hard to explain this stuff, and there's almost no larger channels that'll show you all the analytics. And I've been doing this for years. But I just didn't make a big deal out of it. But like, this is important to me. This is important to me because if you understand how to read these analytics and you understand what's happening on your channel, if you're really serious about YouTube, you can almost grow your channel at will once you start to understand how analytics work. So I'm here and I'm ready to answer a lot of your questions about this and how to read this stuff. And we can look at any metric you want. We can look at any of this data that you want. We will look at all 5 of these tabs up here, and we can talk about any of it you want. And we can look at the data on my last like 15 or so videos, and we can talk about all of it. Yeah, someone says, Way to Win says, I get 4 times less money for 1 million views. That's real, and that's why I wanted to talk about this, and it's one of the reasons I wanted to bring it up. I wanted to bring it up because that's true. And I want to show you guys that while this is possible, this is not what's normal there's no such thing as normal in YouTube, to be honest with you. Sorry, I needed that little sugar boost there. Oh, that's good. A&W root beer is so good. Christ, it's my favorite. Tom, how's it going? Roberto's hat swag. Yeah. I have, I have like 5 of these so that I can keep them fresh. I have 5 of these same leather hats so I can keep them fresh. So First Person Science says, is there a particular watch time on average that I should shoot for? At what point will YouTube begin recommending my content more? Until then, where do I share my content for viewers? All right, so this is an interesting question. So when it comes to watch time and retention rates and average view durations, it's relative to a couple of things. So these are not hard and fast numbers. What you need to do and what I would tell you is this, and let's look at this video, and I want to bring up the analytics for this video. So this video I published recently. I published this about 20 days ago. And I think a lot of you enjoyed this video. This video was the video on does uploading more to YouTube. I believe this is, does uploading more to YouTube grow your channel faster? How to grow a YouTube channel in 2020, right? So I'll walk you through this one, and you can see the ad revenue. You can see all the stuff you care about. But this video is still getting a lot of views, and it's actually doing really good in terms of per hour. I actually measure how many views per hour, and I'm very ruthless and very serious about that, because to me, it's actually the most important, one of the most important metrics in the world that no one talks about is the real-time activity and the views per hour, and looking at how many views you can earn in a 24 to 48 hour cycle on a video. And if you can continue to do that over a period of time, like it adds up. And then the channel views is what you get paid for. So I think about that more than individual video views, even though I still look at it. But to the point that you're looking at, when we look at retention rates, I want to show you a couple of things. I want to show you guys something called, and I'm going to have to take your question off to show this accurately. I want to show you something in the retention graph. So I've been formatting my videos in terms of my cold opens in a certain way to reduce this drop-off rate in the first 60 seconds. And also I've been using chapters to keep people, and I've been using my formats to keep people engaged longer. And you'll notice I literally still have 40% of the overall audience 8 minutes into this video, which is not the norm on YouTube. And I'll further show that by using this thing called the relative audience retention graph. This is what you might have thought was crazy with me having a certain drop-off rate in the beginning of the video. I'm massively above the average of videos for the length of video that I have. So I don't dip into below average until I'm closing out the video. And that's because I've already given most of the value that people came for throughout the 10 minutes of the video. So that's why I maintained it. I performed average to above average. Now, if we look at the audience retention slope, it's not quite the hockey stick effect. And so it's actually what we would want. This is something Mr. Beast actually talks about a lot. If you ever listen to interviews with him, and I went to his session at Vid Summit and he talked about this, and this is basically what someone wants. This is what you really want to hit. Now, it's not just about this raw number. You'd have to plug your own numbers into like a spreadsheet or export the spreadsheet from YouTube for this, and you need to look at your top performing videos in a 30 or a 90-day cycle. And then you need to measure these data points and find what the data points were for your best performing videos. And then you want to replicate a baseline, and that's what you would want to target. So I can't just tell you, oh, shoot for 4 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes of average view duration. It's actually a system that you have to come up with based on your own content. And you have to see what videos performed, look at their data points, and then you need to set your thresholds based on your own top performing videos from the last 90 days. And then those are the targets you need to shoot for. But you also need to look at how over the course of those 90 days, how did those videos perform in week 1, the first 7 days of those 90 days, and also in the first 24 hours. And so you need that because of the new tag on YouTube. And then you need to also look at how they did after they had a 30-day lifespan. And this is assuming that you're not doing like a breaking news video, or you're not doing a video that's a short-lived trend or something like that. You need to look at how a video performed on its first day, its first week, and its first 30 days. And you need to have that data, and you need to have that data for your top 10 performing videos. And then you need to compare them, and then you need to find a pattern in that, and then you need to duplicate that. And I know that's super complicated and hard. This is why the YouTubers like Jordy Quebocop and Jimmy Mr. Beast, and then people who are YouTube analysts like myself and Daryl Eves and Nick Nimmin and so on, we're all freaking crazy because we're all data freaks. We all like this data. We like these numbers. We like looking at this stuff, and then we like using spreadsheets. Like, I'm not even joking with you. That's how we do it. Now, there are other YouTubers who are just natural and they're talented and they're entertainers and they're not data driven. But I want to show you this graph here. This is under reach, and I want to show you, this is me winning the algorithm right here with this video. This video, when you see this, this is you winning the algorithm when you see this, if you care about the algorithm. There's also another problem though. Having a big subscriber base does nothing for you, and I want to show you guys that because of this. Well, if your channel didn't start this year, then this really matters. If you're a new YouTuber, subscribers could help you a little bit more, but not as much as you would think. That's overhyped, and only a few big YouTubers have talked about this and exposed this, but YouTube did not turn on notifications for old channels, old subscribers. And so if your people didn't unsubscribe, resubscribe with notifications, the majority of YouTubers hit, if they're not famous already or household names and always getting new people, notifications do not go out. So if you're saying, well, your subs aren't interested in your videos or your channel is dying, that's not true when people say it, because no one will talk about the fact that when the notification system got changed, it wasn't retroactive. They didn't retroactively apply it to old subscriber bases, which means if you built a huge subscriber base, if you built a loyal fan base, you actually could have gotten screwed over by this, because when they don't have notifications on, it limits some of that initial reach that you need for a video to take off early. Which is why for my type of channel, I have to prioritize YouTube search traffic, because I don't have as strong of a notification squad as I would if I were a new channel. It's also why if you want to correct this, if your channel is already established, you need to get new subscribers, and you need to get those new subscribers to hit the notifications, and then they need to be coming to your videos early, and you probably need to upload consistently for that, or and on a schedule, so that you don't have to rely on the algorithm. Because if you upload every day or every week at the same schedule, then people will come back to your channel and check up on you without needing notifications. The other thing is, with me posting 15 videos this month, I got a lot of people finding content or searching for new things or related things, and I got people coming back, and I got a lot of new people, which means I didn't have to worry about the algorithm as much either. So if you want to get around the YouTube algorithm and not rely on it, you need a consistent posting schedule that lets people know to show up for you. Even if they don't have notifications turned on, they can still show up for you. And then you don't have to rely on the notification system actually working either. So even if notifications are out or there's an outage, your people will still find your videos, because they're coming back to your channel for your regular scheduled uploads for 3 times a week or once a week or whatever it is you're doing. So I wanted to bring that up, and I wanted to show you guys that. And I hope that answers the questions about hitting specific average view duration and retention rates. And I'm going to take more questions. I just had to deep dive into that. I had to deep dive into that for you guys. And yeah, you want to see CTR metrics. CTR metrics change over time. This average, when you see these numbers like this is an average over a period of time. So this video has existed for about 21 days, and you'll notice that it's it keeps being served by YouTube. So this video is 20 days old. It hasn't stopped being served by YouTube. And something a lot of you never do is this. Go to lifetime since uploaded, and then look at your impressions data, because this is important. And you'll see that in the first 48 hours is peak impressions usually, and then there's a dip. But if a video keeps performing, it can gradually come back up, and you see that that's what's happened with this video. And so it keeps getting distributed. And that's why having a very powerful thumbnail that can tell a story by itself, and that's why I altered some of my thumbnail strategy. Looking at the impressions is where you will find that YouTube is or isn't serving your video. And so when you say YouTube isn't pushing my video, the only way to say that YouTube is or isn't pushing your video is to look at this impressions tab that's under reach. So you go into your analytics, you go to reach, you click on impressions, you scroll down here, and you go to since uploaded, and then you'll see the day-by-day data of YouTube serving your videos, giving people the opportunity to click on it, and that will be your impressions. Your click-through rate is then, did people do that? Now, the other problem, though, is that somebody might have been shown your video 10 times. So it's not that 700,000 people got the opportunity to click on my video. Some of those people were shown a video thumbnail 5 or 10 times. A lot of you have probably seen a video thumbnail 5 or 10 times and never clicked on it. And then, so that's a thing. So don't mistake impressions for people. Okay, don't mistake impressions for people. It's just opportunities, period. And so And remember, even if you've watched a video, YouTube may still show you that thumbnail or that video again. And if you've already watched that video and you don't want to rewatch it, that's still an impression and still affects click-through rate. And nobody will talk about that. Nobody, absolutely nobody talks about that when it comes to YouTube. And I wanted to tell you that because nobody knows that. And so they're judging videos wrong. Both YouTube creators are judging videos wrong, but also the community has no clue about anything with analytics. So they don't know that a channel is actually doing really well on the back end, and it's fine. They don't need to know that, but I think people should stop judging it. So if you want to worry about click-through rate, you also have to look at your impressions, but you want to look at this in terms of since upload time, not since published, but since upload time to measure it on the day by day. So in terms of your question about my CTR rate, it depends on the individual video. I would like to, for a video to really, really take off early, it usually for me would have to get close to double digits in terms of a click-through rate, or at least do over 5% or 6%. However, it depends on the audience I want to reach, and it depends on where those clicks are coming from. And so that becomes important as well. In this case, this is a lot of the YouTube homepage doing the work. But this will also be search friendly. Does uploading more to YouTube? I optimize this for search as well. So in the details of how I made the video and the thumbnails, but then also using the timestamps matters a lot for people now, believe it or not. And in this one, I may have to go back and do the timestamps because I don't think I did it for this one, which is weird because I normally do it. So I might have to go back on this one. But the thing about this video is that I went and I made it as evergreen as possible, and I have a green SEO score in that. So this is going to do well over time because it's also still getting pushed. And so I look at that. I look at the audience retention rates. I look at the real-time analytics on it. And then this video drove a lot of subscribers, but the good news is that those people, I have a playlist that they can watch for more YouTube related topics. And so that's helping grow the channel. And a lot of them are watching, like videos, or at least enough of them are watching like another video or something like that. And these were unique viewers. So that actually also was pretty good. So yeah, one video got me 1,000 new subscribers. One video got me 1,000 new subscribers in a 20-day period, and it's still getting me subscribers. This video probably overall will give me 2,000 subscribers from one video. So that's also a factor. Does the upload country matter performance-wise? The language matters more than the country of origin when it comes to upload. How's my retention? We looked at that on an individual video. I recommend looking at it in individual videos instead of as the channel as a whole, and then looking at it by topic. My general averages in terms of average view duration, it looks like it's, usually over 5 minutes. For me, it used to be 4 minutes was what I was targeting. Now I'm getting closer to 6 minutes. If I can, I want a 6-minute average view duration across my videos, but individual videos have different performance rates, and it's an average, meaning if I have a video that gets a lot of views, but the average view duration is lower, it can rank everything down. I've figured out that watch time minutes is actually the more important metric than anything, is the raw minutes, because YouTube is counting time like it would money. So you might think, oh, I want a bigger percentage. But the thing is, if we're talking about money, you don't want a bigger percentage. You just want whatever deal puts more dollars in your pocket at the end of the day. You want more dollars. So like, you like a smaller percentage of a big number is not the same thing as just having a big number. Or rather, a bigger percentage of a small number, a bigger percentage, like 50% of $100 is not as good as 20% of $1,000 or 20% of $10,000, right? So guess what? The bigger number, raw number, is just the bigger number. So when it comes to retention rates and percentages, They do have some correlation. I'm not going to say they don't. And I agree with Mr. Beast on that. But I think that click-through rate and watch time, hours and minutes are the most important metric in YouTube in terms of performance, to be honest with you. I think just taking the minutes of someone, and if you thought of minutes like you thought of them as dollars, you would just think about it differently. So yeah, what percentage of views are paid views on average? When you say paid views, I think you mean monetized views. So like which ones are monetized views that I earned from? Let me see where I can find that. I might have to do it on an individual video, to be honest with you. So let's see. I think that I can see it on an individual, like where it used to be that you could see it on an individual video. I might have to go into like advanced mode. Hang on. Estimated monetized playbacks. Here we go. So this video, and then I need to see actual playbacks. Can I see that? So that's monetized playbacks since published. But how many? Oh, here's the views. Yeah, the views are already here. I just couldn't see it there for a second. All right. So yeah, so this video has a $40 CPM, but it has 36,000 monetized playbacks out of 38,000 views. So that means almost every view on this video was monetized in some way, and it has an RPM of $22.75. So that's this individual video. I think I have to do something differently in analytics to see. Let's see. I'm on the revenue tab. I think to see it for the channel as a whole, I think I can do that. All right. So estimated monetized playback. So out of 400, and let's just round it, 450 views, about 300 of them were monetized. So that means that about 66%, so 66% is my ratio, but that is, your mileage may vary. That's my ratio on monetized views compared to overall views. So that's why RPM matters a lot more than CPM rates, but then also account for monetized views versus actual views, because your actual views, again, about a third of my views aren't monetized, which is fine. That's better than most YouTubers. It's actually the opposite for most YouTubers. So my percentage is close to like 66% or more of my views being monetized. I don't make content that usually gets demonetized, and the stuff that isn't monetized is because of the percentage of people that have ad blockers. It could be people that are behind certain VPNs. It also could be there in countries that don't have ads. So there's also people who have those ad blockers. It's a bigger percentage of people than you might realize. So that's actually pretty good. And if you're in a niche like gaming, more of your people might have ad blockers. If you're in a niche like tech, more people might have ad blockers. Commentary, more people might have ad blockers. So that actually determines a lot of a YouTuber's revenue. And then also, again, my audience skews older in demographic. So my ads tend to be more affluent, targeting more affluent people. And so any ads, there wouldn't be as much ad inventory for any of my international audience. So it's only going to mostly be my English speaking audience that'll be targeted with ads. And I close caption almost all my videos. So I also still have a strong viewer base of international folks. Roberto, what is the most important analytic to pay attention to for a smaller channel, and how much attention should be paid to it? For a smaller channel, the most important analytic is going to be looking at your impressions the way that I showed you, and then also looking at your click-through rate. So those two things are going to be important, but also watch time. But here's something I also want to show you. People think that they don't have an active audience because they look at their subscriber to view ratio. I'm going to say this, and no other YouTuber will tell you this. Subscriber to view ratios are bullshit. I said it. There we go. And I usually don't curse on the screen, but I have to tell you, I don't curse on my videos, but I have to tell you that subscriber to view ratios are bullshit. They're not a real metric. And I'll tell you and I'll prove it to you. Because also, this is the metric that matters, and YouTube just started showing us this recently. And viewers can't see this, so they don't know any better. So I'm not mad at the viewers. I'm not mad at viewers who think it matters, but content creators are supposed to know better because they're supposed to be data driven and look at it. And unique viewers, estimated number of people that watched your content within a selected date range. This is 250,000 unique viewers by IP address. YouTube does this by IP address. This is 250,000 unique viewers. So I have 462,000 subscribers. Thank you so much, Awesome Squad, by the way. Thank you for 462,000 and climbing. I think it will be 463 by the end of today or tomorrow. So thank you for that. But 250,000 unique people is a lot of people. Madison Square Garden is 30,000 people. So we have almost 250,000 people that watch the channel this month as unique viewers. And we had almost 500,000 views. That's not an inactive audience, but people on the outside don't look at it that way, and it makes content creators not look at it that way. But this is the objective data telling us what we have. So if you want to understand if you have an active audience, you need to look at these numbers a little bit more carefully. And when you want to know if YouTube is pushing your content, you need to look at your impressions, and then you can say whether YouTube is pushing your content. And if you look at that in individual video, you can also see when YouTube has killed off a video. If YouTube has killed off a video, the impressions will decline. If the impressions are still going strong on an individual video on a channel, then YouTube hasn't killed it. So you need to look at that very carefully, and that's going to be under your reach tab. You need to look at your reach tab, and then you need to look at this metric and see, since YouTube said impressions and how they led the watch time, that tells you exactly what you need to know. This is how someone makes YouTube a priority in terms of the algorithm, is watch time, keeping people on YouTube longer. Views are only valuable because they're a gateway to watch time. I want you to listen to what I just said. Views are only valuable because they're a gateway to watch time, because all human beings only have 24 hours in the day, and that is the currency. Time is the currency. Time is more valuable than money, and it's irreplaceable. So the ability to siphon time from a human being is the most valuable commodity there is in the world, is time and attention. A view is only valuable if it leads to watch time, and that's what you have to look at. And so that's the point, and that's why it's the end result of the funnel, watch time from impressions. That's why this is just like a sales funnel. So what did we do in terms of marketing, and then how much money did it make us is the end of the funnel. So if YouTube is equating its watch time to its sales conversion number for like money, that tells you everything you need to know about YouTube's algorithm, which means that the end goal for them is you getting more watch time. And they use average view duration also as a qualifier for quality watch time. And so then the views and the click-through rate are just the mechanism that gets us to the end result here. So this funnel actually is the YouTube algorithm. This funnel diagram is the YouTube algorithm. This panel on reach is mostly the YouTube algorithm. And so that is, and also the engagement side is important too. But like, this is the YouTube algorithm. This is what you need to know right here. No one's ever explained it to you though. But YouTube's goal is watch time, and that's the entire game for them. And that's how, when television was doing Nielsen ratings and things like that, this was like an important metric, and that's where it comes from. And that's how advertising gets sold. Advertising is a combination of this, because views, if it's views, but it's 10 seconds of attention, it doesn't matter. So average view duration is an important qualifier for quality of watch time. So that's the quality part. And then this is the quantity part. So you have to understand that quality videos are based on user experience, and user experience is measured in attention and engagement and interaction, which boils down to average view duration and retention rates and raw minutes. And you see, this is raw minutes instead of in percentages, right? So this is the YouTube algorithm right here, and this is the thing that nobody teaches on. And this is why this is important. And when I do finally make a YouTubery course, an actual YouTube course, a lot of the focus will be on understanding this. And so if you want to look at click-through rates are variable in terms of the overall channel. But if I want to look at an individual video, let's look at the data on the last video I made, the video I made on Friday night that went on Saturday. And I'll show you what this video did. So this video in like a 48-hour or less period did like 50K views. So it did really well. The retention rate though on it is not as good, but that's because people came, I think for the topic, it's a newsworthy topic. So people came a lot for the comments, and it's only like my actual audience that stayed and actually heard what I had to say on the video. And a lot of it came from YouTube search, but that's because I also ranked for a news topic. So that's why the TikTok video on the TikTok ban, this is not a normal video for me. This is an outlier video that I did covering a news topic, but I want to show you something very crazy in terms of the data on this. And for this, we have to switch over to since uploaded. And like, so the impressions on this just, one thing skyrocketed. It's 48 hours, but I want to show you the click-through rate. This is last 48 hours, but at one point this had like a 20% click-through rate, but that changes over time. It's fluid. It's fluid over time, but this is massive. And apparently there's a lot of people, and this data isn't finished, by the way, because this is not accurate because YouTube has not finished because it takes time for it to process. So this video isn't always going to be accurate. I'll circle back to this video in a future live stream to historically, because like the data isn't done processing. That's another thing you need to know. Data on YouTube videos, your most recent videos, takes about 48 to 72 hours to finish processing. And it's probably not fully accurate until about a week later, to be honest with you. So it takes time to process this. But this was the video about the TikTok ban. But you can directly see that getting a lot higher click-through rate than normal resulted in faster views. But I would argue they weren't quality views because I don't think I reached the people that I really would have hoped or wanted to reach. And that's also reflected in the fact that this didn't get me a ton of subscribers, which may have not been the goal of the video, to be honest with you. Decent CPM rate. This isn't completed yet, but the CPM on it's nice. And since the RPM on it is about $4, I'm estimating that when the calculations are done, since this got 40,000 views, 40 times, this will probably be a $160 video. And I literally made it at 11:30 at night and got it done in like maybe an hour and a half. So like that video, when everything is said and done, I probably made $50 to $100 an hour for the effort of that video. And it did help me get views and a little edge algorithmically that I'll tell you about in a minute. But yeah, if you're looking at what the most important metrics are, most important metrics are going to be watch time, honestly, average view duration in actual minutes, and click-through rate, but not in that order, but in combination. Elliot asks, overall click-through rate for your channel, does this increase chances of your video to get suggested for more traffic? Actually, what does that is average view duration and overall watch time minutes. And I will show you what I mean there. So YouTube itself brings this up. This is a glossary of terms, but actually I'm trying to explain what it says about impressions. You can increase the chance of YouTube suggesting your content by increasing click-through rate on your video watch time and your video watch time. Everyone stops when they hear click-through rate. But you see what I said? Video watch time. Watch time. So remember, the end of this funnel, the beginning of this funnel starts with click-through rate, but the end of it starts with watch time. That tells you everything you need to know. If you want your video to be suggested more, you need to get more watch time on that video, and you want to get higher average view durations in raw minutes. In raw minutes. Tom Nash, you just hit 10K subs, small milestone, but feels nice. Dude, 90% of channels never get to 10K, so congratulations on that, homie. I know you've been working hard, and mad respect to you, man. So yeah, keep asking questions. I am going to get to as many questions as possible. How long does it take to get to 4,000 watch hours? I actually broke that down in my how to get 1,000 subscribers video. So, Dexstar Panda, watch my how to get 1,000 subscribers video, because I actually also talk about the 4,000 hours of watch time, and I gave a mathematical formula for it. For a natural disaster channel coverage, what's the average CPM you can expect? Probably $0, because I don't think a lot of the videos will be the views of the videos may not be monetizable, and it's also not evergreen content, which means that it probably will not do well for ad revenue. Did you get good CPM on the TikTok video? Relatively speaking, yes. Compared to most YouTubers, yes. But that's because I tied it to business, and I have a affluent audience, mostly in America. So an older demographic is assumed to be more affluent, and there's a better ad rate. You'll get more views with a younger audience, but you'll make less money with a younger audience unless you're getting an absurd amount of views. And that's why there are people here in the comments. If you look in the live chat and in the comments, people are saying that they get a lot more views but make less money than I do. And that is part of it is your audience demographics age-wise, the geography of your audience, what industry you're in, and the ads available for that industry, inventory, competition. There's not a lot of competition for business channels because you need life experience and you need to be successful. So if there's something like a bunch of channels with gaming, for example, anybody can do gaming content. Not everyone can do it well, but anybody can do it. So there's a lot of competition, which means the money from those advertisers goes to a million different hands, right? But in the business niche, where you actually have to be proven successful, you have to be older, you have to have lived a little, and you have to be able to prove and show results, and it's hard to do. If you go into the business niche, well, you can't do that by just owning an Xbox. You can't go into real estate as a niche, but by just being somebody off the street that wants to talk about real estate. You have to have had the money to be able to buy a home. That's not most people. And you had to have been successful, right? So if you have to do something that requires talent or success and is high barrier to entry, that means the number of hands to give ad revenue and sponsorships with, it goes to a lot less people, and it always goes to the same people. That will be something I cover in my video on the most profitable niches in YouTube, because everyone's going to think about CPM rates and nobody's going to think about competition and market diversity and authority. So that's something that when I do my most profitable niches video, no one will ever talk about. I will be the person who kills that video, because there's so much that no one even talks about, just like nobody explains this data and nobody shows you this data. But this is literally the secret to, and by the way, this is not the secret to going viral and getting millions of views, even though the people who do that, some of them actually use this, like Mr. Beast does it, and Quebocop does it, and a lot of other people that run in some of the same circles are really analytics freaks like me, and we do spreadsheets and we do scatter points. There are some people who do mastermind groups just to analyze this data, I swear to God. So when you look at that kind of thing, like this data is all powerful. And if you look at even like where you can tell when I like, you know, I needed a mental health break in June because the world was falling apart. And so I only uploaded 3 videos and stuff like that. But you can literally see that when I decided to actually go hard and I got out of my mental funk and I got energized and I did 14 videos in this last month of July and I decided to crush it, you can see exactly what happened. To a certain point, you can control the performance of your channel if you know what you're doing and if you take it seriously and you're aggressive enough. You can actually, if you look at it, I almost doubled the performance on my channel at will by doing this. And it's because I understand what to do. It's a matter of when you want to do something and you like what you're doing, and then you also know the data and the strategy behind it, that's where you can make things happen. I upload a lot of videos that performed and a lot of videos that didn't perform. But the good news is I got to do what I want. You know, I got to do videos that I knew you guys would watch. And then I got to do videos that I really wanted to make anyway. And also, not every video that didn't get a lot of views. Some videos don't get a lot of views, but they end up making really good money in terms of CPM rates. Like this video may not have gotten a lot of views yet, but it's an evergreen video and has a $23 CPM rate. So no matter what the views are on this video will make its money. It will accomplish that. So what is paid is not always popular, and what is popular doesn't always pay well. The other thing you guys don't know about my YouTube stuff is that I only run skippable ads. I, in 2020, started making all of my content no longer have the no skip ads. So when it comes to, let me show you this. Nobody shows you guys this. So when it comes to the type of ads I run, the only thing I don't do is I don't run the non-skippable ads so that I can make a better viewing experience for you guys. I don't think any of you even noticed that all of my ads are skippable. Non-skippable ads technically pay the most. So as high as my CPMs are, I could make more money by just clicking this box, and I don't do it. The other thing is, this is a 23-minute video. On this particular video, which I'll probably go back and add mid-rolls now, but like I didn't even put a mid-roll in this. I don't always do mid-rolls, by the way. Sometimes I disable this or I don't do it. And I still make those kind of CPMs. So I just thought you should know that. And then also I wanted to show you how I do YouTube differently than a lot of people. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with people who want to run mid-rolls, and there's nothing wrong with people who use every ad option. I'm just showing you what I do and the back end of my stuff. And see, this is a video that has like one of my highest CPMs. I did a video about videos that can make $40 CPMs. I don't know if you guys watched that video, but it's probably the most practical video about how YouTube money works in the first place. But again, comparatively, nobody's watching that $40 CPM video. Everybody's watching these, how much my YouTube paycheck video is. Oh, how much I made this. Like people are watching that, but literally I did the most comprehensive video on how to actually make money on YouTube, to be honest with you. Our CPMs per video or the channel as a whole? What's the CPM for a storytime channel? So Shanice Rich, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So Shanice, it's per individual video. And so it's not about whether you have a storytime channel. It's about who is watching that video, because viewer preferences actually determine a lot in terms of ads. Viewer demographic, location, geography, their cookie history. So your audience and the niche itself, and how many advertisers are in that niche, and how much the products are worth in that niche, all determine how much money a video makes. And that's why I cover that in my video about how I get $40 CPMs. It's one of the newer videos on my channel. Please go and watch it. I went into a real deep dive about how the YouTube money works with regard to CPM rates and how to measure your new RPM rates. Natural Beauty Within says, I have a channel about vegan weight loss. I get about 15% CTR to my video, but I got the most subs and watch time. Should I continue the trend and do a part 2? So Natural Beauty Within, I would do a part 2, but I wouldn't call it part 2. I would make a video with a good title and thumbnail that's very similar to that. And I would consider making it a series, and I would consider making it about the fact that your viewers respond to that. And I would make a series of those videos. I would plan 10 videos around that, but I wouldn't milk it, because I would interject with other videos that you could experiment with, because that video was an experiment that worked out for you. So you should keep experimenting. But since it worked, you should probably consider how you can do a 10 video series over a period of time. So look and think about how you can do a 10 video series on what worked over a period of time. I dream more of Star. Hi, nobody does videos on family channels and how to grow with it. Can you please do a dedicated video on that niche? Negative. I I cannot do a dedicated video on that niche because I literally will just not get views on that video. But I can talk to anybody. And that's part of why I offer coaching. I offer a membership group monthly, and we do live Q&As every week in there. We do training every week in there. So we do 2 live training sessions every week. And we do monthly group calls. We have feedback and support. And this is not just a pitch for Awesome Creator Academy. I'm just pointing out that like I cannot do a video for every single niche in YouTube, even if it's one that nobody talks about, because frankly, I will, people who even say they want that video, they won't even get notified about that video. I will literally kill 3 to 5 hours and get nothing out of making that video if I make that video. I swear to God. And there are videos that I can make that I am super excited about to make. They're very practical and that I'll get a good return on investment. Not taking away from my other businesses, not taking away from what I want to do or my personal life to make a video that will just tank. And so it's not that I don't care. It's that there is no upside for me in making that video. But when people have very specific niche problems, I answer a lot of questions in these live streams for free. I answer questions on Twitter for free, like all day. And people who really want a very, very deep dive or specific answer because they have a unique situation or they have a unique niche, I try to make coaching as affordable as I can for people. And that's how I have to do it, because otherwise I'm literally just going to just always lose if I keep trying to make a video for everybody that wants me to make a video about their situation. And that sucks. I hate that YouTube's like that, but that's how it is. Let's see. What else do we have? Does average audience retention percentage do much? Yes, but focus on the actual raw minutes. The minutes matter more. The percentage ratio is important, but the minutes are the biggest thing. Our CPMs video, I actually answered that one already. How do you target certain countries? You really can't target certain countries beyond the language that you speak and the topics that you cover. You can't actually target languages. I mean, sorry, not country. You can't really, you could technically target countries by setting a location setting in your advanced settings on a video, actually. You theoretically could, but I wouldn't recommend it. If you go into details and you go into more options, you can set video location, and video location would technically let you target countries. And then you could do that. But it also, language is a big part of it, and so are subtitles and closed captions. So that would allow you to target by country, but I don't, unless you have a very specific reason, I don't recommend it. Unless you have a very specific reason, I don't recommend it. But you also shouldn't try and lie and fake that and say, if you're in another country, let's say you're in India, you shouldn't fake that your video was filmed in the US and try to beat the algorithm just to make more money. And it probably won't work if you do that. Will we be surprised when you do the most profitable niches? Yes, because a lot of people are only thinking about CPM. They're not thinking about the most profitable niches when it comes to sponsorship. They're not thinking about competitive niches that don't have a lot of people in them but pay very well. They're not thinking about barrier to entry. They're not thinking about scale, longevity. There's like variables that people don't think about for profitable niches. I don't want to do finance videos and how to grow YouTube videos just to be successful. I'm not telling you you have to do that, but I am telling you that I'm not telling you you have to do that, but you will have to get more views. You will have to get more views than somebody who's doing a niche that's affluent. I'm not saying, like, I don't think any of you should make videos based on how much money they actually make, but I do think you should be aware that some videos will be more profitable than others. And in terms of being successful, you have to decide how much money is enough money for you. And you have to decide if you're motivated by money or if you're motivated by something else. And it's fine if you are motivated by money, but that motivation of money may not be compatible with that content. And there's nothing that says that you can't do the content you like as a storytime YouTuber. And then if you have a personal finance journey, there's no reason you can't do a website or a blog or a YouTube channel about how you got out of debt or something like that, or how you made your money or whatever. You could do that and make it a second channel and do it once a week and make good money whenever you're doing it. Or you could just do storytime videos and say, well, however much money I make, and you could focus on getting views. And then by focusing on getting views, you could just get higher brand deals, and then you could just negotiate better brand deals. I'm not saying you have to do a finance channel to be successful. I'm saying that you'll get more money for every view on a finance channel. You'll get more money for every view on a real estate channel. You'll get more money for every view on Shopify tutorials than probably any other type of content. But if that's not the content you want to make, then what you'll have to do is you'll have to get more views to make up the difference in money. And you'll have to get more views to attract sponsors. And those sponsors may not have the same budgets as other sponsors in other niches. And so you'll have to accept that when we do YouTube, we're not all doing the same quote unquote job. We're not all doing the same work, because we're not all marketing to the same consumers, and we're not all marketing to the same demographics. And so we're in different industries, even though we're using the same platform, because it's just a media platform. So this is not all of us doing the same job. That's why I also don't like thinking of it as a job. I think of it as a business, and we're all in different business verticals, reaching different types of consumers. So I'm in my niche and other people are in their niche, right? I'm an educator. There are channels that are entertainers. There's a difference. So we're not all we all are YouTubers, but we're all not just YouTubers. We're all running different types of businesses. So that means that like my like work day is not the same as your work day, and my customer or viewer or audience or demographic isn't the same. And my partners in terms of my sponsors are not going to be the same either. So like we're not all the same when it comes to YouTube. I know we like to think, oh, we're all YouTubers, we're all the same. We're not, because that's not how business works. So we have to think of it differently. And that's why views are not valued the same, and we shouldn't think of view as a view, because it's not. A view is not a view. It is for some analytical data, but when you want to go serious, it's not. It's really not. And I think the data doesn't lie when it comes to that. And again, I know that's a little harsh for people, but I'm being like super serious. I'm being super serious about it, because I know that if people like, when you want to look at this kind of stuff, like this is the stuff that nobody shows you, because it's not fun to talk about how real that kind of thing is. You know what I'm saying? Like people will not be real about it, because that's not as fun as, oh, look, my first YouTube paycheck, and yeah, you should be a YouTuber, and it's so fun, and I have the funnest job in the world. Like that's how people market being a YouTuber, and it's not, it's their experience, and it's great that they feel that way. And I'm not against people doing that, but I'm saying the conversation ends there, because that's the most popular thing that people want, because it tells them what they want to hear. It tells people what they want to hear. And this deep dive data stuff is what people need, but it's not necessarily what they want to hear. I hope that makes sense when I say it. So Life Like Josie asks, I can't believe I'm asking this because it feels like going back to basics, but no one ever talks about it. How important is a channel category? I honestly don't know if people and blogs is the way to go or not. Okay, so categories. There's something to be said for categories. There's something that has to do with video classification, okay? So video classification, if I was gonna weight how important categories are when you're doing your YouTube metadata, in terms of categories, on a scale of 1 to 5 of how important it is, it's a 1. Swear to God, it's a 1. At best, it's a 2. Your individual videos categorization is gonna be based on what YouTube's intelligent scanning in their algorithm on the individual video says about it is gonna overrule all of that. So it doesn't matter as much as people think it does. And you're not wrong for asking that question. I understand that question. It's important. What I use categories for is this. My content is educational. That's just straight up how it is. And because of that, there are rankings in the tools, the analytics tools, the audit tools, and I have audit tools as well. the audit tool, I'm actually thinking of building an auditor. Honestly, I'm thinking of building a YouTube auditor. But the audit tools that brands use to decide if they're going to work with an influencer also take categories into consideration, and it takes the rankings in those categories into consideration. So when I tell people that I'm in the top 2,000 of education channels worldwide, and that makes a impression. That makes a very strong impression. When I'm able to say I'm in the top whatever of education channels in the US, that makes an impression. And it's also when they see that in the audit tool, that stands out. So categories doesn't matter to the algorithm in the way that people think it does, because YouTube will classify a video and a channel based on what's actually happening on the video and the channel as best as it can and as best as the algorithm is capable of. But brands will look at your category, possibly. Not all of them. Most of them just look at your videos and look at how you market yourself and look at what your banner says. But just keep in mind that if they see that category and then you're ranking in that category, that makes you stand out. Natural Be Within, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thanks for your advice. I will do a 10 video series on my weight loss health updates. Yeah. I think that's really cool. How do I sign up for Creator Studio and training? Okay, so if you want to join Awesome Creator Academy, links are in the description down below for that. Or you can just go to awesomecreatoracademy.com. If you want to join our membership group, I think that's linked as well. And so on Tuesdays, we do a live training event where we do a 90-minute deep dive training on different topics. We do different topics every month, so we do those every week on Tuesdays. And on Thursdays, we do live Q&A with our members. So that's just a heads up. Link is in the description. Check that out. No obligation. If you don't think it's valuable to you, don't worry about it. If you do want to work with me, the links are in the description. So thank you for asking that. Let's see here. All right, we covered that. Is it worth it to post my videos externally? Because when I do, they're not my subs or viewers, and I get a lower watch time on that video when I get external views, if that makes sense. Okay, so Lewis Frags, and you're a gamer. Gaming is a different culture and niche, so that might be some of it. But in general, for all of you, distribution, if you're going to look at, and let me show you something that no one talks about. Okay. Traffic types. And I'm gonna take your question off here real quick so we can just see this better. So for each of these different traffic sources, and this is something that I teach my coaching clients, and this is like the thing that I want to make this is really the thing that makes me want to make a YouTube course. For every one of these major traffic sources that YouTube conveys, you need to make a different strategy for each of these in your video library and in your goal of the videos you're going to make for the year. Or for the month. And I'm dead serious. And in general for your channel, for an external isn't just about you posting. You guys should build street teams. You guys should find your most loyal fans, get your most loyal fans into a Discord server, a Facebook group, a Reddit community, and you need to mobilize your people to share. And then in your videos, you're asking for likes and subscribes. Do you realize that if you asked people to share specifically your videos in Facebook and Reddit and in Twitter, that you would have their people, even if it's 100 people, those 100 people, what if every one of those 100 people has 50 to 1,000 followers? Do you realize how much traffic that is for your channel and how many new subscribers you could get out of that? If for the people who like it, just think about how that would boost your channel. Exposure does matter, and almost no one talks about building an external marketing strategy for your YouTube channel based on your most loyal viewers sharing your content. In fact, right now, I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask everybody watching right now, because I'm going to go for another hour. I'm going to take as many questions as I can. I'm in fact even going to try get some people to come into the stream here on StreamYard. But I'm going to ask you all who are watching as my loyal audience right now to do me two favors. one, if you're watching this stream right now, please tweet this stream out or post this stream on your Facebook page or into a YouTube Facebook group right now. We're just going to kind of like pause for a second. I'm going to go deep dive into some traffic source strategy for you guys. I'm going to show you how to get more traffic for your channel. Because remember, I dramatically increased the traffic of my channel this month. So I'm going to teach you something very advanced here. But right now, if you're watching this, tweet out the link to this live stream and ask people to come join and tell them that I'm exposing like all my analytics. Post this in Facebook groups that are YouTube Facebook groups. And if you are in Reddit, like post it on Reddit. So Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. If you're in a YouTube Discord, do that right now, just for the next 2 minutes. And I'm going to go for another hour and I'm going to specifically show you guys more traffic source stuff. But I'm straight up going to ask you to do that for me. I'm straight up asking you right now to help me get 500 people watching live on the stream right now. We're up to 364 live viewers right now. Thank you for that. But I'm going to ask you right now to set a goal and get this stream to 500 viewers. And you see what I did now? That is a strategy. I'm mobilizing you as my community on my behalf to drive traffic right now in real time. And let's hope this works. So it's going to work if more of you do it. It's going to work the more of you that do it. And you point out that I'm talking about stuff no one ever talks about. And I'm showing everything and sharing everything, because nobody does it. And that's going to be hard right now because people are watching Mr. Beast stream right now. There are other people streaming right now. There's a lot going on. But literally, I know that you all sharing this is what would get it to 500 people watching live. Nothing I do is going to be more powerful to get people watching this live viewer experience than you guys sharing it right this moment, okay? And that's for real. So, but here's why that matters. And here's why you should be doing exactly what I just said for yourself, for your channel, is even if it's hurting some of your average view duration, you're going to achieve another one of your goals because you're probably going to get subscribers out of it. You're probably going to get subscribers if you end up doing that, because there are going to be people who watch it who have never seen or heard from you before or didn't know about your content, and then are going to say, oh, gee, I want more of this. So give me one quick second, just real quick, and you guys can just kind of peek a little bit at this data. In fact, actually what I'll do is I'm going to click see more, and I'm going to let you guys look at this data. I'm going to get it a little bit bigger for you. I'm going to let you guys look over this data real quick before we deep dive more into it. And then I'm going to circle back for the new people we're bringing to the stream. And I'm going to tweet this out right now myself, live on YouTube, sharing all my analytics and answering your questions in the most YouTube deep dive of all time, going for one more hour. Boom. So I tweeted that out. So external traffic. So for those of you who do live streams, getting people to share, super powerful. Scheduling your stuff in advance, super powerful. But mobilizing external traffic is extremely important as well. But another external traffic source that people don't think about is the importance and the power of Google search. Google search is absurdly powerful in the long term for your content and should be part of anybody's content strategy. And of these, a lot of people focus on suggested videos, but the YouTube homepage is the most powerful thing there is. But search is consistency. Search is consistency, and search is powerful for the longevity of your channel. Even if you're an entertainment channel, being able to either one, make yourself a big enough name and player in your community to be a search topic yourself. So don't ignore search. You should be a search topic yourself. And also, if you create enough spectacle as an entertainer around what you do, you need to create something that people will search for that thing that you did. And you need to kind of think of it as making yourself newsworthy if you're an entertainer. The search strategy for entertainers is to become either newsworthy in general or newsworthy in your niche and in your community, and also to become a name and a player and become known for something so that they can type in your name and then blank thing that you are known for. So you have to become known for something, okay? YouTube's suggested algorithm is based on user behavior and user identity. And you'll notice that the average view duration on those two things are higher because this is YouTube's accuracy at targeting viewers' interest and what a viewer wants to watch. We give the YouTube algorithm so much crap, but honestly, it knows what a viewer wants or cares about. The notification system is kind of bad, to be honest with you. I mean, it's like 3% of my views. Notifications sent is 3% of my views. Like notifications, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. It's 3% of my views. But YouTube's homepage, this is why thumbnails and titles matter so much, is suggested and home. The homepage and suggested, it's down to your thumbnails, your titles, and the topic of your videos. But for longevity and discovery of new people, search can build a foundation and a floor for you to get consistent views, consistent subscribers, and consistent ad revenue. And so making a strategy for each major traffic source is important. And then external traffic, look, think about it. External traffic and people finding my content through external means is more powerful than even people having notifications on for me and being subscribed to me. I want you to listen to what I just said. Literally, the external push is almost 3 times more powerful than YouTube notifications being on. The external push is 3 times more powerful than YouTube notifications being on. That's why subscriber counts don't matter anymore. They stopped mattering when YouTube changed the algorithm. They stopped mattering in about 2015, 2016. They're important for milestones. They're important for the community. Yes, 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 but not for views. Not for views. Subscribers do not get you more views unless it's that you became famous for having a lot of subscribers. I swear to God. So just look at the data. Trust in data, we trust. Okay, in data, we trust. Search is not for everybody, but like I said, there is a strategy for search for being an entertainment channel. Suggested relies on you optimizing somewhat with either search in mind or psychology in mind. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But the homepage is king. The homepage is king, y'all. It's the real thing. So you need a strategy for how you get people on the homepage who don't know who you are, who have no idea who you are, to click on your video instead of a famous YouTuber's video. You need a strategy so that you become known for something, so people will search your name or search for the thing that you did or search for that trend or search for that topic, and you rank in search and you dominate there for people who don't know who you are. You need a video so compelling that if you happen to be suggested against a PewDiePie video, someone would actually click on your video instead of whatever else is there or on another PewDiePie video. That's how you have to think about that. So again, topic, title, and thumbnail, important for that. And then external, you need to make your squad, make your subscribers count. And if you really want views to be about the fact that you have loyal subscribers, you need to mobilize your external team. You need to mobilize your true fans and get them to push you and recruit for you and build your army. And so you need a strategy for that. And this is what nobody teaches you, is that each of these things is different, and each of these things requires its own unique strategies and approach to do successfully. And that's the real data. And again, if you measure this impressions click-through rate funnel, this tells you how well you're doing. But keep in mind, don't look at this like trying to get a 100 score on a test to say that you're succeeding or failing. Just look at it for what it is and move the needle more than you did in the last 30 days or in the last 90 days, okay? The 30, the 90-day cycle is important for measuring growth. It's not about perfection. It's about progress. And it's about looking at your videos and how to make them perform better, not how they're performing against anybody else's videos, because those people don't got nothing to do with you. Like, your channel data is your channel data. Revolves says, hey, I just want to know if streaming daily would affect my channel. If your channel is not exclusively a streaming channel, I wouldn't do it here. I would really stream on Twitch, to be honest with you. Joshua Hill says, Roberto, when are we going to get the top 10 niches video from you? I'm working on it. I have a plan for it and I have an outline for it. I want to check and see if we met our like goal on my other video that I teased that from. I think we met our like goal on it, but I'm gonna do that video. But first, I have to do my video first on how long it takes to get 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. I have to do that video first, and I think I have to do a video about monetization and how to get monetized faster and get 4,000 watch hours. So maybe in 2 weeks, maybe in 3 weeks. Clover Tack says, actually, Sorcerer says, Clover Tack, no follow up. This longer videos commonly have longer watch time, though. That's not necessarily true. That may be anecdotally true, but not always. Because if the viewer drops off early, it won't. And that's also click-through rate. A longer video has sometimes a lower click-through rate. So for those of you debating that in the comments, don't try to use a catch-all strategy. Really look at the viewer's intent. Look at the viewer's intent. It's about how click-through rate, it's not about click-through rate being more important, but I think it's the first place to start. It is, click-through rate is the most important metric. Let's be real. Okay. The most important metric is click-through rate because it starts the clock. It starts the clock, okay? But the goal is the most watch time you can get. If you can get a higher average view duration, it's typically going to mean that that higher click-through rate in combination with a higher average view duration gets you the maximum amount of watch time. And this is why so many of you struggle to get to 4,000 hours of watch time in YouTube, is because you're not thinking of it holistically. You're not thinking about how does all of this stuff work together. How does all of it work together? And that's why you guys are also struggling, is you're not looking at these traffic sources and not saying you need a plan for all of it and you need to make all of it work together, and that you're looking at your individual videos, which you should, but you need to look at how they work together. It was all 15 of my videos working together this month. All 15 of my videos worked together this month to produce the results that I have. I want you to think about that. All 15 of the videos I did in this month work together to produce the results that I have. All the videos that I've done over time worked together to produce the results of the lifetime of my channel. That's what people don't think about. So that matters. All of this stuff is a matter of that cumulative effort of all of the efforts that you make on your channel working together to produce your results. And so, yes, the priority goes to getting the damn click. Get the damn click. Get the click-through rates up. Yes. But if they click on it and then they leave, it doesn't produce watch time. It doesn't produce a good average view duration. An average view duration means that you're having a quality experience with your viewers. Your viewers are getting quality videos. Okay, so you can't just clickbait them. You have to deliver and get a good average view duration. And then that's going to get the end result that YouTube cares about, which is more watch time. It wants that watch time. And so it'll promote videos that get better watch time, that get more watch time. And to get that, you do need to have a good average view duration to get there. But you can't get a good average view duration if nobody's clicking on your videos. So yes, click-through rate, average view duration, not even just the percentage, the duration, and then the raw watch time. The clock matters. So you have to get the click to start the clock, and then when they clock out matters. Okay, so it all adds up. It's really math. It's math. Algorithms are entirely mathematical. They're not fluffy. They don't care about your damn feelings. Sorry, I'm being harsh. I know. And I don't usually curse, but like, you're getting me riled up. So this is what really matters. This is what really counts. King S. Smith says, where do I sign up for coaching? Link is in the description down below, but you can also go to awesomecreatoracademy.com, and that's where we have the coaching. And like I said, this stream is not about like selling you coaching, but there are a lot of you asking for it, and I understand why, because like this is hard to do by yourself, to be honest with you. I had to learn all of this the hard way. And a lot of your newer successful YouTubers, to be honest with you, a lot of you don't know that they have coaches, they have help. I have channels that I've worked with that have over 1 million subscribers. My biggest client has 6 million subscribers, because there's still gaps in people's business, believe it or not. And a big part of it sometimes is people get stuck, or they don't have good time management, because like this is hard to do time management wise, Or they don't realize that literally one piece of gear in your setup could mean that it takes 5 less hours to do a video. I swear to God, that is the most stupid thing that no one talks about, is that literally just changing one part of your setup can improve your workflow and give you 5 hours of your life back for every video that you're making. And that's something that no one talks about, and it's important because most people like work a 9-to-5 job and do YouTube when they're starting. So like I said, if you guys want to do coaching or anything, it's awesomecreatoracademy.com, and I link to it down below, and that's how you can work with me. I recommend the group program, or you can do one-on-one coaching with me. But I recommend the group because then you get feedback, and we do stuff every week together. And so if you sign up for the monthly, you can cancel anytime, or you could sign up for the year and it's cheaper. But I want you to think about, even if you don't work with me, you should think about joining like the Discord group, or you should join some YouTube, Facebook groups, not the sub for sub BS, but like you should find other creators to talk to that you can share data with, because if YouTubers share data, then YouTubers grow. If YouTubers look at their data and learn to read their data, they will grow. If people can learn how this works, they will grow. If they share data, you'll know what is happening, and you can put it into perspective, and you can ask other people questions, okay? It's kind of like how in the US we have a lot of people that are realizing that because a lot of people won't talk about, and most people don't share like salary information, which is fine. That's sensitive, and not everyone has to share how much money they make or anything like that. But I'm like, a lot of you, because you can see my ad revenue, you ask really important and intelligent questions, because since you can see this, you can ask, well, why is that happening? And then if you know that, you can ask that. And because I'll tell you, then you can realize whether or not you can do anything about it, or whether it affects you, or whether it matters. But if you don't know any better, you can't do any better. And you can't know any better if you're going it alone and you don't have anybody to talk to about it. Because like you can't ask your parents and your cousins or your coworkers about like YouTube stuff, because they're not in the YouTube community. But if you can ask other content creators, you can learn from their experiences, and you can see why you're having different experiences or different results. Part of why Mr. Beast got where he is because he talked to other content creators, and he built a mastermind group with his friends. So yeah, my website is awesomecreatoracademy.com for coaching and stuff like that, if you guys want to check that out. So yeah, no problem, King S. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Lewis Frags, I already answered whether or not it makes sense to post your videos externally. Build a strategy for it. Oh, excuse me. Unboxing review with Kate says, lots of answers to questions I'm seeing here. Have videos all about the questions. Definitely check out and research some videos that already have your answer. Yes, thank you for that, unbox and review with Kate. And yeah, I've made videos that answer certain specific questions. I'm trying to answer as many as I can in this stream. At some point, I think I might go back, or I might ask a friend to go and help timestamp this live stream. And we're going to try and timestamp my live streams in the future because there are specific parts and nuggets that are extremely helpful with that. If your analytics show that viewers are finding you from a specific keyword, should you create a series with titles that include that keyword, or do related keywords count? Yes, they do. And that's actually, thank you for bringing that up. Because if I go to that data and I show you guys, I show you guys that. So if we look at my traffic sources, we can see playlist matter too, by the way. Playlist can be very powerful. So playlists matter too. So keywords. Look at this. Passive income. Roberto Blake, my name. Passive income ideas. TikTok banned in America because that's just timely. Twitter hack because I covered that because of news. 128,000 of my views came from search. Now we know that based on my CPM rates, that's worth some money. That's worth good money. So search can't be ignored, right? So those views, valuable. You'll notice that a lot of my videos that make the most money are videos that have to do with passive income and marketing. And looking at this, even though this is an old video, I still get a lot of views on what is clickbait, and it's a short video, so that's a pretty decent percentage of what it, whatever. But the affiliate marketing videos do really well. Like, so these keywords and the make money online stuff, clearly, and then looking at, I still have people bringing up Fiverr. And Fiverr, those videos make a lot of money, and that has a very good view percentage. And I like talking about freelancing, gig economy. Freelancing, the gig economy is actually really, really important right now because of what's happening with jobs, and it's a big deal. I probably next week, to be honest with you, should drop a bunch of videos on freelancing. I'm looking at whether I'm following the stimulus stuff, because I only want to do the stimulus stuff because it'll be searched and because it matters to my community. Because here's the question I have my lawyer looking into for the stimulus. How are freelancers affected by the stimulus, and how are self-employed people like YouTubers affected by the stimulus? Can you get the stimulus check as a small YouTuber? Can you get the stimulus check as a freelancer? Like, that matters. And so I'm going to probably try to do a video on it, and it'll get searched, and it'll be newsworthy and timely. And it's the freelance niche. I am known in the freelance niche. So looking at your search terms, looking at not just how many views they got, but the average view duration for those search terms can be very powerful. And so, yes, I look at this and I do put these, if you'll notice, I put these in my headlines. This matters to me a lot. And so, yes, absolutely. I'm glad you asked that. And I do have a video planned about keyword research. I have a lot of videos planned for you guys. That's why I made so much content last month, and I'm going to make a lot of content this month. I'm going to try and hit another 10 or 15 videos this month, maybe more. It'd be nice to do 20 videos this month, to be honest with you. But yes, do look at your keywords, and then look at if people are searching for that. If you see these keyword traffic source words, you're becoming known for some of these things, unless it's a news thing like the TikTok ban. You're becoming known for these things. So if you're becoming known for these things, you should do more of them to build some of that search engine traffic. And so I'm known for and associated with some of this stuff. Clearly, people like my video editing laptop reviews from back in the day, so I should actually do an update since I'm buying a new video editing laptop. And so that would work. The nurse and nerd, I have no idea whether black marriages are good to cover. If you're doing a niche that's around relationships, then yeah, sure. I don't know. Do channel tags matter? Yes, but not in the way people think. They matter, but not in the way people think they do. You can't wait until I upload the video on the most profitable niches? Absolutely. How possible is it to manage two different channels? Like you said, you have a tech channel, but also you have to want to start a guitar cover channel. That depends on you. That depends on lifestyle. If you make it under the same account, then managing two channels is literally as simple as going to this thing and saying switch account. And then boom, you're managing another channel. It's the same as having a regular YouTube channel. It's clicking one button differently. Now, psychologically, people get hung up on making more than one channel, but it's literally only as difficult as you want it to be. Graham Stephan does 3 channels and does it very well. How come my monthly income is up by 71%? Actually, that's just my YouTube AdSense income is up by 71%. That's not my actual overall income because I make most of my money outside of my channel. But why is my monthly revenue up by 71%? Well, I uploaded 14 videos this month compared to 3 videos last month. I uploaded some very profitable videos, obviously. And I got more views because my views are up significantly. In fact, actually, I think the dashboard tells us, oh, wait, that's live count. Where's the dashboard? I'm not trying to go to use Social Blade. I'm trying to go to the damn regular Social Blade's being stupid. Hang on. Sorry, I'm literally waiting on YouTube to do its thing. It's so annoying. Hang on. YouTube dashboard. Sheesh. Okay, so let's look at this. My views are up by 115%. Watch time hours are up by 156%, and revenue is up by 71%. So why is the revenue up by 71%? Well, because all these other metrics are up by over 100%. Actually, I should make a video about this, and I should screenshot this for part of it. I literally doubled my channel growth. I literally doubled everything, aside from revenue. Like, pretty damn close, though. But, like, I literally did that in the last 28 days. So the reason that revenue is up is because everything else is up. And making more content will typically do something like that. I upload, actually, YouTube will tell you. More views because you published more videos. 16 videos published in July. So typically I'm in this range and I went here. So I worked harder, basically. I know people, a controversial opinion that it may be in 2020. Oh, working harder doesn't matter. Data. And yeah, that's to the individual. I'm not making a broad sweeping statement there. I'm just saying that like if you work on the right things, and I'm trying to help you identify the right things to work on, and you worked really hard on the right things, just like an athlete, just like a musician, just like a performer, things happen when you work on the right things in the right order, the right amount to do it in a healthy way. Athletes, performers, artists, musicians all work hard at their craft. No one gets better at their craft doing less of it. So I got majority of my views from people who were not subscribed. Subscriptions per 1,000 unsubscribed views were 38 people. So good ratio. And so I got 7.2K subscribers, almost 400, 500 for every new video published. More revenue from people seeing my videos. And so that's literally exactly what's in analytics, literally hiding nothing from you. There's like anything you guys wanted to ask about any of this, like I'm just showing it to you. So what are my thoughts on a very micro niche? If you're okay with the numbers, there's nothing wrong with doing a micro niche about something you like. Your daughters want to start a kids gaming and toys channel. Do you think it's okay? I think it's fine. I just think they shouldn't have any expectations. I think they should do it because it's fun. I think that they should do it because it's fun and because they're kids, and they shouldn't worry about blowing up or growing a bunch of subscribers or getting a lot of attention. I think they should do it because it's fun to do. Marcus wants to know, I just found out like Cats says my niche sucks. Like, I mean, it is what it is, my friend. What does my coaching entail? Let me show you guys, and then we'll go. Hang on. Let me share my screen real quick. Chrome tab, application window. Actually, if I do it by window, I can switch between tabs. So yeah, I can switch between analytics and I can switch between this. All right. So if you're wondering, those of you who've asked about coaching, one-on-one coaching is different, and I have that on my website, but this is my Awesome Creator Academy members group landing page. And basically we do live training events to help people build their brand and business online. It's not just YouTube content. It is all the stuff you need, because That's how I became successful, is doing more than being a YouTuber, right? So it's a bigger deal. It's about becoming a brand, building your brand. So on Tuesdays, we do 90-minute deep dive live training events, and we do those as webinar trainings, and you get the replays for those. So we do those every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the group. Then on Thursdays, we do another live Q&A video, which is live Q&A, and people actually come in on StreamYard and ask questions. People ask it in the chat, so we do a Q&A on Thursdays. So I'm one of the only coaches that does 2 live trainings every single week with my members, and we have an active community every day. And I have an assistant coach, Andy Rivera. She's amazing. So you actually have 2 coaches in this program, and we also are doing something new where every month we're bringing in a guest lecturer every month to do another another monthly live thing with us. And we do a live group coaching call once a month. You also get access to the private Facebook group. So you get feedback, constructive criticism, and support, and some accountability. And we also do highlights there. And then also you get exclusive downloads and resources. Plus we have over 30 hours. I need to update this. We have over 30 hours of live training. And so those are the benefits. And if you go to this page, awesomecreatoracademy.com/group, you get all the details. So I'm just going to drop that link for you in the live chat here. But this will give you all the details, and I have an FAQ section. So that's just a quick understanding, because some of you are asking about it, of what I offer with regard to group coaching. One-on-one coaching basically is whatever you need it to be. So, but I put a heavy focus on the one-on-one coaching on your, usually your 3 to 5 biggest specific problems is what we get to cover. So that's for anybody who wanted to know about that. Otto says the Ikigai Venn diagram video Roberto did is pretty useful for figuring out what to do for your niche. The only problem I had personally was that I wasn't totally passionate about the thing that I was great at. Yeah, Otto, that's a big deal. A lot of people aren't passionate about the things that they're great at, and a lot of people are not great at the things that they're passionate about. When you can find something that is right in between those, and it's something that someone somewhere has ever learned how to make money about, and it does something that other people need, that is literally perfect peak Ikigai, which is very hard to do. It's very hard to do, and a lot of people struggle with it, especially as content creators. They struggle with it about things in life. Kate says micro niches are great, less competitions. They are, and they're great to start with. It's great to start that way, but sometimes people are way too narrow for way too long. It's about sometimes expanding. One of the reasons Graham Stephan was successful is because he made videos that were about more than real estate. He made videos about his journey and how real estate changed his life, and let him, a college dropout, someone who didn't go to school, be a millionaire before 30. So story matters. Niche can be important, but story overrules all. It's why Gary Vee says you are your niche. It's why Sonny Lenarduzzi says you don't have to necessarily niche down. It's why my friends and I are talking about it. But I think that their niches are about focus to me, and they're not necessarily a permanent focus, and you can expand and build on them. But I think you have to combine your niche as a way of packaging content to a viewer based on what they care about, because what they care about isn't you yet. What someone cares about isn't you yet when you're new, and you have to respect that. And that's where I think niching is about the packaging of a video in its topic, its title, and its thumbnail, and who it's targeting. So I think that's a way to respect the viewer and say, you don't know me, but we both like this. And then, because we both like this, do you like me? And when I say that, I hope that makes sense. So that's how we do it. Can you do a video on how to negotiate brand deals? Actually, I did 2 videos in the past year specifically on everything you need to know about brand deals, and nobody watched them. Ruffled Rowlet, Pokemon YouTuber. Awesome. I love Pokemon. Says, I have a question. Something has changed with the algorithm. My videos die after 24 hours, even when I'm making videos that are normally bangers for me. There's something going on with the Pokemon community specifically, actually. Like a good friend of mine, who's also worked with me, so he's a client. And I'm not trying to put his personal information out there, but somebody that's a good friend of mine that is a huge Pokemon YouTuber, and also other Pokemon YouTubers I know personally, and some Pokemon streamers, actually a lot of these are clients now that I mention it. They're friends, but they also work with me. They told me straight up that there are some things happening with the Pokemon community's videos and some gaming channels too, because of the algorithm misclassifying them as for kids content without doing it 100%. So it's this weird gray area, and it's affecting their videos and their content. And so this is the problem with the machine learning stuff after CAPA. And there are certain niches that are being affected by it. So I'm not shocked that that's happening to your videos, Ruffled Rowlet, that are bangers. And I know that it's real because remember when I said earlier that you can see if YouTube's killing a video by going to impressions? Actually, let me go to videos and I'll show you. Let's go to, well, first of all, you can see what's happening with videos, and no one does this. Measuring your real-time analytics and looking at the last 60 minutes and looking at which videos and what their performance is in a hourly traffic pattern. I look at the hourly traffic pattern on videos in a way that no one else does, and I look at the daily traffic pattern on videos, and then I do calculations based on it. And the thing is, like, again, but I'm a nerd. I don't think, like, it's weird. Sometimes I don't think people actually even care about this because I'm just a nerd, and I was literally picked on and bullied in school literally because all I care about is like knowing things. All I care about is knowing things. I want to know everything. I don't know everything. I want to know everything. But I can figure out what's happening to a video and how YouTube is treating it by going to reach and by going to impressions and going since lifetime. And then I can see basically if YouTube is distributing a video anymore. And once it's not distributing a video or it's distributing less, then it's basically essentially been killed off. But if the click-through rate keeps rising on a video, the thing is the video can be revived at any given time. And so we measure this over time. So if you go to reach in a specific video and you go to impressions and you also look at that and look at click-through rates, you can actually see whether a video has been killed off or not, or whether a video's initial lifespan is short. And that's another thing. And you can also look at views over time, but I wouldn't just look at views over time because views over time per day could be misleading. This video is by no means dead because this video is it's almost 2 months old. And this video is still getting 500 views per day. And this is a evergreen video because it's about passive income. Anything could happen with one of my videos or another video in the niche that makes this video suggested. If this video goes suggested, this video will go back to getting 1,000 to 2,000 videos a day and views a day and will spike again. And then it could end up having that cycle happen more than one time. That's why looking at videos in the first 30 days alone is misleading, because my best viewed video that has over 1 million views got most of it 6 months after I uploaded it because it was an evergreen video. Now, not everyone makes evergreen videos, I know that, but you really want to go to this reach tab under a specific video, look at the impressions, and then you want to measure this. And then you also want to look at your other videos and figure out if similar videos have a normal pattern of impressions and views and click-through rate. You want to measure and compare those individual videos to each other. And when you do that, you'll be able to identify whether or not a video has been killed. I've used this to see that sometimes restricted mode kills off a video for some of my clients. And so this is how we've been able to identify it, is by looking at distribution via impressions and what's also normal against a similar video that we can look at the lifespan of by looking at its upload since lifetime instead of since published. And this is a way to use analytics that most people don't know about, and that's why I'm showing it to you. Because if you understand this, then you understand how to properly read what's happening to your videos and to your channel. Roy says, I said Shopify tutorials get high CPMs. What about WordPress tutorials and website Yes, they do. And a lot of it is because you'll get ads from very high paying companies based on that. Gardens of Blessings TV. Hey, Roberto, I just got my SEO up to 90 for the first time. Finally, I'm learning it, and it's slow turtle, but it's growing. Guys, in the live chat and in the comments, if you have wins, if you don't have questions, but you have wins, share your wins, just like Garden of Blessings TV. Share your wins and how you're crushing it and what changed for you, especially if it's related to anything we've talked about here on the channel. If you're crushing it right now and you don't have a question, but you're trying to learn still and you're absorbing this, drop your wins in the live chat and drop your wins in the comments so that people know that like stuff is working and that they can still grow in 2020. On a budget, it's definitely a lot of work, but you're so right. Patience. Yeah, patience and good content goes a long way. What is the best screen recording software? Screen recording is different than screen sharing. I really like StreamYard for doing live streams. For screen recording, I use Camtasia. I'm very happy with it. There's also some free ones. Microsoft actually has a new built-in screen recorder because of gaming and what it's doing there. So you actually have that in Windows. If you're in Mac, QuickTime is good. But if you want paid software that works on all platforms, Camtasia. Big fan of Camtasia. And it's affordable too. So Camtasia for the win. Clover, almost to 4K subscribers, but ad revenue is way up, and so is your search traffic. Awesome, Clover. Nice. Malevolent Elephant, not too long ago, had my 3rd million plus viewed video. Like, Malevolent, you're crushing it then. Like, you've been a part of the community for like 4 years now and have been on most of the live streams. I think you've been in every live stream, and you've been part of the community for like 3 or 4 years, and it doesn't shock me that you're crushing it. In fact, actually, we have some super chats. I don't want to ignore those. I just missed them. Excel on Fire, thank you for the $8 super chat. If I watch a 3-hour video in 6 chunks, does the creator get data showing I found value, or does he see 5 views and average view duration of 30 minutes? I have to verify that with YouTube. I don't want to give an answer on that one. I have to verify that with YouTube about how replay works with regard to that in a long stream video. I have to ask them about that specifically. Malevolent Elephant dropped a $49 super chat for the tip jaw. I appreciate you, man. I really do. Zuzu Lily Sarah says, here's a win. I posted a video yesterday and the SEO score is 100. Nice. Nice. Good going. Good for you. Yeah. So yeah, I have to look into that question for you. Excel on Fire. I'm going to add that question to my notes, and I'm going to ask YouTube directly. Marcus says, all the help on selecting a niche was amazing. Already have 35 video ideas for personal finance channel. Great win. Marcus, you're going to kill it with that. That's amazing. Raphael asks, Roberto, does your training work on Brazilian Portuguese language-based channels? Brazil and Portuguese is actually blowing up in YouTube right now. My friend Izzy Nobry has 2 channels like that that are crushing it right now. He didn't do training with me, but he learned a lot from being in this community and by talking to the creators in our community. Thank you, Awesome Squad, for always being awesome, by the way, and helping each other out. That's the great thing about our community. Our community helps each other, and not in the BS sub for sub help each other. I'm talking about answering questions, looking at data, helping each other with thumbnails, actually helping each other work harder, smarter, and do better. As for whether it works, the thing is, the only difference with your channel language and the culture of the channel is the audience itself. But making better videos and having better strategies works regardless of who you are. You just have to apply it differently based on the culture and the language. But the reality is, making a video in a way where you don't lose people in the first 30 seconds works no matter what your channel is. Like, and I want to bring that up because a lot of people are like, Roberto, I'm a gamer, or Roberto, I have this problem, or Roberto, I'm in this niche. Making a good opening entrance to a video in the first 10 seconds, first 30 seconds of the video, first minute of the video, regardless of what the hell your niche is, formulating, structuring, and scripting that first 10 seconds of the video, no matter what niche you are, is important and matters. making thumbnails that people who don't know you will actually click on as a stranger matters no matter what niche you're in. I don't care if you're a gamer. I don't care if you're a storytime YouTuber. I don't care if you're a vlogger. I don't care if you're a beauty guru. It doesn't matter what niche you're in. It doesn't matter what your content is. It doesn't even matter what language it is. If you cannot get the click, you can't get a view. If you can't get a view, you can't get a subscriber. If you can't get a view, you can't get someone to subscribe. You cannot get watch time. You can't do anything if you don't have a topic and title and thumbnail. That means that a stranger who has no idea who you are and doesn't care about you yet, someone who's a perfect stranger to you, if you can't get a click on a video to begin with, nothing happens and nothing matters. And it doesn't matter what channel it doesn't matter what content you make, doesn't matter how good it is if you can't get the click. Then once you get the click, if you can't get them to watch 10, 20, 30 seconds and be okay with giving you a chance to get the other 5 minutes of watch time, nothing else matters. So if we focus on how can you write better titles, that doesn't matter what channel you are. You need to figure out how to write better channels for your audience or your desired audience. If you have picked a topic where it's going to be very hard to compete, there's a lot of other things we have to do to make you competitive in that topic. Especially if you don't have the resources to compete with people who have been established in that topic. So that's important. Thumbnails. Thumbnails have to get attention. You have to stop someone scrolling in their phone. The exceptions to the rule of people who make crappy thumbnails are exceptions and they are not the rule. So it's not an excuse for you not to try harder at thumbnails. So we have to fix that problem. Okay. We have to look at opportunities for you to take advantage of timing in your niche and what's happening in the world or what's happening in your industry or what's even happening in your life. We have to look at timing, but then we also have to look at your time management and how long it takes you to make a video. Training you to be able to make a video faster, training you to be able to plan your videos in advance, training you how to look for videos that allow you to even predict the future and jump on a trend is always going to matter no matter who you are, what you do. So when I try to teach people YouTube, whether it's the free videos here on my channel or whether it's the training that we do in Awesome Creator Academy as a group, or when I work with somebody one-on-one, I'm trying to help you address the micro and macro issues that determine the success of a YouTube channel and the success of content and the success of building your brand. Because a lot of you are just reducing it down to getting views and getting subscribers and hitting those goals. I've already showed you with these high CPM rate videos that views aren't everything. And that frankly, to be a successful YouTuber, you have to be a financially successful YouTuber to be able to keep investing in your channel and to be able to put more time into it, because you cannot put time into it if it doesn't make money, because then you're doing it at the expense of your family. So like, and most of you, you know this, it's like not everyone gets to be like an 18-year-old kid that starts YouTube at the peak of their life with no responsibilities and then make it. You know, that's just not everybody's story, right? That's not most of the people here. Most of you are not 18. Most of you have real lives. So like, you can't just throw everything into YouTube and just do everything to go viral and go for it the way that someone between the ages of 18 and 24 could do theoretically. And not everyone who's 18 to 24 has a perfect enough life where their parents take care of them to where they can go all in on YouTube. So when I talk about like, how do we grow a YouTube channel successfully? We have to address how we reach viewers in the first place and get them to click on our videos. Then we have to improve the viewer experience in the beginning of a video to get them to stay on a video and not be a fast drop off. Then we have to look at how we can keep climbing minute by minute of increasing our average view duration, because we looked at it and we found that the YouTube algorithm is this funnel where we have to get a higher average view duration to get more watch time minutes, because that's the goal. The bottom of the funnel is the goal for YouTube. This is the entire algorithm. Everything in the clock starts when you click. The only reason click-through rate matters is because it starts the clock. Once the clock starts, that average view duration adds up to how many clicks times the amount of time people watched is the total amount of watch time, which is YouTube's goal, which is why it's at the bottom of the funnel. Whatever's at the bottom of the funnel is what is trying to be achieved. This tells you YouTube's entire algorithm right here. This is it. Mr. Beast himself told me that all he focuses on is click-through rate, average view duration and retention, and then getting repeat viewers so that he can accumulate more views and watch time. And that's it. And that's all he focuses on. And that's what his spreadsheets are. And he told us that at Vid Summit. He told us that Vid Summit in his masterclass at Vid Summit, which you can like find. You can buy the replays of that over on their website. I'm not sure if I linked it in the description, but it's a really good class. But I just told you that without you even having to be there. I just told you how it works. And that's coming from Mr. Beast even. So but it's something us YouTube educators have been saying for the last 5 years, but we have the data to back it up. But again, no one listens to us because we don't have 10 million subscribers or whatever, even though our clients do, but whatever. So when I talk about this, I'm talking about the things we have to do to get this data to work, to make these things work, and to the best of our ability, because even if you know this, the hard part is executing it. And the hard part is executing it knowing that you only have so many hours in the day, because most of you work 9 to 5 jobs. So I make the most realistic training I can around the idea that I assume that everybody coming to me, even if I assume that everyone coming to me has either a full-time job, a family, or is a student and cannot do YouTube 40 hours a week. I assume everybody who comes to me, that's most of them. I assume that that's 90% of people who come to me, or at least 80% of people who come to me. So I make everything I am about, how can you realistically, with the time and resources and money that you have, improve your craft to get better results, and what would that look like? And then we use that to produce data, and then we measure that data, and then we look for ways to either incrementally improve, or we look for what did the most for us. What did we do? What of our effort had the best payoff? And we use analytics and we use real-time data and monitoring to do that. And then what my goal becomes for people is trying to increase the amount of views they get on the channel as a whole, not on individual videos, because the channel as a whole's performance is what adds up to all the other results of subscribers and ad revenue and watch hours and all of it. So it's about everything you do working together. Your videos have to work together. Everything on the channel has to work together as an ecosystem to produce your results. And so that's what I teach, is how we can do that. And a lot of the foundation of that is, what if you can make your videos faster? What if you can get the process for making your videos down faster? What if you could make better thumbnails more easily? What if you know how to read your analytics properly? What if you can identify the specific videos that earned you the most money, got you the most subscribers? In fact, actually, in advanced mode, we can literally look at, where is it? We can look at subscription source in advanced mode, go to YouTube watch page, and we can identify, and I like to do this for a 90-day period, honestly. We can identify videos that in the last 90 days produced the most individual subscribers for us. And then we could, if we said our goal was we wanted more subscribers, well, we would make videos that got us more subscribers if that's our goal. So if we look at what videos got us the most subscribers, we would make that our goal. If we wanted to look at the videos that had, let's go away from subscriber source. Let's go to, I think we can go to revenue. If we go to revenue and we look at our top earning videos, if we wanted to make more money, we would look at our videos that have the highest CPM rates. And we would highlight the videos that have the highest CPM rates, and we would say, okay, I make more content like that if our goal was to make more money, because it means even if they don't get as many views, the videos that have the highest CPM rates will be more valuable for every view they get. So if our goal was we wanted to get more money, we would make the videos on the topics that have the highest CPM rate if that was our goal. If we wanted to get more views, we would look at the videos that obviously got the most views, and we'd make more of that. But we have to be able to understand what creates that situation. Why does that happen? We have to not just look at that, we have to look at why it happens, and then we have to build our skills around it. We have to do that. So that's how I look at this. I look at this as far as what's someone's goal, because not everyone has the same goal. Some people are doing fine on subscriber counts, but they want to either get more views, or they want to, because they might want more views so they can negotiate better brand deals. So that might be a different goal. Or they might be getting views, but they're not getting monetized as much. And so they're working hard and they're getting views, and they don't want to rely on whether they can get brand deals. So they want to diversify. So sometimes it's not even about the YouTube stuff. It's about, well, how much money can I make in affiliate or something like that? So a lot of people will look at, well, like, how can they increase their income and their revenue by expanding their business, their brand, beyond what they can do with YouTube AdSense and even YouTube. And now it's important for people to also diversify their platforms and look at how they can diversify those platforms so that, like, if something happens, they're not dead in the water and they've lost access to the relationship with their audience because they either broke a minor rule or the rules changed on them, or regulations changed, like what happened with COPPA or with TikTok or any of that. So there's all these things. I mean, I always am honest with you guys about the straight up fact that I make a lot of my money outside of YouTube. I know that everyone's looking at this AdSense revenue CPM rate, and that's great. But in affiliate marketing recurring money, I do a lot better with just Tubebuddy. I've shown you guys this dashboard before. Affiliate revenue on just one of my affiliates does really well when it comes to Tubebuddy. I've shown you guys this in videos before. And so in the last 4 years of being an affiliate with Tubebuddy, that's almost $250,000. And again, $6,000 plus in recurring revenue because of sales. And so that's monthly. Whether I do YouTube videos or not, this would still happen because of the signups. So there are other programs out there, and I did a top 10 video. Like, again, most of you probably didn't watch my video on the 10 best affiliate programs that you can join. Like, I did a video specifically to show you guys how to do this, to how to make money regardless of how big your YouTube channel is. I did the top 10 best affiliate marketing programs and how much they pay. Okay. You'll notice more people watched the YouTube monetization video, how to grow, how to get subs, the monetization rules. You'll notice what people decide to watch, but a lot of you can make money selling t-shirts, but people didn't watch the video. I broke down my income streams and how I make real money and my averages and how much these things pay me. A lot of people didn't watch that video, and it gives the full transparent details of literally why I make most of that money, not on these ads, I make most of that money by doing diversified revenue streams, and I show the real numbers. And then I told you exactly how I'm doing it and how I plan to probably double that number next year. Like, I plan to double that number next year, and I showed you what I'm looking at that's going to make that possible. But again, and I even showed you guys things you could do that like cost no money, really, $100 to start. But notice that everyone wants views and wants subs, and they think that views and subs will get them YouTube money. And again, I did all right for myself in YouTube money, but a lot of you have said in the comments that you're getting more views than me and you're not even making half the money. So again, I want to remind you that being a successful YouTuber is more than views, and it's more than AdSense. It's about being financially stable as a content creator. And it takes a lot more than people think. And whenever I do everything I can, I'm doing everything I can to tell you guys the details of that and to tell you the truth about that. But all anyone wants to know is how to go viral and how to get more views and get more subscribers. And it's so frustrating sometimes to go out of my way to literally be as transparent as possible, tell you everything possible, and then everyone acts like it's a secret that's being kept from them. And it's not that a secret's being kept from people. The secret of success is boring and dry AF, and that's why nobody's successful. Because being successful is not sexy, it's not glamorous. That happens to a handful of people if you decide to be douche bros like the Pauls, okay? But even they worked really hard, to be honest with you. You know, even if I find them unsavory, they worked really hard, and I'll never take their work ethic away from them. Or the fact that they were very clever in hacking the algorithm for their time, or that they learned how to appeal to a young audience. I am capable of complimenting people that I disagree with. Credit where credit's due. But for the far majority of us mere mortals, being successful is unsexy, It's hard. It requires sacrifices. It requires strategy. It requires structure. It requires the amount of right emotional support in our lives from people. It requires sometimes having a helping hand. And it also requires a way to simplify certain aspects of our life that can allow us to push harder in other areas too. And no one who's truly successful hides that fact at all. But telling you actually, literally, how to do it is dry and boring AF. And nobody wants to sit through it. And nobody wants to lecture. Everyone wants a magic bullet. Everyone wants to take the steroid. Everyone wants to win the lottery. Nobody wants to hear how to literally do the math. And that's just the way it is. And I know I sound like I'm griping or I'm unhappy about, like, I love this stuff. I love this stuff. I just don't think that people respect that there's a realistic common sense way to get it done. And I don't think that people want to do the work sometimes. I think that people want the results and people don't want to necessarily do the very difficult things that it takes. They'd rather get lucky. So the narrative has become that it is luck. And the narrative has become that it's luck because that's a lot more, that's a lot happier, I guess, for people to, I guess that's a lot more comfortable for people to believe than to believe that it actually is a matter of compound interest. All right, so enough with that rant. Roberto, I just did a haul and try on video and the only one with less than 100 views. Comments like them though. How to know what went wrong? SEO was 85 out of 95. So I don't think this was SEO because that video is not an SEO video. And it's possible that it was timing. So I think that people underestimate that the timing of a video is released relative to what is happening in the lives of the people watching could be an issue. I had a video a couple of months back that tanked because I released a video that was about buying a certain camera setup that was outside the budget of a lot of my audience at a time when a lot of people, because of the pandemic, were tight on money at the time. And people couldn't go to work. So the people who did watch that video enjoyed it, but a lot of people just didn't click on that video because it was a reminder to them that they're broke right now. Or they didn't want to be, or even if they weren't broke, they didn't want to be tempted to buy something. And so they didn't click on it. And I'm not saying 100% that that's what happened on your video, but I do want you to think about it and think about whether that's a possibility. And I know that there are other haul videos and other try-on videos that probably were successful in the niche or whatever, but I'm thinking for your specific viewers, there's a possibility that your specific viewers, some of them didn't watch it not because of you or even because of the content, but because of how they were feeling about money at the time. And I think that you have to really think about that a lot. Always think about where your viewer is mentally, emotionally, or even financially in terms of the timing with certain things with your content, because I swear to you, it does matter. I swear to you, it does matter. Julie says, I would absolutely love to join your YouTube course. Please create one. I do understand that you have a lot on your plate, but please make a course. You're an excellent teacher. Thank you. That makes me feel good. I do appreciate that. And again, I don't like to complain. I don't like to, it's just hard sometimes as a teacher, as an educator, to see people sometimes not get it or not realize that they have to work on the right things in the right order in order to see results. It's not enough to work hard. It's not enough to work hard, but hard work does matter. But you have to work at the right thing, and you have to work at the right things in the right order. And I just wish more people would say that. I just wish more people would say that because I think that's the truth. I know it was for me anyway. That was my experience. I don't know if anyone finds that relatable. Have you ever done something and or let me put it like this. Have you ever known exactly what to do, but it didn't make it any less hard or difficult or challenging to do, you knew that if I just do this and I nail it, everything is going to take care of itself. But yet it's still really hard to do that thing. And it's really hard to do it right or do it well, especially doing it right the first time. Have like you ever experienced that, like with sports or with your job or with like anything? Because like even with me, I know all this stuff, but I've never had the personality to be a top tier YouTuber. I'm an introvert. I don't have the energy like that. I don't like flexing or doing any of that stuff. And I'm also extremely frugal. I have anxiety about money. No matter how much of it I make, I always will have anxiety about money because I grew up without it. And that's like, I don't know how much therapy it's going to take. I will never get over that unless therapy has a massive breakthrough for me. I will always have money anxiety. It doesn't matter how much I make. I will always remember the hard times and it will always bother me. And I will always count every copper. And I shouldn't say always. That's really negative. Like therapy might help. Therapy might eventually work. But I just don't I think that more people need to be honest about what hard work does and doesn't accomplish. And that a big part of it is you could know everything and still not be able to do everything. And I don't think anybody says that to you, that you could know everything, but that doesn't mean you can do everything. And even if you can do everything, that doesn't mean you can do it well, do it right, or do it at the right time. And that's okay. And that's okay. It's okay for something to flop or to tank, and it's okay that your best wasn't enough sometimes to get the result that you want, because you always could just take another shot, right? So like I don't know if it helps to hear that, but I would imagine that if it were me, it would help for someone that's in a position that I might want to be in one day to actually say that, because it's the truth. So I don't know. But Zuzu has a question. My first ever video was 11 years ago and has 800 something views, but it's not great sound quality, so I get it. But most popular video has 1.8K views, and I posted about a year ago. Okay, so it depends on the videos, but like audio quality, I take seriously even over video quality. That's why this microphone setup and the audio setup I came up with is almost as expensive as the camera setup. In fact, I could actually just be on a cheap webcam right now, but not a cheap microphone. Like to be very real with you, you can get away with a cheap camera. I recommend putting your money into audio. Marilyn wants to know, what did Mr. Beast focus on? Mr. Beast focused on click-through rates, higher average view duration, and getting repeat video views, getting people to watch more videos on his channel. And Mr. Beast has a strategy a lot of you don't think about. Mr. Beast makes entertainment channel content, but it's evergreen content. It doesn't matter when you watch a Mr. Beast video. It's a good time and it's relevant, and it's like there's no expiration date on any of his let me rephrase that. On his recent content and the way that over the last 2 or 3 years he's been making content, there's no expiration date on watching it and it being irrelevant. Like he just makes stuff that would be good to watch anytime without having to be an education channel. He's figured it out for the entertainment side, and that's important. Unbox review with Kate. Roberto Blake, I asked this advice from every helpful YouTube content creator. Which free video editing software for Windows would you suggest for beginners? Okay, so for beginners, like there's a couple of, I want to remember the name of this one. I think it's VDSC. Like what is VSDC is free, and the learning curve on it isn't bad. But there's a lot of tutorials for because I want to tell you this, like, you know, I want to okay, so DaVinci Resolve is the best free video editor there is. DaVinci Resolve is the best free video editor that there is on the market, but that doesn't make it beginner friendly. That's how I want to say this. Now, VSDC is, I think, a little bit more beginner friendly, but it's also free, but it does not have nearly as many good features and as clean of an interface as DaVinci Resolve, but it's not bad at all in any way, shape, or form. The simplest video editor that is free, and I know some jackhole is going to call me an Adobe shill and an Adobe apologist, but like Adobe Rush is probably the best beginner-friendly video editor for Windows, and it is free / freemium, but everything you actually need to make your videos and make them fast and make them well, it's better than iMovie if you're a Windows content creator. If you're a Windows-based content creator, it's better than iMovie. And if you're an Android-based content creator, so Adobe Rush. If you are on a mobile device, Video Leap is good, and so is KineMaster. I think that's how it's pronounced. KineMaster versus KineMaster. KineMaster with a K. So those are your free tools that are various levels of beginner friendly. Most beginner friendly is Adobe Rush, but limited features, and it's freemium and easiest to learn. Middle of the road, probably VSDC, and then best free video editor, DaVinci Resolve. Best Windows video editor, Adobe Premiere Pro, but it's not free. It's part of the Adobe Creative Cloud. And so that's the truth about video editors, in my opinion, in my experience. So I hope that question helps you and helps a lot of people in the chat. I'm going to actually do some more videos, by the way, about video editing. I'm going to try more. I'm going to do more video because you guys like those apparently, even on my channel. If we look at my channel and we literally look at viewed by most popular, this is actually a good exercise. And I've done this before with you guys, but like you want to know what content to make, you can sort by your own most popular views. Whenever I've done live channel advice with other YouTubers here, I've always come back to this and I always say, well, let's look at your top 20 videos and let's see what happened there. A lot of people think that's only my YouTube advice videos that have performed on this channel and got me where I am today. You'll notice my most viewed videos about passive income. And then we have 2 more videos before it's YouTube help stuff. And then we have a bunch more videos that are much more about video editing and software and laptops. I really could have just made an entire YouTube channel. I mean, my original stuff with YouTube was mostly about software tutorials. It was, I only got into doing YouTube related content. I didn't talk about how to grow on YouTube for a long time. Whenever I did YouTube related stuff, it was always software related because that's where I come from. I came from the world of, graphic design and video editing and photography. And I use all the Adobe apps and also marketing. I did that at a company. And so my most successful content, if you look, it's actually money, software, and hardware with some YouTube mixed in and career stuff. It's like camera lenses. I mean, I got a single thing on camera lenses, like with 100,000 views. So like look at your best performing videos and that will be a guide to tell you if you want to have successful videos, you could look at what was already successful and then look at the problem that it solves, look at the person that it helps, and then that will give you a path to what else you could make to keep growing. Because this is the content that grew the channel. Clearly, this is the content that grew the channel. And it mostly comes down to, I help people make things, I help people market themselves, and I help people to monetize it properly. And that's what my successful content has been. And that's where I've been putting my focus even lately, which is why I've been getting so many hits lately, is I went back to my roots. I went back to the roots of what people know me for, what I've helped people do, what people respect me for. Even if it's some of my older content, there's no reason not to revisit it for today. And so that's where I've been putting the effort lately, is I've been looking at how can I make more useful content that will also stand the test of time, and what are things that people came to me for, and why did those things work? And so revisiting those things matters. And so when I look at it, I mean, that's why I have almost 100 videos that have 100,000 views a piece. When I look and scroll through my best performing videos, I mean, it's a lot of videos. that have over 100,000 views. A lot of people will give me crap about the views I get on videos now, but like my videos work long term, not short term. And so that's the way I monitor it, and then I revisit it and I think about it. But also, to be frank with you, I also make videos that I just think I like that would have been useful and helpful to someone like me. And if that's 10,000 people like me, I'll take it. This video on creator burnout's a big issue, and I think it's important. And okay, more people wanted to know about YouTube monetization than talk about what we're going through as a community and why so many content creators are burning out and exhausted and feel, worthless and, the problem with validation, all of it. More people care about other things than where the community is emotionally right now. That's fine. But it's there if somebody needs it. And so, if you look at it, no matter how good you make a video, it comes down to what people care about and when they care about it. I mean, it's more important for people to learn how to make money online, probably in their day-to-day life, than whether or not the president just banned TikTok or not. But look at what people care about, right? Like, it's more important for people probably to start an online business and make a couple $100 right now with rampant unemployment, or do a side hustle and make some money. Probably more important to do anything else than worry about whether or not the president banned TikTok. And a lot of the comments on this video are trash, by the way, because it's people getting into politics when none of the video I really got into anything politics. 95% of the video is what happens to content creators who have a career on TikTok, what happens to the brands that are making money because they're using TikTok for their marketing, what does this mean for us as a community, why you should diversify, why you need to build an email list, why you need to move to YouTube and Twitch and Instagram, and what will there be in terms of new competitors, blah, 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 blah. But again, people care about what they care about. So people clicked on this literally to fight each other about the politics of it. I'm not even joking. But that's fine because I got paid either way. I joke, but like that's my silver lining, because the comments are that trash. The comments are that trash that I have to comfort myself with the fact that, well, I got a bunch of views and I made decent ad revenue on it. All right, I'll take the win. It's like, but I hate when I have to go to the comment section and it's trash comments, to be honest with you. So there's that. Marcus says, the affiliate program video was one of my best. Thank you. I actually believe that too. I did a lot of work for that video. Crimson Studios. Ryan, how's it going, buddy? Do you think that even someone small can do fairly well? Yes, but with the right strategy that doesn't focus on how small you are, but focuses on the power that your community has. There are small communities on YouTube that have a lot of power, and by that I mean in a lot of cases they have a lot of buying power, or they're a smaller community of people who are also themselves collectively influential. So a small but mighty community and fan base, and also a small group of people that are very loyal to you personally, is worth its weight in gold, honestly. So you can do very well if you're small, but the thing is you don't have to stay small either. That's the thing. Being small now isn't, you can be big later. Remember, I was small too at one point. And I didn't blow up overnight either. It's about the compound interest of going up the ladder and up the graph, my friend. So don't worry about being small. Where we start isn't about where we finish. You know, Mr. Beast, it took Mr. Beast longer to get his first 10,000 subscribers than it took me. Mr. Beast, I have a video about that coming up, actually. It took Mr. Beast longer to get 1,000 subscribers than it took me. And it took Mr. Beast longer to get 10,000 subscribers than it took me. It took Mr. Beast longer to get 100,000 subscribers than it took me. And look at where he is today with 40 million today. I just bought the limited edition shirt and hoodie. I will never be as big as Mr. Beast, but I got to where I am faster than he did in terms of getting to certain milestones. I got to those milestones faster than Mr. Beast, and probably with less videos, honestly, but he is infinitely bigger. The same thing for MKBHD. MKBHD, it took him longer to grow than it did me to get to the first couple of milestones, but he by far surpasses me. Where we start and is very little to do. I know people don't want to believe it. No one wants to believe that where we start doesn't dictate as much as where we finish. The journey is what matters. And I'm not saying where you start doesn't matter at all. You can start with an advantage and still lose. Now people say, oh, that's super rare, but it's not actually. It's not. It's not super rare. What makes people feel super rare is the fact that doing whatever it takes is super rare. It's not super rare in terms of it's not a result that can't be replicated, and it's not about how hard it is to replicate, it's that no one will do it. The fact that something is hard is the barrier to success. If you do something that is absurdly hard, then there's no competition. Think about the early videos Mr. Beast did to go viral. Basically, he had to torture himself. No one would do that, and that's why he won. So think about it. Doing what no one else will do, being the unreasonable man, being the unreasonable woman, going further beyond, pushing yourself harder, doing something differently, challenging yourself, quite literally doing a challenge that nobody has tried to take on, figuring out how to break a world record. That matters. That matters. If you try to do mediocre things or do things that are easy, there's infinite competition. Like, everybody does that. So, like, why would it matter? You know, why would that get attention when everyone does it, or anyone could do it? That's the biggest problem. Nick, how's it going? Thanks for all the great content, really helping me as a newbie. Thank you. That means the world to me. Star Killer, what's up? Just stop by to say hello, finishing up editing my video. Much love. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. So yeah, like I think that the biggest barrier to success is generic content, something that anyone could do. Stepping up matters. Stepping up is a very easy way to stand out. Audrey Ember, my co-host on the No Assembly Required podcast. Nop. What's up? What's up, Audrey? Yeah, I do a podcast on Thursdays at 8 p.m. with Audrey Ember and Red Romina. You should check us out sometime. It's called the No Assembly Required podcast. You can find it on YouTube at No Assembly Pod, and you can also find it in like Spotify, iTunes. And we don't talk about YouTubery stuff. We talk about weird stuff. We actually just goof around, and I play a little bit of a character of like the crazy version of myself. And I do voices and impressions. So again, we have fun on that. Don't take it super, super seriously, but we talk about weird stuff. We talk about like UFOs, and we talk about like movies, and it's just a lot of fun. It's a kind of a pop culture podcast. And it's dope. It's just a break from life that we needed. And so we do that every week because that's how we get to hang out while social distancing. But yeah, Pixel Lab is decent and easy to use. Yes, that's a good one too. I heard about that. Canva is good, but there are better options for thumbnails, at least to use on phone. Canva and Adobe Spark are great free / affordable options for a lot of you. I'm a Photoshop guy through and through, but yeah. 100% agree. You need to be able to make quality content, or you're hurting yourself. Spending money to make money, yes and no. Sometimes the best things are free, but also sometimes that can be a barrier too. Trying to do it cheap sometimes doesn't work. Quality investments long term. I make it a point to try to give you guys the best viewing experience possible. So nice set design, good lighting. I try to use diffused lighting. My spotlight's not diffused because I don't like using the umbrella sometimes, but whatever. Really good audio. I really obsess over really good audio. I've trashed so many videos because of the audio problems that I worked really hard on, but there was no salvaging the audio. So like audio matters probably the most in the viewer experience in a lot of ways, aside from personality, audio. Natural Beauty Within. Video started out with a 13% score on SEO, but I changed the thumbnail and got the SEO to 100, and now it's the best video with the most subs gained, highest watch time, and CT. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. How many people do what it takes to say, this is a good video, but I packaged it wrong, and I'm going to do the work, and I'm going to fix every other thing that's making it hard for people to even click this video and watch on it. So you did the work, you optimized it so more people could find it. You did the work to improve the thumbnail and get the CTR up because you knew it was a good video and it deserved to be watched. I'm so happy for you. So like Natural Beauty Within, Like, this is somebody who did it right. Like, this is someone who did it right. She had a video that started off with 13% SEO score on TubeBuddy. She did everything to re-rank the video and get the SEO to 100%, which you don't have to go that far, but like, she did that. And then she made the thumbnail better, and now it's her best video with the most subs gained and the best CTR and watch time of all of her videos. She took a video that she knew was good, but was packaged for failure, and turned it into gold for her channel. And I could not be more proud. So Natural Beauty Within, this is it, my friends. This is it. This is it, Chief. That's how you do it right. That's how you do it right. And that also is a good way to shout out TubeBuddy, our sponsor for the live stream. Tubebuddy.com/awesome. Link is down below. Use discount code Roberto's Buddy to get 20% off. But yeah, that's what's up. Natural Beauty Within, congrats on you. Good job on crushing it. I wonder if I have an applause button. I think I have an applause button. Hang on. I don't know if I have my sound effects. Well, that's just what it is. I have this Rodecaster, and I have to get the settings right for like sound effects and things like that. But no, that's really dope. Actually, maybe you guys can't hear it and I just can't hear it. Oh, that's right. I turned off a certain feature. That might have something to do with it. But yeah. Let's see. Clover Tack holding it down. Yeah, Clover Tack is one of my mods, holding it down, answering questions in the chat. Really appreciate you, brother. I gotta figure out something nice to do for my mods. And also for all the members and the Awesome Squad folks. Like, I gotta figure out some things for the channel members. I gotta figure out some things for my mods. Yeah. What am I streaming through? I'm streaming through StreamYard right now. I think that it's linked down below in the description if you guys want to check it out. That is an affiliate link. So yeah, I'm using StreamYard, and I think it's amazing. And it's actually really easy to use. It's probably one of the most user-friendly things. Advice for those who want spectacular thumbnails without using text. Actually, okay, let's talk about that. So even if I didn't use text, this affiliate marketing thumbnail would actually be really good, even with just the 10. Like, I felt I needed to do that, but that one didn't get a ton of views. So like, okay, let's not use that one as an example. This one, does uploading more? I went all out on that thumbnail. That came down to doing a photo shoot and facial expression and staging. If you're not going to use text, then you better get really good at graphic design and photography. If you are not going to use text to add context to your videos, get really good at graphic design and photography, and also get an Adobe stock photo account. And if you look, videos that I've been doing lately that perform really well, it's just me going ham on thumbnails. It's just me going ham. And again, it's a matter of experimenting to see what works, and your results may vary. Some of these I put a lot of effort into, and the results may vary, but you can literally see that I can get like 30,000 views on one video and then less than 10,000 on another. There's a lot of factors. Sometimes just people not wanting to watch 30 minutes is like a factor or whatever. So like, there's a lot that goes into getting the click. But getting that click, my God, like, I literally told people things that I took from millionaires that make me a lot of money, like habits that I learned from millionaires. Some of these people are people I actually even know personally. Nobody watched that, and I actually think I did a good thumbnail, but like, nobody watched it. I don't know. Like, whatever. It happens. But, other videos perform. TikTok, thumbnails without text, fine. If you're not going to have text, you need a really interesting expression on your face that draws people in. If it's your face, or if it's going to be a product, you got to like become a master photographer. And so it comes down to being really good at photos and staging, or finding the right stock photography. And you can see for yourself. I mean, I went ham on that thumbnail for the Twitter hack, and I got it out the day that it happened. It just didn't get the views. Or I got it out that night, rather. I got it out like midnight, but like it just didn't get the views. But I got a compliment from a YouTuber, a friend of mine who has like, I think he has like 2 million subscribers. He gets like 500,000 views and upload. And he was like, he personally complimented me and shouted me out on Twitter just for that thumbnail design on the Twitter hack thumbnail here. And he watched it. So I got 12K views, but one of them was from like a YouTuber with 2 million subscribers that complimented me on the video and on the thumbnail. We talk about quality over quantity sometimes, which I believe both matter sometimes equally. But we don't talk about quality over quantity when it comes to views too. Getting a lot of views is great, but just knowing sometimes that my views come from a bigger YouTuber. Like, hey, I may not have gotten all the views, but man, who watched my video? That actually matters. The people who watch your videos that write you a check for a brand deal. I know a YouTuber told me recently that they only got a couple of views on a video. They got like 1,200 views on a video, but one of them was a brand that wanted to hire them to do something, and they got $5,000 because that video was the decision maker for the brand. So like one video, 1,200 views, got this smaller channel $5,000 because one view was the right view. It was the right person watching the right video at the right time. And I think everyone underestimates how valuable that is. It's all about creating opportunities for yourself. It's all about that. And so that matters. Now, to be able to do these thumbnails, remember, I wasn't doing these thumbnails when I first started. Let's look at like my oldest stuff. Now, granted, I still had the advantage of being a graphic designer at some point. Like that matters because at some point I actually started trying to make thumbnails. So when I started in taking YouTube seriously, because back then, like literally in 4 years, I uploaded like 20 videos in 4 years. That's not called being a YouTuber. But in summer of 2013, this is actually probably literally in July or August of 2013. This is actually my 7-year anniversary, actually. This is my 7-year anniversary on YouTube of doing it seriously, of doing it like saying, oh, I'm going to actually make content every week. I started making these Photoshop tutorial videos and Adobe software videos. And you'll notice that I actually tried really hard at these thumbnails. Now, back then, and this is way back then, like when I was this is me being a small YouTuber. This is me back when I was a small YouTuber. Some of these videos got views, others didn't. But like even back then, I actually did try at my thumbnails. But I tried harder clearly at the design-based stuff and the software-based stuff. And the career videos, I just used my face or I used a frame in the video, which I think was a mistake. I didn't figure that out because, again, I wasn't thinking about YouTube as seriously back then. But I started, like, here's the first time I did any YouTube tips, and notice none of it's about growth. It was lighting, microphones, software, backdrops, how to monetize in terms of just the instructions for applying for it, and laptops. That is the first time I ever did YouTube advice. Then it was cameras. I did not grow my channel on YouTube advice. And then look at this. I did like a whole nother God knows how many videos before I ever did a YouTube advice video again. And then on the weekends, I started doing like movie reviews because I was bored, which now I do that kind of thing on Twitch now. But next time I did anything, it was about audio quality and video quality. I didn't do any YouTube tip stuff for like, besides that, for like over a year. Like, and then I did, like after like 3 years or 2 years, I did a tips video on growth. And then I never did a YouTube tips video again until I had like, that's a celebration thing of 12K subs. I didn't even, do any tips on that. I was just, oh, thank you for more subs, blah, blah, blah. Then I did a video on how to get sponsors. So like, even back then, if you look at my old YouTube thumbnails, eventually I started color coding with my Create Awesome t-shirts eventually. But I was also experimenting a lot, and I was just making daily content. I was making daily content for like 2.5 years. And so then I did that first YouTube tips video, and then I started doing them once a week. But I did like 5 or 6 other videos back then a week. So like I was doing 6 or 7 videos a week. And one of them was a YouTube tips video. And that's like, I did that for like 2.5 years. But a lot of it, software, Lightroom, InDesign, Photoshop, PC parts building for editing, another InDesign tutorial, Photoshop tutorial. Like, I mean, if you look, I started experimenting with black and white thumbnails when I was doing camera gear reviews. Yeah, I did a learning curve, and you can see there are times when I was experimenting and like I started making thumbnails, and I had to learn my own process and eventually how I felt thumbnails should be and could be. And you can see how my design style evolved, and it took years. It was an evolution. If we look at thumbnails, I'm working on a thumbnail masterclass, believe it or not. I had a several years evolution of thumbnails and thumbnail design. Like, it didn't even occur to me back then to look at pattern recognition and just make more of the style of thumbnails that worked. And I also got comfortable with my templates and my cutouts and didn't make the thumbnails unique enough, in my opinion. And that's a lesson even looking at my old stuff that I clearly apply now. I make my thumbnails unique enough now. I stage photo shoots for my thumbnails now. I do photo shoots almost once a week now. I literally do photo shoots for my thumbnails almost once a week. Nobody talks about that. That's a big deal. This is a bunch of archived live streams from when I did Periscope back in the day. God, I remember when Periscope was crushing it. But yeah, so now I make unique thumbnails. It took years. We literally are going through over 1,000 videos. It took years to evolve my current thumbnail strategy, and it matters. You can start to see the beginnings of it, but making unique thumbnails to the degree that I do it now and to the level of effort that I do it now, and not phoning it in, because I mean, I think these were good for the time, but like there's a point where I stepped up my thumbnails, and I made like 1,000 videos before I think I really became a thumbnail, like for what I would consider somebody who really makes top tier thumbnails. I think that I started to make really solid thumbnails 2 or 3 years ago, maybe. Out of the 7 years I've been on YouTube, maybe 2 years ago. Hell, maybe even just the last year. I'd argue maybe even just in the last year, because I think the thumbnails I've done in here's more software thumbnail to I think I just put more effort into thumbnails when it's software for some reason. I don't know. But I think just the last year is when I started making good thumbnails. Like, I think some of these are all right, but I think I really learned how to master thumbnails. I think I only did it in maybe the last year, to be honest with you. Some of these are good. Some of these are good regardless of how many views they got. But I think that maybe I'd say right around here, maybe right around here is when I got really, really good at thumbnails. Yeah. So like about maybe a year to the last 2 years is when I would say I got really good at thumbnails. And some of them were still hit or miss. But I would say that I got really good at thumbnails in the last 100, 200 videos. So maybe the last year or two is when I got good at thumbnails, in my opinion. And I think that most people, like you, I don't think you've ever seen the full evolution of somebody's channel this way that's done 1,000 videos. But literally, you can see the full evolution of the 1,000 videos that I've done over the last 7 years in its totality. And I think that seeing that evolution, even just seeing the evolution of the last few months of my thumbnails and the trial and error and the effort put in, I think makes a difference if you look at it. So yeah, so that just gives you an idea. So if you want to understand click-through rates and the roles that thumbnails and titles, by the way, I got better at titles too. That makes a big difference. It makes a huge difference. Now, for those of you who are not going to become thumbnail ninjas, you can buy the YouTube starter kit, and I'm making more thumbnails over there. We've got 80 thumbnails. We've got a lot of channel artwork, and we got live streaming graphics with the YouTube starter kit. You know, so, oh, thank you for all the compliments on the thumbnail, and thank you for the few, compliments on my looks. But Roberto, how can you make great thumbnail without any knowledge of photography? Do small YouTubers have a chance to succeed with no or limited knowledge or skills? I don't think in life, to be honest with you. Here's a thesis I have about life, Tiffany Vlogs, and thank you for this. And by the way, none of this is criticism when you say this. It's a fair question. I think in a world that is massively competitive, that no one has a fighting chance if they're not armed with knowledge and skills. I believe that. I look at the world of the 21st century, and this is my entire belief about everything, is I look at the 21st century, and if you do not have the skills and knowledge of the 21st century to be truly competitive, I don't know how people are going to survive. And I mean that. And that's why I teach, is I do not believe, because it's not about you being a small YouTuber. Small YouTubers, I know they're small. I was a small YouTuber who actually knew Photoshop and knew video editing. You know what I mean? And knew photography. I didn't always apply it correctly just because I had that knowledge either. You saw my thumbnails. I knew what to do and wasn't doing it half the time. And some of it's laziness, to be honest with you. Oh, I put all this effort into editing a video. I don't want to spend time on the thumbnail. Like, that happens. Like, and that was me. I'm saying I was lazy on thumbnails. Even looking back, I was lazy on thumbnails back in the day. Now I don't play around. But the thing I will say is, you can get knowledge of photography relatively easily over the next 30 days. You might have to not do something else, but you can acquire the knowledge of photography to improve your thumbnails in the next 30 days. You could take 30 minutes on Saturday and Sunday and do nothing but shoot photos and watch some tutorials, or you could take an hour on Saturday and Sunday, not do something else, watch tutorials, and then apply what you learn and do that for an hour or two on the weekend. And you can literally 500% improve what you could do before that weekend just by doing that. You can dramatically leapfrog going from novice to being competent in the basics of photography just by a weekend of practice. Just by a weekend of practice. Anybody can do it. I swear to you that looking at a tutorial, then pausing, picking up your camera, and then doing the exercise, if you do that for your entire weekend and decide to give up a weekend, by the end of a weekend, you will be 5 times better than before that weekend at photography. That's the truth. So anyone can come by the knowledge to be better at photography because it's technical. Talent just makes it easier, but it's technical. You can learn to do it and do it by the numbers. So you can do that. Graphic design, slightly more complicated, but you can improve just by finding better fonts and learning the basics of typography in a day, and then deciding to make, based on what you see, 5 typography lockups and put your face in a thumbnail and say, okay, this is the room for my face. This is the room for the type. Let me look at the best YouTube videos that have typography in them, and let me make some type blocks, and let me get some colors, and let me do that. And then, okay, I have 5 templates here that I can make for myself if you wanted to do it yourself. That's why I make templates for people in the YouTube starter kit. So like, you can either learn how to edit existing templates and make them your own, and you can learn that in a weekend. And that's why I have like a thumbnail masterclass that I'm doing that we're adding to the starter kit. That's why I made templates in the starter kit, and all of that's linked down below, by the way. But like, there are things, and there's free stuff out there too. But like, you can improve just by taking a weekend to practice nothing but one thing. You can improve something by taking a whole weekend and say, I'm just going to practice. And at the end of this weekend, I'm going to be better than when I started. I'm not walking away until I feel better about it. And you could just practice just like anything else. If you want to be better as an athlete, you'd practice and work out. If you want to be a better musician, you'd practice, you learn to read your sheet music, you learn to do it, you do it over and over and over again until it starts to not make your ears bleed. You just work at it. You just sharpen your skills. So like if you're a small YouTuber and you want a fighting chance and you want to be competitive, you shouldn't settle for having limited knowledge and skills. You should improve your knowledge and your skills. And the thing is, if you don't, some small YouTuber is going to do it and they're going to get the views and they will definitely deserve it because they will have worked hard to get it. Like, so, what you have in terms of skills and knowledge right now, if it's not cutting it, get more skills and get more knowledge and get better. And that's not a dig at anybody. I'm just telling you the truth about how it is that if you don't like your results, change your capacity. If you don't like what your work is producing, figure out how to work in a different way to produce a different outcome. Like, I mean, you realize how many times I figured out, oh crap, I'm lifting it wrong. Oh crap, why am I trying to force this thing in when I'm assembling a piece of furniture? Then I go, oh, I have to turn it differently. Why is this righty tighty, lefty loosey? Crap. Like, you realize that just trying to force something with effort, and this is why people don't like when I talk about hard work and about working smart, is that you literally have people that are frustrating themselves because they're not doing lefty loosey, righty tighty. But they're angry because they're putting all this force and all this muscle and all of their back into it. And it's like lefty loosey, righty tighty. You know? Or it's like, it's like, that's the wrong slot. Oh, this thing doesn't work and this is trash and I hate this company. It's like, it's not plugged in. Or it's like, that's the reset button, not the on button. Like, you'd be surprised how much just working on something for a weekend or working on something for 30 days as a challenge makes a difference. You realize there are things this week that I did not know how to do this week before I started doing them. And that's some household stuff I was working on. That's like some like stuff around the house. I'm like, oh, good to know. Like I was doing some little things, but like, I mean, just the other day I learned how a window that I figured something out and I felt so stupid. I was like, oh, that's why that window was stuck this entire time. You know, it's like, just like, you know, it's the little things. It's the little things. You'd be surprised how much those little things matter and how they add up and how they make a difference. CloverTack has it right. Yes, Tiffany, you can sometimes, but if you want to succeed, you got to put in the effort required to learn some more of the basics that are important. It's like I had to improve. And as for investing in better audio quality, yes, absolutely. I think in the description of this video, I'm going to double check. I think in the description of this video, all right, I didn't in the description of this video. I'm going to find a video where I have it and I'm going to get that to you guys. And I'm going to drop it in the description of, I'm going to drop it in the live chat for you guys here. So I put together a list on kit.co for budget YouTube gear, including audio gear that will improve your YouTube content. And so one, I'm going to update the details of this video to have that. So I just added that. And then I'm going to drop the link into the live chat for you for the budget YouTube kit, because that will help you in terms of YouTube film gear. And then I also am going to add the details for my YouTube gear, because some of you care about that. Like you want to know, well, what is Roberto using to get his thing to look or sound like this or whatever. So this is my film kit. Yeah, this is my film kit, and this has all of my audio, video, everything. So, yeah. Can I do 3 types of video all related to the same topic, or should I upload the best performing types of videos and open a new channel for those? If they are the same topic, you can do different types. Or if it's the same viewer psychology, the same type of viewer with the same goals and mentality and things, then yes. Tech Tip says, yes, you can with thumbnails as a success on YouTube. Pixel Lab is a very simple, which one? Yeah, Pixel Lab is getting a lot of recommendations. Maybe I'll do a video about it. I have to make sure I clear a certain date with some sponsors on which things I can do roundups on because of stupid things in contracts that you can't always get around it. But there are some roundups and top 10 videos that I'm going to definitely be doing, and Pixel Labs will probably make it into that. Let's see. How do you stage photo shoots for thumbnails? Okay, great question. I want to make a video about this, the way I make my YouTube thumbnails. Like, I want to make an advanced. I just need to figure out a way to get people to click on a video about thumbnails. Maybe I just need to clickbait it and put Mr. Beast in the thumbnail. And like, oh, Mr. Beast thumbnail secrets revealed. I'll probably do it, right? You guys will click on a video called Mr. Beast thumbnail. Well, you guys would click on a video that I upload in general because you guys are awesome squad and you're dope and you're awesome and I love you and you come through for me no matter what. But normies will watch a video, I guess, if I make it like Mr. Beast thumbnail secrets revealed. But how do you stage photo shoots for thumbnails? So first of all, I think about the title of the video before I even make the video. And so that makes thumbnails a lot easier. A lot of you are making thumbnails as an afterthought of a video. I actually sometimes even make the thumbnail before I make the video. So I think about the topic, I think about the title of the video, I think about who the viewer is, I think about what they want, and I actually do a photo shoot where sometimes I literally will do 100 poses, and I'll usually get like my brother to do my photos for me, right? So in my case, I have the benefit sometimes of a dedicated photographer who I trained myself. And I have the best camera gear in the world. So that also helps. The other thing, though, is if I can't get my brother to help me with my photo shoots or I can't get a friend to do it, then I use my remote and my timer and I do my poses and I stage the photos that way. And I take a bunch of them. And the good news is I either get to make these thumbnails for similar topics. Sometimes I take them and I don't like how they look and they don't come out, or I don't feel like they were right, or they don't work with the size and stuff like that. So I end up doing them over. And a lot of times I also just shoot thumbnails with facial expressions. So I have a variety of that just so that I have the facial expression that I would want. And so I do a lot of that. And so that's how I stage it. I'll probably do a dedicated video showing you my exact process. And I shoot my thumbnails knowing I'm going to use Photoshop. But also, I shoot sometimes, if I don't shoot against the bookcase, I shoot against the background that I put together in the basement. And so I have a blue background in the basement. I have 3-point lighting. I have everything. But that's an extreme. That's an extreme. VCG Construction, thank you for the $20 super chat. So many of your videos have helped us grow on YouTube. Just wanted to say thank you. Yeah, I'll probably check out your channel because I love anyone who does stuff in the trades. And I love people like Roger, the expert plumber in this community. He's blowing up right now. And I think that more people, especially right now, in a post-corona world, should look at trade skills. And so I'm glad that you guys' construction channel is doing well. Roberto, do you have any recommendations on how to build music around your videos for effects, suspense, emotion? Yes, I do. I hope you guys are looking at Epidemic Sounds because that's what I use. If you've noticed, like I actually use Epidemic for like the music in all of my stuff. And they even specifically have rebuilt their website and redone their website in a way that is all about you going to the genre of content that you make. So you can literally, hang on one second. So like you literally can just use Epidemic Sound, look at your niche or genre of YouTube content, excuse me, and you can go, oh, well, that's how my content is. And then you can find all kinds of dope music and you can just sample that. See, this is literally perfect. Like I absolutely like. I'll just throw that in downloads and just come back to it later. But like, yeah, that is exactly the type of track that works perfectly for my content. So I should add that to a playlist, or I just download it. I can sample this stuff and everything like that. There's a soundtrack here by my friend Swoop. This is probably good for dramatic. So if you were doing something dramatic or a little bit more, you know, of a moody or darker piece, boom, soundtrack by your girl. So like, it's by a different artist, but I'm saying she put together this playlist and everything like that in her partnership with Epidemic. So like, this is not just like a affiliate link plug for Epidemic. I'm dead serious about the simple fact that for a lot of you, if you just, oh, you guys said you can't hear it. Oh yeah, that's because I forgot I changed something on my settings here. Hang on. I changed something on my Stream Deck because I thought I might have people on the stream. Let me know if you hear this. Hang on. Can you hear this? Did you guys hear that music just now? So what I do is I like to sample music and I can pick different things just based on genre. So if you go to robertoblake.com/epidemic sound, I just linked it for you. And I'm going to also, I put it into the chat. I'm also going to put it into the details of this video for you guys. If you go there right now, you can get a free 30-day trial. It's an affiliate link, so I do get something from it. But like, you guys for 30 days can try out Epidemic Sound completely free. And if you feel like it's good for you for sourcing your audio, it's good not just for your music, but also for sound effects. So you can look at it by these genres. You can look at what's trending with other creators. Other creators also make playlists, and they make it really easy. So like ads, promos, gaming, fashion, cinematic, corporate, podcast, like music that's really good for podcast. Look at that. You got a perfect podcast intro right there. So like right there, you got a perfect, depending on your genre. So yeah, that's the Slinger. I also think they, that's actually pretty dope. And they have sound beds for you to put like in the background of your podcast. Like while you, like, so you have this stuff to go into the background while you're still podcasting. You could have ambient music going on in the background. So like there's all this stuff here based on whatever you need. And like I said, this isn't a sponsor plug or anything. Yeah, there's an affiliate link, but it really is just about the simple fact that they redid the website, and this is what I use, and this is why, because it makes it easy. And that's why the music has actually been pretty dope in my videos lately. But then it's also where I get my sound effects. So like, so yeah, so this is like where I get like my sound effects and stuff like that for videos. Oh, that's clever. So yeah, like that's why I think that this could be good for you. So you can get a 30-day free trial of Epidemic Sound. I'm adding it to the show notes here. And again, I'm going to just drop the link one more time in the chat for you guys in the live. So that's why I think you can do better sound design, because you can at least try it for 30 days and then you can play with it and you can learn. And if you like it, then good. If you don't, it was a free trial. So just try that. Now, what I've done is, and what I've found to be true is this: when I look at audience retention, I think about the audio experience, and a lot of people, here it is. So like when I go into an individual video, let's look at, oh, these are topped by watch time hours. Oh, sweet. Let's look at the how to get your first 1,000 subs video, right? So the average view duration of this was 7 minutes. 7 minutes. I want you to like think about that. This video did pretty well. Like 49% audience retention. Let's look at the graph here. Hang on. Let's see. Audience retention. 10 minutes into the video, I still had 40% of the audience watching. And in fact, I had over 30% watching until like the last minute and 30 seconds of the video. Okay. That's actually a pretty significant deal when it comes to audience retention, right? Now, here's what I will tell you. These audience retention and average view duration stats came down to not only how I decide to structure, edit, and paste my videos and the fact that I'm using the YouTube chapters feature, but it also has come down to timing and sound design, both in terms of mixing background music and also proper audio cues and effects for things like whenever I talk about money, a lot of times you guys know I use a cash register sound effect and things like that. And when I pop things up on the screen, I have a popping sound that I do whenever I pop something up on the screen. So sound design, you even notice my friend Nick Nimmin is doing, and like both of us, I think, are doing sound effects in like our live stream stuff now. I don't have mine activated on here because I think I formatted this card, and so I have to put my sound effects back on here. But the sound design can increase your average view duration and your retention rates, believe it or not. Sound design in terms of, yes, background music and sound effects and things like that, like Epidemic. But also think about the audio experience and think about, like, guys, isn't the audio the best it's ever been on the live stream now that I have this set up? Now that I have this set up, isn't the audio the best it's ever been? So, healthy on a budget. Thank you for the question. Can we have monetization on videos that use Epidemic Sound? Yes. All my videos that have Epidemic Sound music are also monetized. And you just whitelist your channel in the back end of Epidemic. So, yes, as long as you have an active subscription, you're fine. Once Epidemic Sound subscription is active, you're fine. But if you cancel, you won't be able to use it going forward. But your previous videos that you had when you were active will not be penalized. Thank you for bringing that up, XDG. Appreciate you. That's what Awesome Squad does. We like take care of each other. So yes, that is, I hope that answered your question. Healthy on a budget. CJ, what's up? Roberto, how's it going, man? CJ Knows Tech is one of the best success stories from this community, and he's somebody I've done coaching with. CJ, why don't you tell them about some of your big wins lately and everything? Because you're killing it, brother. You're doing so well. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for your success. And if you guys don't know, over on my vlog channel, which I need to upload some old stuff there, because my whole plan was to only make videos where I interact with other human beings for that channel, Real Talk with Roberto Blake. It's linked in the description. But like, my Real Talk with Roberto Blake channel was supposed to be me being a human in the world, interacting with people and talking to them about different problems and helping them. And then Corona, right? So I haven't been able to do that since social media marketing world. I still have some videos I can post that I did pre-Corona. I've just like not been motivated to do it, honestly. But I'm going to shift that channel and I'm going to use it to answer a lot of people's questions. I'm going to use it to do some videos about my own journey, personal finance stuff in terms of like how I stopped being broke, how I had bad credit and now I have a perfect credit score. You know, some things that I went through like as a kid with money and anxiety and all these, you know, and like why it matters to try really hard to become educated about money, just stuff like that. And some reaction videos to things I see on the internet that I think are interesting. But like my point is, I did a one-on-one with CJ from CJ Knows Tech on my Real Talk with Roberto Blake channel. And we talked about his YouTube journey and we talked about some of the things that we worked on together, and he's killing it right now. So like, I mean, CJ, you can hype yourself up. I mean, I don't have to sing your praises, but like CJ is killing it. He's killing it. If you have not checked out his tech channel and you're into that kind of thing, CJ Knows Tech, you can also check out my friend Devin with C Kid Tech. And for all of your camera needs, check out my boy Terry Warfield. These are three of my favorite creators, and they were all like very small channels just a year ago. Powerful gamer, help me, brother Roberto. I'm not getting impressions as well as views, even though I make great videos. If you're not getting views and you're not getting good average view duration and you're not getting impressions, you think you're making great videos. You're not making great videos. I am making good videos. I'm not making great videos. So you have to kind of check yourself and you have to look at yourself and say, am I really making great videos? What is a great video? And does the data reflect that the viewer's experience of my video says it's a great video? Are your viewers telling you every day how great your videos are? Because that's important. Is the average view duration on your videos reflecting that you have great videos and great content? Because every single one of us would like to believe that we make great content. Every single one of us wants to believe that we make great content, that we make these great videos that are deserving of an audience. But do we? I mean, and that sounds harsh, and I know it might feel unfair to people and like, well, how can you say that or something? But like, it's the truth. And so the thing is, if you look at your thumbnails and you look at the top performing thumbnails in your niche, and you know that your videos, thumbnails, do not stand up to the top performing thumbnails of the videos in your niche that rank, that get views, that whatever, then you're not making great thumbnails. And so you're not going to get clicks and you're not going to get views. If you're making videos and your average view duration and retention rates are rock bottom and people are clicking off the video, you're not making great videos. If people are not in your comments telling you how wonderful your video was and how much they enjoyed your videos, maybe you're not making great videos. I'm not saying you're making horrible, god-awful videos. Maybe your videos are just good. My videos are just good. And maybe your videos aren't good yet because you're a beginner, because you haven't made a lot of videos, because you haven't made your first 100 crappy videos. And it's okay to make 100 crappy videos. You know, Mr. Beast was in a live stream today. I hope he leaves his live stream up on his other channel. But if not, I need to go through it and then rewind to the first hour because I need to clip something he said. I need to get a screen capture of something Mr. Beast said in his live stream today because it's a quote that goes to a video I made with the exact title. Make 100 crappy videos like Mr. Beast and PewDiePie did. And the thing is, Mr. Beast himself said out loud today in his live stream, if you're a beginner, like you probably don't know how to make good videos yet. So just make 100 crappy videos like I did and keep trying to make every video better. And that's what Mr. Beast said. Mr. Beast didn't used to get views. Mr. Beast used to make videos that nobody watched for like years. For years. You realize it took Mr. Beast, I'm spoiling my own upcoming video on this. It took Mr. Beast 450 videos to get 10,000 subscribers, and a lot of you are crying, and you haven't even made 100 videos yet. He had to make 450 videos to get to 10,000 subscribers, and a lot of you are crying, and you haven't made 100 videos yet. You haven't learned how to make good thumbnails yet. You haven't learned how to make videos that will make people want to comment yet. You haven't learned how to edit properly because you haven't done it for you haven't done 100 hours of editing yet. How are you supposed to be good at editing? How do you make good videos with no life experience at making videos? How do you make good videos compared to people who literally have been making videos every day for years? How do you make good videos compared to them? And I say compared to them, not to make you compare yourself to them, but I want you to say you want what those people have and you have not done what those people have done. So that's on you. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that to be harsh or mean. I know sometimes small YouTubers take it personally, but let me be real with you. If you want what big YouTubers want and you haven't done what they've done, that's a you problem. If you want what someone has and you are not willing to do at least what they did to get it, it's not about what you deserve. It has nothing to do with that. I hate the word deserve because in 2020, I have come to despise moralistic language because it has nothing to do with facts. Moralistic language has nothing to do with facts. What we feel about our content, what we feel we deserve has nothing to do with what viewers want from us. What we feel about our content has nothing to do with doing what's in the interest of the viewer and has nothing to do with putting the viewer first. You wanting subscribers, you wanting views, you wanting ad revenue has nothing to do with how somebody wants to spend the next 5 or 10 minutes of their day. And I cannot stand that the community doesn't acknowledge that a lot of getting what you want would require you to care about what the viewer wants and to put the viewer first. What you want has to come because you gave people what they want. That's how it works. That's how it works. Whether that's an exchange of time, whether that's an exchange of money, whether that's an exchange of attention, whether that's an exchange of affection, acknowledgement, it has to come because you gave people what they wanted, needed, asked for first. That's how it works. If you're the one asking, mind you. If you're the one asking, like you want 5-10 minutes of my time, attention, you have to make content I care about. You know what that means? You got to make Star Wars content or you got to make videos to help me because I'm going to be buying my first house. I'm going to buy a house for my mom. So like you got to help me as a new home buyer. You got to help me enjoy my day as a Star Wars nerd. You got to help me be a better Twitch streamer. You have to do something I care about. You have to get me hyped about the Sony camera that I just ordered if you want my attention. But if you want to do like gameplay videos, you're not getting 15 minutes of my time. Like you're not. Like if you want to make videos about knitting, that's great. There's an audience for that. It's not going to be me, but that means I'm not your target viewer. So what I'm trying to tell all of you is to think about who your target viewer is. Think about what their needs, wants, and desires and habits are. Literally map out their entire, here's an exercise for all of you. Here's actually an exercise for you that we teach in business and in marketing and that I teach with my clients, all right? And this will help you as a YouTuber because what I do is I teach, it's funny. I teach YouTubers how to be successful YouTubers by teaching them the business principles of sales and marketing. And so what none of you probably have is you probably don't have viewer avatars. You don't have a viewer avatar. You think that you know who your target audience is, but you don't have a person that you've imagined to literally perfection to understand who your viewer is, or you don't have a person that you know in real life that you're making videos for. and that you are trying to serve, either in entertaining them or educating them or inspiring them, or all three, So here's the exercise I want all of you to do. I want all of you to get a piece of paper and a pencil and a paper, and you don't have to do this right now, but you have to do this weekend. But here's what you're going to do. Is you're going to get a piece of paper and a pencil or a notebook or whatever, and you're going to write who I serve at the top of that, and then you're going to put a line under it, and you're going to say, my perfect viewer avatar, And then I want you to give this person a name. Okay? And then I want you to write down this person's age. And then I want you to write down this person's goals in life. Like what do they want out of life? I want you to write down this person, your perfect viewer. I want you to write down the 3 TV shows you think your perfect viewer loves to talk to their friends about. I want you to write down this viewer avatar. I want you to write down what their day job is. Are they a student? Are they a homemaker? Are they a plumber? Are they electrician? Are they a graphic designer? Are they a photographer? What is their profession? What is their vocation? What is it they are doing at this stage in their life? They're 24, they're 19. What are they doing with their life right now? And what do they want to do with their life? And then I want you to think about and write down how much time that person probably spends on the internet or on YouTube. I want you to write that down. Okay. Then I want you to write down what that person's day looks like. I want you to think about what time does that person have free? When are they free, and how much free time do they have? So I want you to figure out how many hours in a day does your viewer avatar, let's just call her Katie. Let's just call your viewer avatar Katie. That's one of my viewer avatars, Katie the creative, right? So how much time does Katie have in her day? When does Katie get off of work or get home from school? When does Katie go to bed? So that's my window of when I can upload if I want to reach someone like Katie, right? How much money does Katie make per month? I want you to write that down. I want you to think about how much disposable income Katie probably has. How much money is Katie have an allowance to spend on whatever she wants after she pays bills? I want you to write that down. I want you to be that detailed. I want you to literally know what happens in the mind and in the day and in the heart of your ideal viewer from the time they wake up in the morning to the time they go to bed at night. I want you to think that deeply about who your audience is in the form of this viewer avatar. And I want you to understand that that dictates everything about your content. Because if you know for a fact that Katie gets off of work at 5 and doesn't get home to 6, but that she only has 2 hours to watch YouTube, and it's between 7 after she winds down from coming from work and changes clothes and does everything else, and that she has from 7 to 9 p.m. to watch YouTube content, and that's the normal, and that everybody in your community probably works a 9 to 5. And if you know that you live on the East Coast, but most of your audience, or 60% of your audience, is on the West Coast, I want you to then look at your time zone and say, gee, I need to upload in a window of time that when I upload right away, my viewers have time to watch because they're around and they have free time and they're on the internet. And when I work with a brand, I need to think about how much money my viewers have and whether they can afford the thing that's in my sponsorship. And I want you to be able to see what I'm doing here. You see how everything about your viewer matters, and it dictates how you make your content and how you put them first and how they know that they're valued and that their time is respected, their money is respected, that they're taken into consideration. I want you to think about, okay, this person's a certain age and they live in this part of the world. So that means that they'll understand these jokes or these references or this culture, and that I can do these memes or I can do this thing and that's what they'll like. Or I can talk about these products and that's what they'll like. And that changes so much of your content when you understand who your viewer is. And it's okay if you have more than one viewer avatar, but for most of you, you should just think of 2 types of people that you would want to watch your content. And then you should think about and everything that their whole day is and what their life is like. And you should plan your content to entertain them and to acknowledge their lived experiences or to improve their life in some way, whatever it is. So if it's entertainment, you have to know this because you have to know what the memes are for them, what the cultural references are for them, what TV shows they like, what celebrities they like, what other YouTubers they would watch, and who you share an audience with. So who you can collab with and what they would like, okay? And also how much watch time they can give you, how much time in a day, what's their attention span like, what do they know about, and it's not you that they're interested in. Like, what are their, like someone like this, who are the celebrities that they know about, right? Someone like this, what is their favorite thing to do that's not the internet? And how do I think about that? Like, so you have to get that specific. We do this in sales and marketing, and we build out our customer avatars so that we know exactly how to make our marketing and advertising campaigns effective to drive sales. And the thing is, if you learn how to do this effectively, and I teach this, is you can be successful in YouTube because you'll reach exactly the type of people you want to reach if you are that thoughtful about it. And then you know how to make your thumbnails. You'll know everything about what color, what emoji, what title. If you are, Mr. Beast makes content from the perspective of what he would have wanted to see on YouTube as a kid. And he treats his audience the way Mr. Beast gives his audience the experiences that he wished Felix PewDiePie had created for a kid like him when he was watching YouTube and worshiping big YouTubers and obsessed with PewDiePie. He wishes that the stuff that he does that engages the audience in the community, he wishes that that's what the big YouTubers he grew up watching did, and that's how he decided to make his content. That's how Mr. Beast decided to make his content. What if your viewer avatar is you, or a previous version or previous incarnation of you, or not where you are right now, or if it is where you are right now, think about what would work on you, but dissect that down to the smallest detail. And why does that matter? Well, let's take a look at why that matters. Like, beyond my sales and marketing rhetoric, let's take a look at why that matters. Look at all of this demographic data on this video. And every single bit of this data is generated by people, human beings, 20,000 viewers, 20,000 unique viewers. So I have 20,000 unique viewers. I know that the majority of those 20,000 people that almost could fill up Madison Square Garden, because it takes 30,000 people, so 2/3 of Madison Square Garden, I know that almost none of them are super young people. I don't reach teenagers for the most part. Few young hustlers out there, 1% of y'all. All right, cool. I reach people that are college age or working adults, and people who are slightly older and accomplished and have lived a life and might have some more disposable income, and that I actually do very well with Gen X. I do very well with my own millennials, older people in Gen Z, like the top level of Gen Z, young millennials, older millennials like me, Gen Xers, and that I actually do better with boomers than Zoomers. I do better with boomers than I do with Zoomers. And so guess what my content reflects? My content reflects that. I don't do all the memes. I don't do the cringy stuff because that's not who my ideal avatar is anyway. And even when I was that young, that stuff wasn't my culture, so it wouldn't work on me. So I make things that make sense for who I am as a person, that are authentic to me, and that are relatable to exactly this audience. Now, based on topics, and this one's YouTube growth, this is probably the opposite, or it's more 50-50 for someone like, say, Catherine Manning, formerly the Content Bug. I almost guarantee you that she either has a 50-50 on her YouTube tips content. She has a 50-50 probably female audience, or it's the opposite of mine, and it's a majority female audience versus male audience, and that's totally fine. I'd love to have a larger female audience, and the female viewers in Awesome Squad, super loyal, more watch time from female viewers, believe it or not, on average than male viewers. And y'all buy the merch. You guys buy the hoodies. Like, I love that so much, and I love seeing you guys rock the hoodies. The female members of Awesome Squad buy the merch, buy the hoodies, and they watch the content longer. So it's like, I would love more female viewing audience by far. Love you dudes too. Love you so much. But yeah, give me more watch time. Give me more watch time, buy more hoodies. But for real though, if you understand beyond these basic demographic numbers, the reality of your viewers and their culture and their experiences and their time and their needs, you will do better. That is literally everything. Putting the viewer first, and that's how we put the viewer first, and that's how we understand who our audience is we make an intentional choice about our audience, and we use our data to verify and understand that. By the way, thank you for anyone who joined channel memberships, and also Reborn Artists Life. I'm having this problem with CAPA that they are doing and keep comments from being disabled. My channel is for adults, and the dolls I make are real, so they mistake them for kids. Okay, I understand. You're doing the reborn dolls, and that's for therapy. And I think you posted something once before as far as a comment, or another similar niche channel did. And so you need to directly reach out to Team YouTube, either in Twitter, not just through the appeals process. You need to specifically reach out to Twitter, because I understand that your thing is for adults, and it's a coping mechanism for adults who may have lost a child. And so your thing is not for kids. And I don't think in your audience demographic data that it is kids watching your content. So I would screenshot your audience age stuff to show that it's not kids watching your stuff. And I would tweet at Team YouTube and Twitter. And I will also send them an email appeal if I were you. And I would reach out to them directly to get monetization and comments and everything on your channel, because your channel should not be classified as a kids channel just because it's dolls, because that's not the purpose your dolls serve, from my understanding. So yeah, that's definitely important to get that taken care of. So yeah. So yes, this is this viewer avatar that I'm talking about is important. I don't have a discount code for Epidemic. I just have the 30-day free trial link, but I do not have a discount code. Maybe in the future, if they sponsor, they'll hook us up with something like that, but I don't have a discount code. I'm not sure if anyone does. But viewer avatars are like the most underrated aspect of the thoughtfulness of being a content creator. If you are thoughtful about your viewers and you understand your viewers, you can interpret this data in a very different way, instead of just looking at it as raw numbers and thinking about why these people specifically value what you do and what the benefits are to them, and how you communicate that and get more people like that. And this is easier if you're just making content for someone like you, or that was in the situation you used to be in or are in right now. That's a little easier. Silver Paw Studio, 40-year-old female expert. Yes, thank you so much, Silver Paw Studio. And you've been a really great supporter, and I love seeing you in the comments. And also, thank you for buying this YouTube starter kit. And thank you for all your compliments on the YouTube starter kit. I really appreciate it. But yeah. Yeah, if you finish a video and it's 2 a.m., you can schedule it to release at a time later. Yes, absolutely. Because sometimes, even I do this sometimes, people just put out a video when it's done, it's done. I can do that because I'm not as worried about views, and I don't have to be because of the way that I do my channel. But if I want something to be successful, putting it out at the optimal time matters too. And when you know your audience, it's easier to do that. And so if we look at, there's a, where is it? Is it an engagement? Where is it under? There's something that you can look at that actually tells you the best time to upload for your, actually, I think it's in channel analytics. So I have to get out of video analytics and go to audience. I think, here it is. So in the channel auto analytics itself, under audience, and by the way, most of your stuff probably will not come from subscribers. So again, de-emphasize subscriber counts, and make videos for people who have no idea who you are, because half or more of the views will be people who don't know who you are. So make videos that have a good first impression. Now this, when your viewers are on YouTube, tells you when the people who watch you typically are on YouTube. And so this gives you your best window of upload for every day of the week, and it's sorting out, and it's based on your channel data and not whatever, how everyone on YouTube is, because that's useless to you. This is based on your unique channel data. So you want to look for the dark purple and not the light purple, because, some of my viewers are on at midnight. That's not that helpful. Many of my viewers are on at 11 a.m. on Tuesday. 1 p.m. on Tuesday. Okay, that's useful. So uploading in the window where you're strongest is in your best interest. Okay. That is in your best interest. They give you some notes here on that, but that's in your best interest. Getting people to be on your notifications. Look, majority of my people don't have all notifications on, and that definitely affects the upper limit of what my videos can do immediately. So I won't get views fast. I know that. That's also part of being an older channel. So that's important. Studying this new experimental thing that I want them to keep. I'm talking to them about this. Knowing what your audience's other videos that they watched are. So not surprising that my friends over at Think Media, my friend Jade, my friend Nick, and my friend Sunny, all there, that my viewers watch them. A lot of, I know Shelby. I have a really good relationship with her. I wouldn't call us friends, but we're friendly. I'd love to become friends with Shelby, but we hang out a lot at Camera Camp when we all went to Sony Camera Camp with a bunch of creators. Justine put together that last year. It's one of the best days of my life, and Shelby's really smart. I love her content, and she's really a dope human. And Catherine, she's dope. My friend Peter. So it's like a lot of my viewers are clearly watching some of this content. I could use that for ideas or know what my audience wants based on that. And so knowing which one of those things performed and who else my audience likes, that's obviously, collab with these people. So look at those things, look at the countries that your videos are in, look for overlaps in time zones and think about, okay, most of my audience is in the US. What's a good mix of US and UK time to upload a video if I want the most reach? If you want to take it that seriously. So again, these are little details that if you work on them, they can have an impact. Don't obsess over any of this, but this YouTube gives you all this data to help you understand how to make every aspect of your content better. And again, I'm showing you my data, but you have to look at your data and you have to understand what is your audience is about and what your videos, how it impacts them. And so that's what I wanted to share with you today, and why I wanted to show you anything and everything. Still, saturated niches value to start in YouTube. Watch my video about saturated niches. If you're a gamer, here's my harsh advice to any of you who are gamers, because most of my questions about certain things come from gamers. Anybody can go and buy an Xbox today and start a YouTube channel. So there's no barrier to entry. So if you feel it's saturated with a lot of mediocre content that anyone can make and no one wants to watch because anyone can make it. And you have to ask yourself, why watch your videos when I know that if I want to watch gaming and I want to watch good gaming videos, I can watch OG YouTuber, the Rad Brad. If I want to watch good gaming videos, I can watch the top Twitch streamers. I can watch Summit. I can watch Ninja. I can watch Shroud. I can watch Nadeshot. Okay. If I want to watch Fortnite, if I can just watch the Denver guy. If I want to watch gaming YouTubers, I can watch Markiplier. I can watch Jacksepticeye. I can watch Mr. Beast with his new gaming channel. So why watch your stuff? When I know if I watch the top 100 gaming YouTubers, I know I will have a good experience. So am I saying don't make a gaming channel and why bother? No. Sam from Skip the Tutorial crushed it, and he had 200 subscribers in 2018, 2 years ago. 3 years ago, Bijou Mike, nobody knew who he was. He's at almost 3 million subscribers, 3 years. So is gaming impossible to grow in? No. But are you an Olympic athlete level of a gamer in ability? Probably not. Are you the funniest person in the world? And have you gone through the effort to polish your jokes and to be a personality? Probably not. So why do you expect anything to happen if you can't create if you haven't created a channel, a persona, an identity, a value proposition for watching you instead of, because again, personality wise, I'd rather watch Bijou Mike than PewDiePie personality wise, but PewDiePie is also famous. So there is a reason to watch. And I like PewDiePie. I'm not dissing PewDiePie. I'm just saying that in terms of personality and relatability and accessibility, Bijou Mike, that's why he was part of why he's successful is he's so down to earth and he's still relatable, and it, you know, that matters. Mr. Beast, same thing. He's still very down to earth, but he also made content that you cannot compete with. There's no way to compete with Mr. Beast. There's no way to copy Mr. Beast. If you are making videos that anybody can do, there's no reason for you to be a big YouTuber. If anybody can do your videos and they can make exactly what you make, and there's no competitive advantage that you have, there's no way that you stand out, there's no way that, okay, that's too hard to do, I can't copy them, then there's no reason for you to be a big YouTuber if your content can be copied. If your content can be perfectly, down to the letter, be remanufactured and copied, there's no reason for you to be a big YouTuber. If your personality doesn't offer a special viewing experience that the audience can accept and value, whether they like you, whether they respect you, whether they trust you, hopefully all three, if you can't communicate that people would like you and enjoy the experience of what you do, or at a bare minimum respect you and trust you, there's no reason for you to be a big YouTuber. So for anybody who wants to be a big YouTuber, if you are going into content that is easy to make and that anyone can afford to do it, anyone can do it with a lack of experience, anyone can do it with a lack of talent, then you're competing with the millions of people making generic, mediocre content. And that's not to be critical or mean or harsh. I'm telling you from a viewer experience perspective. If I am a viewer, there is no reason for my friend to rant and rave about how amazing your channel is and how different it is and convince me that I shouldn't just watch a big YouTuber that I know is going to make a quality piece of content. You have to understand. So what is your competitive advantage? Apple was not the first person to the smartphone market. They did it better. Apple was not first. Apple wasn't first. They did it better. They did it better. And at first, they didn't do it that much better. But eventually, they set the standard. If you are not going to go into a niche and you don't have a plan for how you're going to be the standard bearer and how you're going to revolutionize the niche and do it differently and better in a way that no one can compete with and that no one can copy, or if they do copy it, everyone will know that they copied you because you did it the best or you did it differently, then don't expect to be a big YouTuber. And I'm being real with you. A tough love time. You know, it's tough love. I'm not saying that to put them down. I'm not trying to be the dream killer. It's like, oh wow, you don't even like YouTubers. Why do you do content about it? Blah, 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 blah. No, I'm telling you for real. As a viewer, you want 15 minutes of my life. What are you going to do about it? You want 15 minutes of my life. You want a participation trophy. You want 15 minutes of my life just because you showed up? Like, nah, homie. No. Like, so I'm like, figure out how you if you're a gamer, like, okay, so much of it has already been done. So what are you going to do about it? You know how there's a channel called there's a channel that did it right. There's a channel that did it right recently and they still haven't perfected it, but like, they'll be all right. They'll be okay. It's Enter the Unknown. I saw that this channel was going to blow up when they had 7K subscribers 3 months ago. 3 months ago, this channel had 7K subscribers, and I knew they were going to blow up. And I actually covered it in a live stream. I told you guys in a live stream that this channel was going to blow up, and I told you exactly why. Because of videos like this. Can you beat Pokemon Fire Red using the exact team that Ash Ketchum used? Like, that is a video that I, as someone who grew up on Pokemon, I have no idea who this kid is. But as someone who grew up on Pokemon, I watched that video, and that person, like that YouTuber, got like 25 minutes of my life because he appealed to my nostalgia. And I never watch his random card challenge videos or his Nuzlocke videos or any of that. I only watch the videos from that content creator about them trying to beat the game with the same team as Ash, because I grew up watching Pokemon. So that's the only videos I ever watched from them when I see it. But that was enough. And so like that is like how I like that's how I think of content. That's how I think of content is what would somebody care about and why should they watch it? Because think about it like this. The quality of my videos never really changes, guys. So why do some videos get more views than others? It's because of what somebody else on the other end cares about. Some of you don't care about building online businesses, even though that would be easier than building a YouTube channel, to be honest, for the far majority of you. So some of you don't watch the content on the business stuff, even though it would help you. But that's because right now, your priority is that you want to get more views or more subs or whatever. So making a video that I know you guys will watch. I know that since a lot of you don't have 10,000 subscribers yet, I know that the how long does it take to get 10,000 subscribers video will get your click. I know that because I know that a lot of people who never heard of me will click on that video. So like that matters a lot. That matters a lot. So you have to understand the niche of your channel. You have to understand the culture behind it, the community about it, and what putting a viewer first would look like. But you also have to look at, if someone already knows what good looks like, how do I produce what better looks like? I want you to listen to that again. If you know that people already have a threshold for what good looks like, what does great look like and what is better than great look like? And if you don't have a plan for that, throttle your expectations of growth and realize it will be slow, and that's okay. No, you do not have to blow up, and you do not have to have 1 million subscribers. But you have to look at what somebody who has 1 million subscribers does, and you have to say, do I have the ability where I am right now to one up them in terms of what they produced, not the byproduct of the views, the subscribers, the money, the clout, the whatever, but literally, can I objectively make better content than that person with what I have where I am right now? And if the answer is no, then you need to make a plan to becoming somebody who can surpass them in terms of what you are capable of making, actually legitimately being on their level. You literally have to get on their level if you expect to have any hope of having what they have. And you also have to accept that since they were first, you'll probably have to go beyond them. You'll have to probably work harder than them because they already did it and they were already there, and you're a disruptor. And you don't become a disruptor doing what's already been done or being mediocre at it. And that's just facts, my friends. That's not a put down on anybody. That's not to discourage anybody who's a small YouTuber. It's to remind you that you have to step up and that the person got where they are by being more than they were. The person that you admire the most got where they are by being more than they were when they started. And they worked at that like every day. I love this community, and I love how much you guys like help each other out, but like that's the truth. Like, and that's why being able to properly interpret these numbers and to think less about these numbers and more about the people behind them. I show you the numbers. I'm transparent about the numbers. I try to teach you everything I can about these numbers. I just use these numbers to help me try to understand and to quantify the people behind these numbers, AKA all of you, AKA all of you. I'm using these numbers to help me better understand how to better serve you as a viewer. And so when I look at these numbers and I see what worked and what didn't work as well, and when I look at this stuff and I think about what's working now, like, and what worked then, I look at all of it and I realize, okay, this is what is working. This is what is not. This is how well something worked. This is how well it didn't. This is what I like. This is what I don't like. There are things that work that I don't always like or don't always want to do. The TikTok video, the views, I like how it performed in views. I hate how it performed in comments. I hate that so many of the comments are trash. And so if I have a breaking news thing, I will not be using the president's name in it because I hate to say it, but it makes it a volatile or toxic environment in the comments to use President Trump's name in a video. If you put President Trump's name in a video, your comment section is going to be trash. That's just how it is. I'm just calling a spade there. That's not a commentary on the president. Unfortunately, it's a commentary on people. Is that I barely mentioned President Trump in the entire video beyond reading a headline in the skit where I open up my phone. Oh, the president just said he's going to ban TikTok. Now I have to make a video about it. Like, that's literally the majority of the extent that I use the president's name. I think I used the president's name twice in the video after that, and that's it, because I focused on what TikTok creators are going to experience. The comments are garbage. And it's not the supportive community that we have here in that comments, because it's a lot of new people. And I'm like, that wasn't worth it for me for the views. That wasn't like the trash comments. And so I will not in the future, if there's breaking news, even if there's social media regulations, even if he says something about YouTube, I will literally exclude his name from the title of the video and distance the video from anybody that cares about him as much, or one way or the other, whether they love him or hate him, as much as possible, because I hate the pathetic trash comments that video brought in, and it wasn't worth it for me to get 50,000 views on the video and a good click-through rate, and I really hate the comments. And the thing is, it's not even a political video. I literally spent the entire video talking about TikTok and how it kind of like is like when Vine ended, but it's different because it's government regulation. And I talked about COPPA and the government regulation kind of stuff. COPPA affected YouTube. I don't want to do political content. It's that the politicians are now regulating the platforms that we use for our brand, our business, and our community. And so I don't have a choice, if I like to be very real with you, if the laws that govern our business and govern our careers are going to change, I can't not talk about it and not mention them. And I hate that you can't have a grown-up effing conversation on the internet anymore about these things without people being trash. Because none of the people in the comments that made the kind of comments some of them make, none of them would say those things in real life because they know they might get roundhouse kicked in the face for it. So like, people are really brave on the internet, and it gets on my last damn nerve. So sorry about that. That got me a little hyped there. But I look at that and I made a decision. I'm like, okay, even if it gets clicks, there's certain things I'm not willing to do just because it worked. That's how it is. It was dope to get that many views in a day on a single video and spike the algorithm. Dope. Totally not worth it though. Totally not worth it. Not for me. Anybody else who doesn't care about the comment section and about that experience for their community, great. I literally had to ban hundreds of people. And not because I disagree with their political views, but because of how vulgar they were and because they were causing fights in the comments. I can't have people fighting in the comments. So like, I don't like that. So I can't make a video. I can't make a video, even if it gets views, that's going to cause fighting in the comments, because it makes me not want to be in the comment section. And being in the comment section means a lot to me. It means a lot to you guys, but I can't be in a comment section like that. So I can't make a video if I do it that way. So I'd rather take less views. I'd rather take a lot less views. And then Clover brings up point. What's even worse is none of those viewers who troll you are actual viewers. They're just there to cause havoc. Yeah, I mean, I hate people like that. So like getting new people to watch a video isn't worth it if they're not the people you want. Ray Hat says, what's the RPM on the video, on the TikTok video? The RPM is, I'll show you all of it. The CPM is $8 and the RPM is like 430. So it's not terrible. It's not terrible. And it hasn't finished calculating all of that yet. So it's going to take a minute. It can't really process those things in a short period of time. It takes a while for that data, but it's going to be, I'm going to make like $100 off that video. Pretty sure. Or close to it. I'm going to make close to $100 off that video when it's all said and done, when the calculations are done based on all of it. So, and there was a point where actually YouTube had put a bunch of ads in that video. I disabled that when I found out. So, yeah. 10% at the end to the end, low overall view duration. It's funny. I think because it's not really a political video and some people were political junkies and then ran to the comments, they didn't actually watch what I said and that impacted the video. But clearly the click-through rate and the overall watch time hours outweighed the reasons. This is why, by the way, this is why average view duration doesn't always matter, because here is the gray is a regular video. The gray here is a regular video's watch time. Here is this video. So even with a trash retention rate, this is why retention rate, I tell you that average view duration matters and to shoot for high retention, but it only matters if it affects this number, because what affected this YouTube video's performance was this and the click-through rate. So that's why that video did well. It's the click-through rate on that video. By the way, unique viewers isn't finished calculating yet. It's going to take a while. But it's the click-through rate being high, and it's the fact that the watch time hours it generated were also high. I don't think, I mean, it says I got some subscribers off that. I doubt I lost any subscribers on that. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. There was a few assholes who told me stay in my lane, or I'm not educated about it, or stick to doing vapid self-help stuff. And again, they wouldn't say that to my face because they would be worried that it's me and I might roundhouse kick them in the face. So they wouldn't say that to my face. They brave in the comments though. So whatever. That's what the ban hammer's for. But because I don't need a subscriber like that. That's like stay in your lane. Social media is my lane. Regulations that affect people's livelihoods as content creators is my lane. So I don't care how they feel politically about it or whether they want to be mad at China or any of that nonsense, because I'm about, well, what happens to a content creator? And that's the point. That is my lane. Sorry, I'm mad about that. I'm still mad about that video. Yeah, Fiberific. Yeah, so the social media guy should stay in his lane and not talk about social media. Thank you. Thank you. That's what, like, I mean, like, yeah. TikTokers says, hey, how's it going? Same here. I just created a video on Trump banning TikTok and lots of crap comment. Yeah, it's like we can't even be adults. And then people are mad about saying that, like, people are a certain way when it's like and then they prove your point. Like, TikTokers, what did you think about my video on TikTok and that the creators need to diversify and what I had to say in that video? Because, like, my big thing was, like, talking about the move from TikTok to YouTube and why it's difficult, but it's important, or to move to Twitch or Instagram and why people need to repost their content. How I talked about this 3 weeks ago and people needed to take it seriously. So, like, there was, like, my entire video was really about, all right, this is going to happen, content creators. Here's why this is going to happen. I don't agree with some of it. I understand it, but I'm like, okay, now what? And then here's what we should do, and here's how we should think about it. So, like, yeah. Amber says, hey, Roberto, as a viewer, I've been getting some weird anti-mask video ads today. Anything I can do about it to not get them? Not your channel. Okay, so it's not on my channel. That's good. For one thing, believe it or not, here's something I did that a lot of you don't know about. I'll have to do a different video because I have to also find a way to not show my sensitive information on this. But in your AdSense publisher dashboard as a content creator, did you know that you can block certain ads and you can block certain companies' ads? I block all political advertisements. If you guys have noticed that you never get a political ad on my YouTube channel, it's because I decided that taking their money isn't worth it. And I decided that back in 2005. And I blocked all political ads from this YouTube channel, all dating ads, all weight loss supplements, anything like that. I blocked those ads to make a better viewer experience for all of you. And I won't take those people's money. And I'm not saying every content creator should do that, but anything that I've had to help my friends who are LGBT creators with this, especially because people can target your videos for certain ads and target your channel for certain ads specifically as advertisers. We have a lot of power as advertisers. We can do that. But if you block those ads, then it doesn't matter if we target those things. So I had to teach some of my friends who are LGBT creators how to manage their ads, because what happened was LGBT creators were seeing anti-LGBT ads run on their videos. So I had to show some people how they can stop that from happening. Now, they would prefer that Google and YouTube just not let those ads exist and run and let people buy those ads. But unless and until that problem can be addressed, then I was like, well, this is how you protect your audience. So I'm going to make a video about how to block ads from your viewers as a creator, how to protect your viewers from ads. Because there are ads that might be like Bitcoin scams that get through, so you can block those. There's ads that might be anti whatever your audience is, so you can block those. Or you might be like me and you're just like, I want my audience to have a break from politics at the end of the day, so I won't take political ads money at all. Be nice if Google and YouTube just didn't take political ad money at all. Anyway, I made that decision as a creator. And you actually can control that on your channel. So it's, I can't show you how to do it here right now because I have to make that a recorded video because I have to blur out certain things in my dashboard for me, like account numbers and things like that. But so yeah, so I have to blur out my own sensitive information as far as account numbers, address, all that stuff on those screens, because I don't remember where those things show up in the screen. So I have to make the recorded video. I can't do it live. And I'll show you how to block those ads. But you could just go into your AdSense publisher dashboard and you can try and figure it out. And there's probably a how-to. So that affects things. And if they're anti-mask ads, what a creator can do is a creator could find out those companies and websites and put them into their block list, and then those ads won't show up on their videos anymore. As a viewer, the only way you can address as a viewer is to go into your Google settings and then go to where it says ad experience, and then you can block certain things from your ad experience as a viewer from all Google, not just YouTube, but from all Google. So thank you for bringing that up. And yeah, that's definitely important. But yeah, I thank you, by the way, for whoever made me look at the data on the TikTok video, because bringing up and showing you guys that watch time hours matter more than audience retention rate probably is very meaningful to a lot of you, and probably you've never heard a YouTuber say that before. And then this video for bringing breaking news, look at the majority of it, the fact that majority of it was search. So that's really powerful. And it got 589% more views in its first 40 hours than I typically would get. So you can see that this video, and then if we look at its impressions, this video is still getting served to people. So look at that. This video's performance has everything to do with the fact that it's a hot topic right now, and hopefully a lot of TikTok creators are getting value from it. I hope that that's the case, and that's not just a bunch of people who want to be mad at China or whatever. And I'm not like for spying or privacy. I'm like, I just wish there are governments and these companies would get their act together so that we can move on with our lives and so we can do our businesses and not know that the rules keep changing on how we have to do business. Because wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice to know that you could do business and that the floor isn't going to be yanked out from under you every damn month of 2020? Wouldn't that be nice? Sorry. Still mad about that. Like, for a lot of people for different things that are happening. It's like, it's not fair. It's so unfair that so many people worked hard to build brands and businesses, and it seems like they're getting kicked in the teeth every month. It's something new, right? And then it's out of their hands, and people are making decisions for them or taking their choices away, and it bothers me. So like, I'm just being real with you. But yeah, the impressions thing matters in this case. It's not the algorithm working for us, it's the search engine of YouTube working for us. So you can see that here, and that's reflected because of this being a news topic. So a lot of people think that news topics come down to the algorithm in that way, but the traffic source for this is search. Some of it like is suggested, but it's like mostly this video isn't about suggested video views, which people would think. So to get videos, like search can blow you up. Everyone throws search under the bus, and yet at the same time, search is blowing this up. And it's because I ranked for so many different search terms that individually people were searching for, and I got so many different ways to get views off of it. And so that mattered. But it also means that those people scrutinized the video and whether they felt like they got what they wanted out of the video. The people YouTube gave the video to on the home page had a better average view duration, and then just go running to the comments. The people that were my subscribers that got it did that. Suggested videos was a little bit better. So sometimes if people are searching for something, their viewer experience, it's based on, do they really feel like they got what they wanted? Because if you look, there's a massive gap. Even where most of the views came from, the average view duration is a little bit off there, and so is the watch time. So the people that YouTube and its algorithm identified were actually a proportionately better result for watch time hours and for average view duration than the people who were searching for this. And they were searching for this, and then they didn't have their point of view validated. So you have to be careful with search, is that in terms of people wanting their views validated or to get what they want specifically, or an echo chamber, you have to deliver on that in a very intentional way, or you get low average view duration and retention out of that. And you need more of that. Look at how much more we needed to get twice the watch time. We needed 5 to 6 times the amount of views. We needed 5 times the amount of views to only get double the amount of watch time when it came to these viewers who are looking for something and didn't feel like they got it, versus YouTube knowing who should be served this video on the homepage. And we got double the average view duration, and we got almost half of the same watch time hours, even though 5 times the people clicked on the video from search sources. So you see how we have to read analytics in a different way than what, it's not simple to read these analytics. It's not simple. And then you have to figure out, well, what's the lesson, or what do I take away from that? And so that's important. Another thing to look at, and I'll use a different video for this, because almost none of you asked questions, interestingly, about suggested videos. Let's look at the video on does uploads affect your channel. Let's look at reach, and let's look at the suggested videos and the top suggested videos for this, okay? Because a lot of you would normally ask questions about suggested videos, but you haven't in this stream, which is really weird to me. But if we look, the videos that suggest this video, most of them were mine in terms of, like most of the videos suggesting this were my videos, which is normal. And then when it wasn't, it's Nick Nimmin. It also seems that this is the second, this person I have not seen before. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Oh, yeah, it's the new guy from Creator Insiders. Okay, yeah. I have seen him before. So, like, most of the suggested video traffic is my own videos. This is also something, and it's also my friends who, like Nick Nimmin and people from vidIQ. So it's people I collab with, and it's also my own videos. So when I look at this, and yeah, there's Annie. So when I look at this, with few exceptions, and again, you can see less views as we go on. Most of my suggested video traffic is my own videos, and that's by design. That's by design. And I can show you why that's by design and why that works. So something I do with, whoops, I want Social Blade. I want this. I want details. I want the details. I don't want Social Blade. Why is it? Hang on. I'm gonna show you something. I'll show you it on this video. That's fine. Actually, I can show you it on this video. So something I do that a lot of people don't think about when we talk about tags is I have all of my videos tagged with my name and variations of my name so that all my videos are related to each other, which is part of making my videos suggested candidates for videos. You cannot just use a big YouTuber's name and accomplish that. It doesn't work because that's a cheat code and it doesn't work, and it doesn't matter because YouTube is very smart and sophisticated, and they're analyzing speech pattern, their captions, all of it, facial recognition software. It's Skynet. Okay. So, but what I do is I make sure all of my videos are associated with each other, and I also put them into playlists to associate them with each other. And I have multiple playlists, and a lot of my videos exist in 5 to 10 playlists. And so there are things I do with my descriptions, my tags, and playlist to make sure that my videos are related to each other, so that when someone is on one of my videos, they're recommended my own videos as the next video to watch. And so even here, Social Blade says that creator suggested videos, 9 out of 20. So almost half of the other videos immediately are my own videos being recommended on the sidebar. This will vary from viewer to viewer, and other things you see creeping in that have nothing to do with YouTube are based on my viewer watch history. So Graham Stephan, I watch Graham Stephan. You guys know I'm an anime nerd, and so Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is there. Hey, Little Karibo. H3 Podcast, because I'm a podcast listener. CoffeeZilla, like Catherine Manning, like that makes sense. Shelby Church. So like based on my viewer behavior, that's what suggested is. But some of it is also topical to the video content you're watching. But you'll notice how much of my own content is recommended to me. YouTube is predicting what I will click on and watch based on viewer behavior. So it's recommending those channels and those videos and those creators based on my previous history and my recent history. If I clear my watch history and cookies, it'll give me something different. But so yeah, so that's how it works. So what happens is that the suggested algorithm has to do with generating what I call a suggested video candidate. And there's a lot of things you have to do to generate a suggested video candidate, but you'll probably find that your own suggested video traffic is not you blowing up off the back of another YouTuber. It's your own content. And nobody talks about the fact that that's how it really works. So just getting into the suggested of another YouTuber's videos, it's not going to be about that YouTuber. It's largely going to be about the fact that you did a lot of things intentionally, and it's going to be a lot of your own content. And it's going to be probably that even if they're watching a big YouTuber, if they've watched your videos recently, you'll be suggested if there's any overlap or if they've been watching more of your content than other things. And so that's how suggested videos works. That's even how the YouTube homepage works. It's like my YouTube homepage, it has very little to do with even what I'm subscribed to. It has everything to do with what I normally watch. And you see here, here's Viper. Here's a small YouTuber and a friend of mine, and it's on my homepage. Why? Because Vipe's a small YouTuber, and this is his live streaming channel. 1.38 subs, and he's the first thing. He's the first thing recommended on my channel. Why? Because I watch his live streams, which means I'm giving him a ton of watch hours. What if Adrian, I don't remember how many subscribers, like, all right, less than 10,000 subscribers. And what if Adrian is on my YouTube homepage? I'm not even subscribed, but I've watched so many of What If Adrian's Star Wars theory videos. And I discovered him because of the algorithm. And I've been watching so many of his videos on Star Wars stuff that top of my homepage. This is how YouTube works for real. This is how, like, obviously, this is 9 years old, and like I just, because I'm watching it, it recommended it to me. Like, you see what I'm saying? I don't think I've even watched the Trash Taste podcast yet, but I watched Giguk's main channel, and so it's recommended to me. Okay. Obviously, Mr. Beast, my boy Rich, Review Tech USA, my homie Jade Dharmawangsa. Like, Jade's video here, this doesn't even have a ton of views, but because I've been watching TikTok stuff, and also because I watch Jade's stuff in general, even though she doesn't have a bunch of views on this, it's still recommending this video to me. So you see what I'm saying? YouTube doesn't necessarily, like, this video from Best Dressed is 7 months old, recommended to me. You can also decide if you don't like want to watch something, you can say, oh, don't recommend this channel. Boom, gone. So you can literally, like, you know, look at YouTube's homepage and how it recommends stuff and see that has nothing to do really with who I'm subscribed to or how many views a video got. It has, like, I've never subscribed to Open Source Bug at all, and I've never watched a video from them. Do you know why it's on my homepage? Because I was watching some audio tutorials. That's why. I was watching some audio tutorials, and I was watching a video from my friend Leela on Premiere Pro and using a hologram effect, and that's why this video is on my channel. I love Our Rich Journey. I think I am subscribed to them. Yeah, I'm subscribed to them. But I haven't watched a video in a little while, but I have been watching Graham Stephan videos, and guess what? Whenever stuff overlaps, boom, that's recommended to me. So if you really look at even my YouTube homepage, which I don't think any big YouTubers show you what their real YouTube homepage and watch history looks like, but I also have like other accounts that I like watch stuff from, but like I don't switch over because I'm lazy sometimes, but if I want to have a different experience, I do. So like, yeah, like Star Wars theory, I think that's obvious. Oh, there's Shelby again. So like, there's my boy Barnacles. So Jason, what's up? Jason Vong. So like, if you look, like, I mean, you really find out what I'm all about by just scrolling through my YouTube homepage. But like, if you really think about it, YouTube's homepage experience has nothing to do with subscribers or even view counts. If you really look at it, like Inc Inc.'s a verified channel. They're a big channel. They did a video a day ago. They're a news organization. They're one of like the biggest industry leading magazines, and when it comes to business and tech and culture. They're not even getting views on their videos, but it's recommended on my thing, not because it favors media organizations, but because I literally watch Mark Cuban and Kevin O'Leary. I watch Kevin O'Leary's YouTube channel, Mark Cuban, Shark Tank. You can see how it happened. And obviously how to adjust your pricing during COVID-19 is a video that you would think Roberto Blake would watch. That's why this channel that has 200,000 subscribers is a global syndication, but can't get, but it has 1,000 views on a video, is recommended to me based on what Roberto Blake would care about. And that's the only reason it's here on my homepage. Not views, not subs, not even me being subscribed. It's all down to YouTube trying to predict what I care about and why I care about it. It knows that I've watched Simon Sinek's TED Talk hundreds of times, not even joking, hundreds of times. So guess what? Gives me a Simon Sinek video. See what I'm saying? It's like, that's YouTube. That's the truth. That's how the algorithm actually works, is based on viewer behavior. Viewer behavior. It drives everything. It drives everything. So again, having a bunch of subscribers, it's great for unlocking features. It's great for getting attention from brands, the community, rallies when you do that, like when you have that, but like algorithmically, it doesn't do as much as people want to think it does. It hasn't in years. Thank you, the creative lady, for the super chat sticker. Appreciate you. Yeah. Hasn't worked in years that way. Subscriber count has not mattered for years. Roberto Blake, when it comes to hours and subs, is anything lost when it comes to a new year? Okay, if you're talking about for the monetization to get to, if you haven't qualified for monetization, in a 12-month period, it resets. So it resets in a 12-month period. Twitch affiliate and Twitch partner resets like every 30 days. So YouTube resets every 12 months on you for that. Black Rosa says, when I helped people on Twitch, it was forever me going, oh, hey, they changed the rules. Hold on, let me dig up the info. And this year feels like a ton of the same stuff. Yeah, I feel you. That's what it feels like a lot. Yeah. 45% retention is good. And YouTube recommends your videos with 45%. Yes, that's good. I like to hit 35, 45, 55. That's kind of my rule, but it's also specific to my channel. 35, 45, 55 is the baseline that I tell people that just want numbers. But I recommend looking at your best performing videos, plugging the data into a spreadsheet, and then seeing what matters. And when I look at it, it feels like click-through rate and overall watch time hours are the biggest determining factor. Overall watch time can be more important than retention, Andy. That's why what I'm saying. Typically, there is a correlation. If we look at the, let's look at my videos in advanced mode, because that will probably make the most sense for all of you. And we're sorting by the number of views. Okay, so without a spreadsheet, this is probably the best way to do it for you guys. So let me eliminate which videos got subs, because that's not relative to what you're trying to figure out. And we'll eliminate the ad revenue, and we will focus on just viewer data, which is we're going to focus on this, and we're going to add average view duration in minutes instead of percent. But we're going to measure this by, and we're going to look at watch time hours. I wish it would let me sort these and put these in the order that I want. That's the other good thing about spreadsheets. Damn, maybe I can get them to do that, to let me just move this around. Like, cause I'd rather just be able to move these around and put them the way that I want them. Anyway, God, I just want to be able to visually organize my data. I'm just going to pay somebody to like make me a chart. Anyway, if we look at the most viewed videos, we can highlight them and we can kind of look at, watch time versus, in terms of raw average view duration versus raw watch time hours. We can kind of look at that, and we can see that the videos that have the most views also tend, not always, tend to have the highest overall watch time. But again, a video that has a lower average view duration and less watch time hours can have more views. But in this case, the slight differential here is the click-through rate. But it's like a very minuscule percentage, but also they have the same impression rate. So you have to consider impressions as well. You have to consider impressions as well as and look at that as an opportunity. So you want to group them based on opportunity if you look at it too. So these two videos had almost the same amount of views. One of them had more watch time hours, yes. And the other one had lower like average view duration. But ultimately, what dictated everything, since they had a similar number of impressions, was a 0.1% of clicks was the difference in 3,000 views. Other than that, it didn't necessarily matter. And so remember what I said, the click-through rate is the first part because it starts the clock. So the click-through rate matters. Then I would say that, all right, if the click-through rate is higher in any significant way, but the average view duration is not significantly lower, and this might look like a big gap, but it's not as big of a gap, then it can edge it out. And so that leads up to a difference there. I still believe, and this is just me, I still believe that eventually this How to Get Your First 1,000 Subscribers video will have more views because the new monetization video has been around longer. It's been out longer than this video. So the thing is, eventually this video, which has more watch time, will overtake this video because the difference in their publishing date is a week. So I'll put it to you like this. This video had an extra week, and this is why reading your data is important in a specific way. This video had an extra week, and it only got 3,000 more views than this video with a slightly higher click-through rate with the same number of impressions, which means that this video here will eventually overtake it, and interestingly, it has more watch time hours. So again, you have to really be careful about how you read the data, because otherwise those little things will get past you. Those little things like that will get past you if you don't read the data correctly, which is why I said you really need to put this into a spreadsheet, and you need to compare videos to their own first day, their own first 7 days, and then their first 30 days. And that's a little hard to do, but I'm saying if you wanted to take this seriously, if you're a small YouTuber, don't do that. Don't be obsessed. Don't be neurotic. Just make videos similar to whatever got the most views on YouTube and improve your thumbnails and your titles and upload at a time that you know your audience is around to watch, and you'll be fine. Like, literally, that's my best advice for a small YouTuber, is to not become obsessed with spreadsheets like me. Make better content instead of becoming obsessed with spreadsheets. That's honest. Get better at your on-camera performance, get better at your lighting, get better at your pacing, make better hooks and intros, and you will see better results. Do not go to making spreadsheets like me. Don't do it. I have a problem. I have a problem. I'm obsessed with numbers. Always have been. So, yeah. But this is, if you're wondering, if you wanted to understand why some things do better than others, these numbers will reveal it to you if you understand how to read them. But most people do not, which I accept. And that's where I wanted to make this video, and I wanted to show you things that nobody probably has walked you through in depth. So that's why this entire video has literally just been me showing you all my analytics. Is Byte dead? Byte might be revived by this whole thing with TikTok. Viper is the man. Yeah. Yeah, the replay will be up as long as nothing goes wrong. Fresh Prince CEO, $5. Good job, Roberto. Keep dropping gems. Thanks, man. I'm probably going to wrap up soon. I'm losing my voice, and I still want to stream on Twitch later and probably try to play some games. I might do that tonight. But I also still have to edit a video for today's to release tomorrow. I have to edit a video for tomorrow. I have to finish a presentation that I'm working on, and I have to review my schedule, and I have to set up a meeting for my team. Justin asked, do I go this depth? Do I go this in depth for other platforms? No other platforms have this much analytics data available, Justin. I mean, I guess Twitch is getting close. No platform has this much data. Instagram's insights are not this thorough at all. Pinterest analytics aren't this thorough at all. So like I couldn't go this in depth for other platforms if I wanted to because they don't give us the data. So like I go as in depth as I can, but there's no data. These platforms don't give us data except for Google and YouTube really. Pinterest kind of does a little bit. Twitch is getting better. Twitch gives us some good data, but most of these platforms don't give us hardly any data, Justin. So I can't go this in depth on anything else because Google and YouTube have all the data. Can you talk about YouTube premium revenue? I've heard the pad is better. That's proportionate. Most people don't have YouTube premium, so it doesn't really do anything. So if you want to know about YouTube premium, like, all right, let's look at July. Let's look at the revenue sources for July. There you go. This is channel memberships, and there's YouTube premium revenue. It's 29%. 92% is AdSense. So yeah, I don't think that YouTube premium is better, and that's why no one talks about it, is because it's like it's very little. So yeah. Not for us, for myself. I look at the data the most probably for Instagram, and because I'm casual on Twitch, I don't look at it. But if my Twitch audience grows or people like my live streams and being part of the community over there, by the way, follow me over on Twitch, you guys, if you don't mind, for fun stuff, or if you just want to hang out with me and talk Star Wars or just chat. I don't do YouTube stuff over on Twitch at all. I don't talk about YouTube, except for we watch YouTube videos together on Twitch, and I do reaction stuff, and I do it just for fun. But if you go to twitch.tv/Roberto Blake, that's my Twitch. So if you guys want to follow me over there, if you ever want to hang out, that's where I hang out. And I'm probably going to do casual gaming over there on the weekends when I'm not doing this. So you should definitely check me out over on Twitch. But yeah, I'm probably not going to look at my data on Twitch this hard because I'm going to keep that casual. If some miracle happens and I ended up becoming a large streamer or popular somehow, which I have a hard time believing that would ever happen, then yeah, I might look at it. Then again, I might not. But Instagram I look at, and Twitter I look at. I look at my data on Instagram and Twitter a lot. I'm actually getting into Pinterest now because it's a search engine and for my photography. And also I think it's a really good affiliate marketing angle for gear. As I get into more of my creator gear guide stuff in the future, Pinterest will become a big resource. So I look heavily at that. So yeah. But as you can see, like I said, I think it's obvious that like I turned off the non-skippable ads for all the content of 2020. The old content still has it, but like 2020, no non-skippable ads, and that's a better viewer experience. And so it works out. And so I get good CPM, good RPM. I've had higher CPMs than this before. If I look at 90 days, what's 90 days look like? So 90 days is actually strong overall for the channel. In the last 90 days, I've gotten 1 million views, right? In the last 90 days, I've gotten 1 million views. 1 million views on my channel is worth about $8,000. So if I was doing 1 million views a month, right? This last month I did almost 500,000 views, but if I was doing 1 million views a month, then I would, on ads alone, I already make 6 figures on YouTube, but I would make 6 figures on ads alone if I did 1 million views a month. That's why Graham Stephan is now a YouTube millionaire, and not just a millionaire on YouTube, but a YouTube millionaire making 1 million because he gets 10 million views a month on his main channel. And then he gets like 5 million views a month on his second channel now. And now he has a podcast. So Graham has these multi-million-dollar YouTube channels now. And you can see why, because Graham gets as good, if not better, CPM rates than me. He gets good sponsors, and he has his own products to sell, and does very well with that. I think Graham's made, $500,000 to $1 million on his digital product sales for his courses, and he's crushing it. Graham Steppen is the man. But Graham is also trying to grow his YouTube channel. You didn't realize he gets that many views? Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. So yeah, but think about it like this. If for whatever reason I decide to scale my content, because remember, I increased in July my content significantly. I increased I doubled almost every stat in July, right? If I did that again, I'm not saying I will or I'm trying to, but let's say I did, then that would put me at achieving per month what normally takes me 60 to 90 days. And if I did that, if I got to 1 million views on this channel, it's $8,000 to $10,000 a month if I go to 1 million views. If I just stay at like 500,000, then it's like, 3,500, 4,000, which is still a lot of money. And then I still have all the affiliate. I still have all the affiliate, all the product sales stuff, all of those things and income streams. So the thing is, if I increase the traffic though, all my other income streams also will increase. So that's how it works too. That's why I build systems, and that's why I believe in them. And so if I scale this YouTube channel, let alone if a secondary channel of mine actually starts getting even a fraction of the same traffic, then you can see how that would add up. But remember that it still just exponentially makes me more money outside of YouTube, which is my entire plan and is the way that I train people, because I don't believe in relying on YouTube. And then remember that I'm getting traffic for my own website from this. I'm doing my podcast. I'm doing other things. I'm planning other channels, and I have micro websites just for affiliate marketing. So there is a method to my madness that is not the normal YouTuber, but I can scale it in a way that doesn't mean I have to live my life around YouTube, which I do not, because you guys have seen my calendar and Twitter. So I mean, that in a nutshell is just to give you perspective. None of this is the flex, by the way. This is just all a teachable moment. And then if we look at the way that I've, in the last 28 days, whatever it is, the way I've scaled subscriber growth is practical. I figured that out. And this is, I think YouTube had a glitch, but like I figured that out. And so in the month of July, the reason I was able to grow a lot of subscribers in July has a lot to do with the fact that I know the traffic pattern of subscriber growth. I know the traffic pattern. And so when I look at that, it's the same thing even with the revenue. I figured out, I know how much content I want to upload. And if I can actually manage to upload it, I know that that will impact the channel in a specific way. So for me, I can increase these kind of statistics in a way that feels slightly more controllable because I understand the platform. And so I was able to increase my views by 116%, watch time by 156%, and revenue by 71% by making 15 videos intentionally, but also still making what I like. I still made content I liked, but I made content intentionally. And by making content intentionally, you can see that it made a massive difference and how that impacted the channel. And so, yeah, so that's what's working, and that's why it's working. And like I said, I anything you guys wanted to see, I think I've covered literally every tab, every panel. And like I said, another thing you can use, it won't ever make people shut up about, sub to view ratios that are watching you. But I want YouTubers, I want the community to kill this sub to view ratio bullshit, because it's not real. It's a fake metric. The only thing that matters is that your unique viewer metric, which nobody on the outside can see, tells you how many individual human beings actually watch your videos. Estimated number of people that watched your videos within a selected date range is the only way to know how active your audience actually is. This tells you how active your audience is. View to sub ratios are bullshit and they don't matter and they don't tell you anything except how many people care about that topic. And also it could tell you that, as per usual, notifications didn't do jack for you. Because again, look at the notification bell. Look at the ratio, the notification bell. So having subscribers doesn't matter if they don't all have all notifications on. It wouldn't matter. So that's not where your subs have nothing to do with active audience. It has nothing to do with it because notifications would have to be 100% for it to matter. If notifications are not 100%, there's no reason that your subscriber count matters. None. Because look at it. Just like, so it doesn't work that way. Unique viewers is the only metric that can determine whether you have an active audience or not. That's it. Unique viewers. Your sub ratio is just something YouTubers make to make them feel good or to brag. It doesn't matter. What matters is how many actual humans saw your content. And the thing is, people clicking on it, that's a choice. And so not everyone who subbed to you is down for every little thing you want to do in life. I hate to say it, but it's true. They're not like, oh, I want to watch every minute of your day. Like, no, they don't. So just kind of keep that in mind. Be humble about it. And the community needs to stop talking about sub to view ratios because they're stupid. It doesn't matter. Justin says, you're so inspiring, man. At 28, I think I've lost, and it's hard sometimes to realize I have to grind to make it happen. Dude, when I was 28, 8 years ago, when I was 28, I didn't think I had a future. I thought I was a loser. I was depressed. I was suicidal. I was broke all the time. I didn't think I was going to make it. And 8 years later, wow, what a difference a decade makes. Like, I'm 36. I'm like, oh, wow. Totally was underestimating myself. Totally was wrong about my potential. And it really came down to nothing special happened in the world. Nothing special happened in the world. The economy didn't get better. It got worse at that time. The economy didn't get better. People in my life didn't step up and get better and do differently things. The elected officials in the world didn't change or do anything dramatic. No policy changed. Nobody got elected. Nobody did anything that made my life better except like really me. And that's what it took. And I'm like, and that's not you lift yourself up from the bootstraps. It's like, no, if you let life happen to you, it'll probably get worse. If you just let life happen to you, it will probably get worse. But if you fight tooth and nail for the things that you want and you do it intentionally and you make a real plan, not a dream, not a goal, a real damn plan that has some proven results behind it based on what other people who had it the same as you or worse than you actually did, and then applying what will work for you and your personality and leaving behind what doesn't. Like, that's real. You can do things if you have a strategy, if you have just enough some emotional support in your life, if you structure your life and think about how you're going to spend every hour of your day, and if you simplify things in your life, I promise you things will get better. If you have structure, support, and also you find systems and tools that work for you, and you have just enough support, and not financial support. I mean like support, emotional support, or people, there'll be a pair of hands when you need them sometimes, like when you need to move furniture. And like, if you have the right support system in your life, you have the right tools and systems in your life to get the job done. You have a plan and a strategy for getting that job done. And you structure your life so you're using what little time you have effectively, your life will get better. And it will not get better until you do those things, unless you're waiting for somebody to save you. So if you don't have a savior, you're going to need structure. You're going to need support. You're going to need systems. You're going to need a strategy. You're going to have to try to simplify complex things so that you can use and understand them. And that's why I try to teach people just those 5 things, Because if you can do those 5 things, you can save yourself, because it means you will focus on doing what you are capable of. And then when you do that, and if you don't think about what other people have or whether they deserve it, when you focus exclusively on what you can do every single day to make your own life better and to achieve the results that you want, then things happen and things change for you. And one day someone will wake up and look at what you've done, and they will tell you how spoiled, entitled, and privileged you are. And you'll know the truth is that you suffered. And that's why you have your success. Like one day you will wake up after all that hard work, all the training, all the sleepless nights, after burning your eyes out in front of a computer to learn everything that you could to give yourself a fighting chance. Years later, when your biggest battles are behind you, everyone will tell you how much you didn't deserve it and how lucky you are and how spoiled you are because they have it so hard and they haven't done what you've and you'll know the truth is that they didn't do what you did and they didn't suffer what you suffered to get where you are, and that's why they don't have it. And as cold as that sounds, like when you're 36, Justin, and not 28, and you have 8 years of 365 days, when you have 8 years times 365, which I think is going to be 30 something, when you have 8 years of 365 days behind you, and you've produced 2,920 results of incremental steps that you took over the course of that 8-year journey to better your life and to fight for a better life for yourself, everyone will tell you how much you don't deserve it. And you'll know the truth is that they have 2,919 steps that they need to take that they haven't yet. And that'll be the truth. So you're still young, man. You've still got a long way to go. You've got like thousands upon thousands of days that you can use to make your life better. And they're right there for you, man. So like, don't get discouraged. Don't get like down on it. So like, you know, that's how it is. And what you have has nothing to do with other people. By the way, what you have or don't have has nothing to do with other people. Their success is not something that determines your lack of it. Like, and you don't know what their day looks like. You don't know what their days look like. You know, you don't know what they did. Like, you don't know what their day looks like. You don't know who helped them. Like, you don't know, you know, excuse me. You don't know like, what unique situations they had. And even if you knew, it doesn't matter because that's not your life and your situation. So just focus on what you can do and not what other people have. Do you know what used to make me depressed? What used to make me depressed is always thinking about what other people had. And it just made me more depressed. And when I stopped thinking about what other people had, because all of my time and energy and thought was focused on what I can do, I stopped being nearly as depressed and nearly as frustrated when I decided that I was dedicated to my craft. When I was dedicated to my craft, I had the blinders on and I had tunnel vision. I'll be real with you. When I got from 0 to 100,000 subscribers, it was just me and y'all. It was just me and y'all. It was just me and this community. It was just me and the community. And I didn't go to YouTuber events until my friend Jason took me to VidCon in 2016. I didn't go to YouTuber events. Aside from my friend Amy and my friend David, I didn't have YouTuber friends. I didn't have YouTuber friends, and the only YouTuber friends I had were all smaller YouTubers than me from my own community. I was not part of the YouTube community from 2013 to 2016, and I had no YouTube friends, and I didn't talk to other YouTubers, and I didn't really hardly watch other YouTubers. I didn't know who most of the big YouTubers were. I only know about the OG YouTubers from when I was watching really hardcore in like 2005 to 2012. Like, so the only YouTubers that I really knew about were Justine and Freddie Wong and Linus and some other OG YouTubers. Vaguely knew about Philip DeFranco back then. Like, I did not watch YouTube like that, and I only watched like filmmakers on YouTube, and I watched like produced stuff and short films, and I watched the Vlog Brothers, and that was what I watched. So I wasn't part of the community for the first 3 years of my career. All I thought about when I wasn't working on freelance clients, because I didn't even make money on YouTube back then. I didn't even make money on YouTube back then for 3 years. And when I did, an MCN took half my money. Like when I was a small YouTuber, I got into an MCN at like 14,000 subscribers, and they took half of my earnings, everything after $300, because that's like all I made. And so I didn't make any money off of the ads on YouTube. I only made money because I had clients and I made money because I was a full-time freelancer, and then I became a social media manager for freelancing, a contractor, I should say, and then a consultant, right? And so my money for YouTube was all affiliate marketing revenue and not ads. Okay. So I didn't even make money on AdSense for 3 years. And when I did, a company was taking 50%. And so I didn't make money on ads for like 3 or 4 years. And then when it came to YouTube, I had my blinders on in terms of I was just me and my audience. I didn't care about the rest of the YouTube community and what big YouTubers were doing or what they had or what they were like. That's why I didn't even know that was special, that in 2015, I didn't know because I didn't talk to other YouTubers. I didn't know it was special that I grew in February of 2015 from 20,000 subscribers to 75,000 subscribers in December. I didn't know that getting 55,000 subscribers in 1 year as a small YouTuber was special in 2015. That's how much I wasn't into YouTube and part of the community. It was just me and my audience. And it was just me and my content. It was me locked in a room, literally looking at my videos and editing my videos and wanting to make content that I actually liked watching and that I thought was useful and helpful. I didn't make any money on YouTube ads, and I didn't I didn't participate in the community, and I didn't talk to other content creators. Now, again, there's some good things and bad things to that. The good news is I had tunnel vision, and I didn't get jealous or envious of anybody, and it built a strong connection with that early audience that was really great. And it also meant that I did things my way instead of the YouTube way. And that's how I learned all of this analytics stuff, is because I'm a numbers guy and I was a Google AdWords manager in corporate, and I did it for my clients. So I'm very analytics, data-driven spreadsheets kind of guy. And so I was able to look at all this data and like salivate looking at all the information and saying, this is amazing. And this is a free tool. And I didn't get into my feelings about my views or subscribers or any of that, because I was just like, this is free. And I remember in corporate, we were paying for blah, blah, blah. I'm like, this is amazing, right? And so I was just grateful and stunned by the power of the platform and what it could do. And so I was grateful for that. I didn't expect anyone to like my personality at all because I was bullied my whole life. So I didn't think that I could ever have that level of acceptance. So I was just grateful. And so I never got sad or discouraged about my YouTube stuff. Like, I was just happy that I could see all this cool stuff and meet these different people, and it was something different. And then in terms of money, I wasn't freaking out or stressed about it because I was making my money off of clients, and then I built my business, and then I did the public speaking. I was doing freelance writing as well as graphic design stuff, and then the writing was making me more money for less effort and time, because I was like, oh wow, I'm actually a good writer. So I focused on how I could make money outside of YouTube on my skills, because I can control that and not be at the mercy of an algorithm. I focused on my community and audience and not what the YouTube community was doing, because those aren't my relationships. That I was in control of my relationships, and my community. And so I focused on making my content better. I didn't worry about what other people had or what opportunities they got, because I don't live their life. And so by just having that personality and that philosophy and being very stubborn and hardcore about just making better content, just wanting to make better content, eventually I started looking at my thumbnails and feeling embarrassed as a graphic designer. And then I stepped up my thumbnails as a graphic designer and photographer. Like, I just always want everything to be the best that I'm capable of making. And it's been the entire reason that I've been successful in life, is that I look at data for one thing, and then I look at how to make better results and better products and better experiences. I upgraded the YouTube starter kit a lot, and I didn't charge more money for it. I upgraded the YouTube starter kit. We're still adding things. And eventually, after I get over my ego and wanting to design so much of the stuff myself, eventually I'm going to hire other people to make more assets for you guys. And I'm not going to charge more money for it. And we're going to just put more things in the YouTube starter kit and make it better. And so we're going to add some animations for lower thirds and like some stuff to help people with intros and some other templates. We're adding my live streaming templates. We added more thumbnails. We're adding more channel artwork next week. We've put over 160 downloadable Photoshop high grade graphics into the YouTube Starter Kit, and I've never increased the price on it. And it's because I just like to make things better, and I like to make every experience of my customers, my audience and viewers better. I'm trying to make a better experience for the brands I work with. I'm trying to make things better for them. Part of hiring a team was to make my products and experiences better and my coaching stuff better. And every time I work hard at just making something better, I get better results for that hard work. And that's why I believe in it, is because when I put everything heart and soul into just making stuff better, then I get better results for it. I think a lot of you appreciate all the work I did on the audio. The fact that I spent money on a better microphone system and on this microphone system and setup. I spent over $1,000 just to make the audio experience better for you guys whenever I do these, when I live stream on Twitch, when I do the podcast. I stopped doing the podcast for a while because I just got obsessed with the fact that I wanted it to be perfect, which is a mistake, by the way. Don't try to make everything perfect. But I brought back the podcast last week. I need to upload the audio episode. The live stream episode is on the live stream channel for the podcast. Someone asked about that earlier. I'm obsessed with doing the best that I can with what I have. And so that's it. What's my overall revenue? If you're talking about there's two things you can look at. You can look at my YouTube income reports. I'm behind on that on my blog, but you can look at my YouTube income reports if you care about AdSense, merchandise, affiliates, all that stuff. There's a closer to what I make, on the video that I made about, there's a video I made about my income streams if you really are curious. Because again, how much money I make isn't really supposed to be anybody's business. I just use it as a teachable lesson, but it has nothing to do with you if you're not going to do all the work that I did. You know what I'm saying? If I built 8 income streams that make me over $18,000 a month. It goes up, it goes down, but 18,000 is the number that I came up with. But it's more than that usually now. But I was using a very specific way of measuring it. But there are months where it's very much higher than that. But my point is, you don't need to know how much money I make. How many times I make 6 figures a year, how many times over? It's I'll put it to you like this. I make less than $500,000 a year. So it doesn't matter though, because are you going to do what I did? If you do, you're crazy, by the way. If you decide to do what I did, you're crazy. Don't do what I did. I'm insane. I'm crazy. I'm not a normal person. Don't do it without a doctor's note. But for real though, if someone's not going to do their version of what I did, then it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if you don't have those, if you don't have the inclination and the ambition to do that, or the skills or the resources or the time or the experience or the drive or the patience, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's why I never like those. I don't like those YouTube paycheck videos, partly because I don't have anything against them, but I don't like them because the context is lost on people that they can't necessarily make that money or earn that money because they can't necessarily do what that person did. And even if they did, can they do it as well as that person did? And how long did it take that person to develop the ability to do that? That's why I'm realistic with all of you and I'm transparent about this is how long it took for me to achieve X. I mean, primary example, affiliate marketing, the thing that everyone says, oh, they're so bad at it that they can't do or that it doesn't work or whatever. It's it took me 4 years of the relationship with affiliate marketing to build up to 6,000 plus a month with Tubebuddy and to do almost $250,000 lifetime affiliate. That's from 2016. It's 4 years. It took me 4 years. It took me 4 years to do that for lifetime earnings. And this is monthly on Tubebuddy, but it's but I also got a lot of people to commit to the platform and I get a lot of conversions for them every month in terms of getting new signups and new paying customers. If you can't do that, then maybe you can't be as successful. If you can't, maybe you don't have the ability to teach or to sell or to do something. There's so much that people have to put into context of what it takes to become successful is you have to build somebody who is an engine of success, and you have to be disciplined, and it's going to happen over a period of time. There is no such thing as an overnight success. I made 1,400 YouTube videos, did hundreds of interviews, hundreds of articles, spoke at 75 different events, traveled up and down the country, spent tens of thousands of hours learning individual skills, not having much of a social life even when I was a teenager. I made sacrifices that the average person doesn't do, and so I have results that the average person doesn't have. And that's not a brag on me. That's like it is unrealistic for people to have to expect certain things from life that don't meet the threshold of the commitments that they're willing to make. Mr. Beast, it took him 460 videos to get to 10,000 subscribers. Most people quit at 40 videos. Most people don't get to 100 videos. His first 100 videos weren't even that good. He said it himself. And, most people quit early. So of course they don't win. Of course they don't win. They quit when they're supposed to be learning because they aren't winning. They quit when that's not the point. When you start, it's to learn. It's to learn. Most people are not willing to go through the indignity of taking losses to become capable of someone who can win. So, keep it techie. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Peace, Roberto. What brand of model of microphone are you using? How important do I think audio is? I think audio is more important than video, to be honest with you. I think audio is more important than video because a video, visually, we can deal with some imperfections, but audio as an experience is just so much that we cannot deal with it. I'm using the Shure SM7B, and I'm running it through a Rodecaster Pro, which means I don't need any additional cloud lifter for preamp or anything like that. And then I have custom settings for it. Excuse me. So it's it's that. In terms of my gear, I linked in the description to the gear that I'm using, but you can also go to kit.co/Roberto Blake, and that is affiliate stuff, and you can go on there, and in Amazon you'll find all of the gear that I'm using. But yes, audio I think is much more important than your videos. Oh, I like this from Ansi. Make, fail, learn, repeat. That might be a good poster or t-shirt to make, honestly. Make, fail, learn, repeat. I like it. I like it. Yeah, most of the Facebook creator groups are trash and like a bunch of sub for sub stuff and everything like that. The best Facebook group for YouTube creators is Brian G. Johnson's Tube Ritual community, and then Video Marketers or Makers from Daryl Eves. So if you want a real YouTube group and not some stupid ass engagement pod and like fake people just trying to game the system, and you want some real creators, then join Brian G. Johnson's Tube Ritual Facebook group. Tell him I said what's up and tell him I sent you. But like that's the most real, legit Facebook group for content creators there is right now, is Brian G. Johnson's Tube Ritual group. Brian's a good friend and a homie of mine, and he has the best group for actual content creators. Oh, add HTTPS to my crap. I forget about that sometimes. You're right. Add HTTPS to the YouTube starter kit. I will. Thank you for that. I really am frustrated that I forgot about that. I have to add HTTPS. So yeah, if you want the YouTube starter kit, we have a discount code for that in the description. It's 20% off, and just use code 20OFF and you'll get 20% off the YouTube starter kit. And I'm going to drop the link for that here with the HTTPS. So you can get the YouTube starter kit if you want there. And yeah, but yeah, ultimately, it's one of the main things that you have to look at when you want to become a successful YouTube content creator is ultimately, and then I'm going to let you guys go with this because then I've got to eat some food, and then I want to stream on Twitch later tonight for a little bit, is if you want to be a successful content creator, then think about who your audience is, why they will enjoy what you're doing, how you communicate to them, and be mad thoughtful about your content, and use these analytics to help you kind of start to understand what is working and why it is working. You know, so there's a real important thing in terms of the most successful content creators find a way to make content that shows that they are putting their viewers first. And I think that's why Mr. Beast is the most successful content creator of his era and of his generation, is because everything he does is to make the kind of stuff that he would have liked to experience when he was a viewer. And so he puts himself in the position of the viewer, and he makes the viewer a priority, and he cares. And it's clear and it's obvious. And he also is making sure that he's having fun doing the thing, making what will be fun for someone else. So I think that if a person can figure that out, then they'll never feel like they work a day in their life, and they'll also find a real great career doing this. But I also realistically don't think the majority of people should do this for a career, to be honest with you. Roberto, I hope you have someone cut this up and repurpose this content. There's so much gold in here that those that stop watching could benefit from. We actually made a Roberto Blake Clips channel with that in mind. I have not posted there yet. The plan is to have someone cut these things up into clips, believe it or not. And I'm hiring somebody that I'm talking to right now to start to do that probably at the end of the month. And so at the end of the month, there will be a lot of stuff, hopefully, on the Roberto Blake's Clips channel. I might even just do a few of them myself, but the plan is that we will be putting stuff on the Roberto Blake's Clips channel. So if you actually just do a YouTube search for Roberto Blake Clips, if you want to subscribe there with notifications, then just like Joe Rogan, so that will be the Clips channel where we will cut up these streams into helpful nuggets. Tireman asked, what if I do a lot of things? Example, I'm an audio engineer, but also a woodworker, make separate channels. Yeah, make separate channels. If I came to you for audio engineering advice, I'm going to be like, what's this woodworking thing? I'm going to be out. That, put the viewer first. It's convenient for you to have one channel and say, I'm going to do everything that's my personality. That's convenient for you. That's not how you put the viewer first. That's not how you put the viewer first. So everything you do, ask yourself, is this decision something that puts the viewer first? What about if your people don't watch the entire video, and how can I increase my audience retention? I always get 35%. 35% is good. It's not bad. 35% is good. 35% is okay. 45% is, I did a really good job. 55% is, I'm killing it. I'm crushing it, right? So 35% isn't bad. And the thing is, that's an average. So that includes the people who drop off super early. If you want to increase your average audience retention, look at the first 10, 20 seconds of your video, make that as compelling as possible. Make the first 10, 20 seconds as compelling as possible, and then keep the energy in the videos. Look at minute to minute when you're shooting, when you're editing. You guys might have noticed a big shift in my content. I pack as much individual value into every single minute of the video now. I don't script the videos, but I outline every minute of the video now. Every 60 seconds is intentional in the video, in the way I shot it and in the way I edit it. And I only had to increase the amount of time I spend on these videos a little bit. I now spend about 2 to 3 hours on videos versus 1 to 2 hours. And I spend 20 minutes, 30 minutes on the thumbnail. So that's a little bit rough, but I don't do YouTube 40 hours a week. But I do it a little bit more, just a little bit more than somebody who might have a 9-to-5 job when I make more than one video in a week. But other than that, if I make 2 videos in a week, I'm doing it the way you would do it if you have a 9-to-5 job, because I'm only spending about 5 to 6 hours total on a week of content if I do 2 videos. If I do 3 videos, then I spent 10 hours out of my week on it, still close to what a normal person could do if they work a 9-to-5 job. So you have to understand, when I make my content, I'm literally spending 10, 15 hours. The most I go up to is 20, which you could do if you give up your entire weekend. If you give up your entire weekend and a little bit of time from your nights, If you give up your nights and weekends, you can spend 20 hours a week on YouTube videos if you want to take it seriously. I only spend 10 to 15 hours on my YouTube content a week when I do that much content. If I only do one video, then I'm spending like 2 or 3 hours. If I do two, it's 5 or 6. So I actually make YouTube like a normal person, which is why I don't have 1 million subscribers. If you want 1 million subscribers, you have to be a maniac, to be honest with you. You have to be a maniac, and you have to at some point go full time for real and spend 40, 60, 80 hours a week making YouTube content like some of these people do. Sometimes even just to make one video. And that's how people go to 1 million. The people who get 1 million subscribers, the people who do a lot of these 1 million view videos, unless they're doing something simple, the reality is that if it's not just them, it's their team. The reality is these videos that go big, if it's not something that's just weird timing, these people put 50 to 100 hours of their time or their team's time into a video that goes viral and goes big. So they're literally outworking people. I do the most minimal, efficient process that is possible. Roberto, who are your inspirations, if any, for you creating a YouTube channel? I did it not because of those people, but I did it for reasons, and YouTube was different when I started. When I did YouTube, it was different, and it was still a very niche platform. There was no such thing as being a YouTuber. Being a YouTuber was not a thing when I started doing YouTube videos, like at all. YouTube was a video hosting platform. So when I was making content on the internet before YouTube existed, I was making anime music videos 20 years ago, like, or more. Yeah, like, no, 25 years ago, I was making like anime music videos and stuff like that. Back in the days of LimeWire, BearShare, Real Player, Angel Fire, Lycos, GeoCities, I was making content and video editing before YouTube existed. I was doing anime music videos and posting to MySpace, okay, back in the day, and to Zynga, if you remember that. And so, yeah, I'm from the Kazaa, LimeWire, BearShare version of the internet, my friend. So when it came to YouTube, I think that who inspired me is my friend Terry White, Howard Pinsky, Nathaniel Dodson, people who taught Photoshop. People who taught Photoshop. That's who made me want to teach people to do things my way. In terms of people that I admired on the platform, iJustine, Freddie Wong, Linus Tech Tips, Jared Polin was a big one, Frono's Photo, and Matt Granger. He used to be that Nikon guy. So yeah, that's like most people you don't really know or that you probably don't really care about. Like nobody that super popular on YouTube or at the time or anything like that. That's it. Yeah. Nothing fancy. It's not a sexy answer. Yep. Yep. So yeah, so that's so that's kind of like the origins of that when it comes to YouTube. Anyway, it's been 5 hours. We've been like at this all day, and I need a break. My throat needs a break, and I still want to stream on Twitch later. So make sure you're checking that out. Links for everything are in the description down below. You guys, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys got real value out of this. Like 5 hours of diving into YouTube analytics. And I really feel like I literally showed you everything. I feel like I really showed you like everything. Yeah, I feel like we left no stone unturned when it comes to my data. And so, this was dope. Thank you. It did. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. And thank you for everybody who did super chats. And for everybody who did super chat stickers, thank you for all the amazing questions. Those were really good. Thank you for everybody who decided to become a new subscriber today. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for those of you who shared the stream today. 18 more subscribers would actually put us at 463,000. So again, if you want to promote content, I would appreciate it. My street team. Yeah. So thank you for that super chat party. Yeah, that's dope. Yeah, 5 hours of streaming, 5 hours of analytics, deep dives, showing you guys the real data. Yeah. And again, I love doing that kind of stuff. And, you know, I think it's the kind of thing that I would have liked to have is like, oh, how, like somebody who has done very well, like showing me what's under the hood and being real with me about how hard it was and what to expect and how long it took. So yeah, will this be available later? As long as YouTube processes it and there's no errors, it will be available later. So there is that. You know, kind of one last thing and one last housekeeping thing before we go is remember you can sign up for Awesome Creator Academy if you want, and you don't have to, but it's awesomecreatoracademy.com, and that is where I do my group coaching program and where we dive into the real business of being a content creator to build a brand and a business that you love. And so we'd love to have you guys over there. Again, this is not something you have to sign up for or something you have to do, but I do think it would benefit some of you. And so I wanted you to know that it exists and that that's a thing. And beyond that, obviously just help yourself to the free content. If that's where you are right now and that's what your circumstances are, then that's always there for you. Yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out with the stream and, you know, all the great questions. That's been amazing. And I will catch you guys on the next one. I have a video that's YouTube related that I hope is dropping tomorrow. It'll depend on how editing and work goes tonight and me waking up early. So it'll depend on that. If I stream on Twitch tonight, I'll try not to do it too late. I will probably just do it for like an hour or two at best and then call it an early night. But yeah, definitely watch the replay. I appreciate you guys. The replay will be up in about 2 or 3 hours when YouTube's done processing it. So look forward to that. Thank you for joining me live, you guys. Stay awesome, and I will catch you next time. Take care.